Here we go. We are live, and let's get this party started, right? I think I have a few more minutes before we start. I think it's supposed to start at 9 p.m. I think I'm going to make this, I'll try to make this a regular schedule every night at 9 p.m. Let's do a sound check. Sound check sounds good. I'll see if anybody is. The sound check sounds good. And see if anybody is. I jumped in early, maybe a few minutes early, so we'll just give everybody a chance to join the stream. And we've had a very busy week. Very busy with Heroes School because this is the last month of his school. So there's only 3 weeks left. So a lot of school assignments, projects, and quizzes and performance tasks and tests. So we got to do that. I have a bunch of things on my to-do list here. One of them for his English class, we have to come up with a propaganda advertisement. We're supposed to take a picture. So any picture. For example, you're trying to sell a product. Either it could be a car or shoes or food or cereal. And then underneath it, you're supposed to have the pitch or the slogan. And then after that, you have to explain what type of propaganda you're using, because there's endorsement propaganda, there's false analogy propaganda, there's false cause and effect propaganda, there's name calling propaganda, there's card stacking propaganda, there's glittering generalities propaganda. So we're supposed to pick one of those, and I'm trying to figure out which is a good one. Should we take our own picture? Should we take one off the internet? So I got to do that. That's for his English class. And then for his science class, our other project is we have to create our own periodic table. It's the first 10 elements, and we're supposed to categorize them and separate them. We're supposed to make our own table and group them and categorize them based on their characteristics. So we've got to do that. Of course, the usual stuff like math. We're doing a lot of geometry right now. What we're doing is proofs, theorems. So doing that a lot of that. So they got to do. Right now we got to do a presentation. They have a lot of group projects. So I've been busy with school related activities. And then this week or the last 2 weeks, we haven't been able to exercise much. So we probably used our pull-up bar and dip and push-up home gym station for the last we've used it 3 times already. And then I've tested out the electric scooter, but we had, like I said, because of the lockdown, the quarantine again, we only have a small window, 3 hours in the morning where you could go exercise, go walk. The rest of the time, you're not allowed to go outside. So we haven't been allowed to use the gym. We haven't been allowed to use the football pitch for the last 2 weeks. So it's not like we're going cabin fever or steer crazy. It's just we would like to do some of the things that there's just some exercises we can't do with just a home power tower gym. And then definitely there's not, Hero needs cardio exercise. He needs to be able to run. He needs to be able to have the open field. So it'd be nice to have that. And he's very happy with his new football kits, with his new clothes. But we haven't got a chance to really use it that much. What we really need is soccer balls. We need football balls or soccer balls, because his footballs are old, and some of them the valves are going out on them. They're like just made out of rubber, so they're cracking. So there's a few of them that are leaking. Some of them are falling apart. Like I said, they got to be over 5 years old by now, so they're barely holding up. So that's what we need. And some of the big purchases we had was, like, number one, the electric scooter, and number two was the home gym, so we could do some upper body exercise, since we're stuck at home anyway. So it's just nice to have some of these, like something like that, to use at home, so you don't have to go outside, so you can get some exercise. And then what else? Some other stuff, but we'll go into it. And another thing we have to kind of keep in mind also, that I'm using StreamYard. Oh, and let me get the link. Let's get the link for StreamYard if we want to invite people. So let's go. So if you want to join the live stream, here is the link. And there we go. Anyone is welcome. We can talk about anything. You guys have any questions? I could talk about a lot of variety of different things. I could talk about if there's any experiences specifically you guys want me to talk about. I'd be more than happy to. If you don't want to come on the stream, then go ahead and let me know on the chat what you're interested in talking about. But if you're not, then you can just listen in. That's fine. I'll just kind of keep talking. But we have to keep in mind we only have 4 hours, I think, left on StreamYard. You're allowed 20 hours. I think I used up 12 hours in the first stream, and maybe I think I used up 4 or 5 hours in the next stream. So we might have only about 3 or 4 hours, but we'll just keep streaming until, if it gets cut off, everybody knows what happened. I just ran out of StreamYard. If it's that interesting, maybe I'll continue on. And if we have a lot of people chatting and they want me to continue, maybe I'll switch over to just the regular YouTube live stream and not be able to have any other people coming on to be able to invite. I'd like to have the option, but if the option's not there, it's just kind of strange how YouTube all of a sudden changed their streaming where you can't invite people for some reason. I don't know what's the reasoning behind that decision. What is there, like some kind of financial reason behind why they don't allow YouTube to have streaming where you can invite other people? I mean, that would make sense. So people would stay on YouTube longer. But I'm not the one who makes the decisions here. I just kind of work with them. And Quincy is the one who told me, oh, you could use StreamYard, and it took me a while to figure out. But it's pretty easy to use once you've kind of stumbled through it. I'm just having a drink, and I just kind of put in here how to survive kidnapping for ransom and illegal detention by police in the Philippines, because I experienced it also, so I can talk about how I survived. So my problem was I didn't know what I was doing. A lot of it I just kind of stumbled through. So I can't really talk much about what went through, like why I decided to do this or I decided to do that. Some of it is just by sheer luck alone that I should have been dead a long time ago, but through the grace of God, I wasn't. And I could probably talk about that since we're talking about how to survive kidnap for ransom. I'll set it up, but for right now, let's just kind of do some more warm up. Before we get into that, let me just kind of warm up and just kind of talk about some general random stuff. Some other general random stuff. So for people that are just joining, please let me know that you could hear me just fine, that you have no problem. Just give me some feedback that you could hear what I'm saying. But I can hear what I'm saying, so I assume it's fine. Usually people will say something if there's something wrong, but if not, then you can just kind of lurk. It's Saturday night over here. I got nowhere else to go, so why not? The kids are busy. They're they're with their friends online now. They don't really need me anymore as much. They like playing games with their friends. I don't know what games they're playing now, but I know the ones they like to play. I already said, like Minecraft, Mobile Legends, and what's this, like, rhythm game that they're playing? Anyway, and thank you very much. Daryl came online and he's telling me he can hear me just fine. So thank you very much, Daryl, for joining the live stream. If you have any questions, comments, if you want to ask me about anything from the previous videos, more than welcome to. If you would like to join the stream, you're more than welcome to join also. Just click on it. Everybody knows I'm pretty civil when people come on. I'm not hostile. There's really no need for me to be hostile. But some people will say, "Oh, I'm at work," or somebody's, I got people listening in on me or something like that, so they can't talk. So it's no big deal. We're just happy to have you on board listening. I know it's morning. It's Saturday morning in America right now. So everybody's enjoying their breakfast or a cup of coffee. And we'll just talk. So some of the more interesting things that happened this week, one of the girls that I spoke to, that I used to visit when I was this was Cavite, and excuse me, and Quincy will probably confirm with you. I think he'll tell you, if he joins the live stream, he'll tell you that he's never been to Cavite before. Now, Cavite is a interesting place. It's a wonderful place. It's kind of dangerous at the same time. So it's one of those adventures going there. And what makes Cavite unique, and a lot of provinces or cities around the northern capital region of Manila, is that's where a lot of the workers, especially the night workers, they draw it from all the other provinces around Manila. So a lot of the ladies or the women, they get to work in Manila and Cavite is one of those places that they get the girls working in Manila. And then there's some that when it used to be in its heyday, when it's very popular. Now it's kind of a different generation now. I think the quality has gotten really horrible because the internet and technology has kind of changed the way, has changed the system. The world is a smaller place now. You can make contact with people anywhere in the world and communicate in real time now. You don't have to be in the same place anymore to make a connection, to reach out and talk to somebody. But you still have to do things to verify who they are, and that's where I'm pretty skillful in that, in terms of I have the advantage of being, number one, being here in the Philippines, and number two is having the ability to actually talk to them and meet them in person, because you can get to know a lot about a person when you actually meet them personally versus online, because online there's too many unpredictable things or too many questions that are kind of unanswered, versus if you actually meet them in person. So Daryl, thank you very much for being the first to comment. And I think, Daryl, you've been around for a long time. I've seen your comments float around. I've even read some of your comments when I was actually arrested 3 years ago. But I mean, that's all water under the bridge. I'm sure the environment was different at that time. At that time, 3 years ago, I was a rapist. I was a human trafficker, just like from that movie Taken, where I take young innocent girls and I drug them, then I rape them, then I sell them to rich Abu Dhabi Middle Easterners. That's what I was 3 years ago. But now I'm a reformed man. I'm a changed man now. I don't rape people anymore. I don't rape young girls anymore. And unless they rape me, then I have no choice but to rape them back. And people always kind of look at me weird when I say that if a beautiful woman, a beautiful girl raped me, I would rape her back. And they always kind of say, it's not rape if you want it, is what they always say to me. And I said, yeah, good point. So, like I said, that was water under the bridge. That was a long time ago. This is the new me now. And you could probably, a lot of people can see the big difference between the old me and the new me. And probably people in the comments will say, yeah, there's a big, huge difference because the old you used to just do pretty much, actually, I don't think I changed much now that I think about it. I mean, I just have more experiences other than that, but I think I'm pretty much set in my ways. I'm kind of in the point in my age where I'm kind of like too old to change to you. I'm too old to learn new tricks. I'm just doing my old tricks. I'm always up to my old tricks because I don't know. I think they work. So I'm here blogging, so I must be doing something right. And a lot of people are still angry with me, so I must be doing something right. Because when you're vlogging and you're making YouTube videos and you're making content, I mean, you can't please everyone. So the most important person you have to please is yourself. So if you're pretty happy with your content, and I'm happy, I'm pretty satisfied with my content, especially since there's really not much content I could do other than just kind of talk about the last 3 years. I was watching. I had to. One of the things we had to. What was funny? One of the things we had to watch for Heroes Social Science class was we had to watch a movie in Netflix, and it's always about the Philippines, and he had different categories that he could pick from, but for some reason he was assigned this one. It was a documentary about prisons in the Philippines, which I have a lot of experience with. So it was if you go on Netflix, it's about prisons. It's called the War on Drugs Prison. So it's kind of misleading. And we could probably talk about a few different things when we're talking about drugs here in the Philippines and prisons here in the Philippines. And it was an interesting documentary. Let me talk about the format. The format was, I don't know if I talked about this in the other previous videos, but it's about a guy. He went to jail for a crime he didn't commit, and he got acquitted. So he spent a lot of time in jail. I'm not sure which jail it was or what country. He does have kind of a funny accent. So that was the opening. And then what he does is what he did was he supposedly spent like 7 days in jail here in the Philippines in Manila. Okay, there's three different kinds of jails here. There's like the first one you get into is called detention. You're supposed to only be there a few days to a few weeks until you get inquested, it's called an inquest. It's not an arraignment, it's an inquest where you get formally charged. You get handed over to the prosecution, and then after that, you get transferred to the medium-term prison. The medium-term prison is the one where you're supposed to be there for only months until your trial is finished. Either you're guilty or you're not guilty. Then after that, if you go, so that's the medium term. So there's a short term, then there's the medium term, and then there's a long term. So if you get convicted if it's over 10 years, it's over 5 years, then you get to move to the long-term prison, which is the Muntinlupa New Bilibid prison. So there's a whole new different set of rules over there when you go to the long one. And I've noticed as I moved from the detention there to the medium term prison, they both have their pros and cons. The biggest probably advantage of moving to the medium term prison is it's not as crowded as the short term prison, because the short term is just like one big room, but there's people that have been there for years. You could finish your if you know the right people, you could just stay there the whole time. And if it's very small, and then if you go to the medium term, it's bigger, so you have more space, and the visiting is more flexible. So the visiting area over there is more flexible. You actually have a big, huge room, multi-purpose room, or where they held classes and things like that, where you could actually be with your visitors, eat together, be at a table. But in detention, the first one, the short-term one, the first one, there's no visiting. So if you get visits, they just visit you through the bars. And for me, I it's like, well, then that's a big advantage. Why would you? For me, I didn't want to actually get moved. There was more advantages for me in the short term than, and the other advantage for the medium term prison. Not only is it bigger, but they also have a budget for food. So you get $1 a day worth of food. Half of that is already corrupted, pocketed by politicians and officials. So you're looking at maybe 30-40 cents a day worth of food, but that's still better than nothing. The only problem is you're still on your own when it comes to soap, laundry detergent, other hygiene things. So the government's not gonna. There's no taxpayer money for that. Even if there was, it's the politicians have plundered it a long time ago before it'll ever get to you. So it's at least you get food. For all the other stuff, you're on your own. There's a store there, you could buy all those things at, when you're talking about 500% markup. But back to the documentary. So the documentary was kind of funny. Our assignment was to watch the documentary, talk about the issues of the documentary, and we're supposed to talk about solutions for the challenges or for the issues in the documentary. They talk about three things in the documentary, the three problems. So this guy spent a week there, and the first thing he said was the overcrowdedness. There's like no place to sleep. You're just sitting. You're talking about a prison that is supposed to only hold like 300 people, and then there's like 5,000 people instead. So there's definitely, he said, the first problem he said was it's overcrowded. It's hot. It's humid. But then when he said he looked at the mayores, not mayor, but the mayor's cell or his space, then it's like almost like a little mini studio. So those are the privileges that you get. So you get these privileges. So that was the first problem he said he ran into. The second problem he noticed was that there is it's underguarded or under supervised, or you're talking about 5,000 people, and there's like only maybe a dozen personnel watching the place. So he said, so how does a dozen people control like 5,000 people? Well, then what they do is they have a system of self-governance. So once you go in, and pretty much the prisoners pretty much self-govern themselves. So number one, it's overcrowded. You've got so many people. But if you're the mayor, then you don't have to deal with that overcrowding. And number two, he said the self-governance. basically once inside, what goes on inside the prison is pretty much the prisoners are in charge. They're in charge of discipline, just like when I was a mayor of the mayor of the short-term prison. And they didn't really get into like who gets picked. A lot of it is kind of seniority, and a lot of it, so number one is kind of seniority, and number two, which one they can pretty much trust to hold the position, and number so there's two ways that the leader of the who's responsible for everything. So they have one person. So there's a pecking order in there, and you have one person that's responsible for everything. So that way the one guard, because they only have one guard assigned only has to deal with one person. So what these privileges are, I could probably get into them. Why would somebody want that position? I mean, when you're in prison and you're the highest ranking person in prison, that's probably what you want to be. You want to be in some kind of position eventually, especially seasoned criminals know exactly. If you're a veteran, you want to get one of these positions right away. You don't want to be under somebody. It just makes life harder in prison. But if you get in one of these positions, then the certain privileges will get easier. Right away, yeah, it took me 2 months to I worked my way up. My first month, I got asked if I wanted to fill this position, and I said, sure, why not? I first was asked to be the bastonero, which is, I forgot what it's called in English, the chief. And the chief is supposed to be the enforcer. So if there's anything wrong, or it's just like there's like a chain of command. If you got a problem, you talk to this person, and then if you can't handle it, I'll talk to the chief. So I was like chief for a while, and then eventually the current mayor was he was finishing up his trial, or he was being moved. He was being transferred to the medium term facility. Then the spot was vacant, and I just kind of filled it. I was actually appointed by the personnel to take over the spot, and from then on, I was the mayor for like I think 5 months, and it's not that hard. What you do is you pick officers, you pick decent officers, but it's really hard what makes it challenging is you're trying to pick officers from a room full of criminals. Every once in a while, you get like an educated person. There was this one guy that I became really good friends with, is Archie. He's actually a teacher, and his case was rape, and supposedly by one of his students. And for the life of me, I can't figure out if he was gay or straight, and I can't figure out if his student was actually that filed a case against him was a girl or a boy. But eventually they were able to work out a settlement. So he was just trying to so the settlement was done. He was just trying to finish all his trial, his hearings. So whether he's still there or not, I don't know. I think he's still there. He's kind of stuck there on a complication. But these complications is like what happened with me, is if you have a pending case in another one, it's like it started in one place, but it got transferred to another place, and then you finished in one court, but it's not the paperwork or the formalities, they're not finished over there yet. And the biggest problem why there's such a big backlog, you're talking about that was the third problem. Okay, let's talk about the third problem. The first problem he said was the overcrowdedness. You're talking about should only hold 300 people, and there's 5,000 people. So there's no human rights there. It's hot, it's humid, and you have no choice. It sounds terrible, but once it's like your everyday life, you learn to live with it. It's like a concentration camp. So being locked up in a third world prison is a lot of, like I said, the first is a lot of physical suffering, lack of space alone. It reminds me of that Star Trek episode where nobody. There was a Star Trek episode a long time ago where nobody was dying, and they needed Captain Kirk. He had like polio when he was younger, and they needed him to infect people so people could die because it was so overcrowded. I don't know if you guys, somebody in the comments would probably know. Okay, well, let me look at the comments. Oh, Quincy is here. Thank you very much, Quincy. I noticed that you've got a lot of views on your channel now from that TikTok video. Everybody wanted to know who that girl was I was talking to, and I think you know who I'm talking about. So thank you very much, Quincy, for joining the stream. And of course, we have Jeff Johnson talking about dirty old man, you tricking. Yeah, well, yeah, I like to think that I retired all my old tricks, and I'm working on my new tricks now. So the third problem was the court system. It's such a backlog that, for example, your crime could be as simple as illegal gambling, because there's a lot of gambling over here, and it's not sanctioned, or it's not, you don't have a permit, or what, or it's not in a regular gambling house, so you'll get caught for that. So you could spend years. So the maximum penalty for something simple like that would only be 6 months, but you're waiting for your court hearing, for your trial, to have your day in court. Well, so, and you're waiting like a year, 2 years, sometimes as long as 5 years, when the maximum penalty for what you're doing is 6 months. So you're just waiting, and then you could probably make the argument, well, why didn't you just make bail? I mean, what happens if you're poor and you don't have money for bail? So you just kind of have to wait there and sit there and wait. And then, for example, like me, there's no bail. As much as I would like to have bail while while the process continues. So I've heard people, you could have like one hearing per year. There's cases where there's tons of cases where, what the hell are you going to do when you get one hearing per year? And then when you go to your hearing, it gets reset, and it could be reset because, for several reasons, the prosecutor didn't show up, the public attorney didn't show up, the judge didn't show up, or the witnesses didn't show up. Any reason, it could be any of those things, and it just kind of languishes over the years. It's like, okay, if the prosecution's witness doesn't show up, okay, reset for another one next year, 2021, and then 2022. And what the hell are you going to do, right? And as the kind of good thing about it, if it like lasts like 4 or 5 years, eventually the people that are complaining against you are gonna stop going. So after 10 years, they're gonna like, oh, I'm not interested in pursuing that case anymore. It's such a long time ago, and then it gets dismissed. So you could have murdered somebody, and if they stop going to these hearings because it's like one every year, and you forget about it, or you moved on, or the people have other bigger problems, then eventually the case will get dismissed. That's just after 10 years. So the biggest problem with that is, so that was kind of, and I was supposed to pick an issue. So overcrowding, the self-governance, and the courts. All of them need cost money. The solution, the overcrowding, and the solution. I guess you can we said it's just build more facilities, increase the funding, and that was my solution to it. Increase the funding. Let's use trustworthy contractors that just don't pocket the money and split it with the politicians, and nothing gets done. Was our proposal. We were supposed to pick an issue. The second issue was self-governance, which is they're not going to spend more money. That's the biggest problem, is people are not going to spend more money on prison personnel. So that would be easily solved to hire more prison personnel. And probably the to relieve the overcrowdedness is speed up the court process. That's kind of a problem. What you could do is probably have more courts, so that's going to require construction, and you're going to need more judges, more court staff, more facilities, and that's going to cost a lot of money also. And the government's not willing to allocate that kind of money into the kind of the penal system for you to be getting out sooner. What gets complicated is, these people are government workers. They have like no incentive. They have no reason to if you ever like, it's not just the Philippines. If you look at America, there's like such a huge backlog. If you ever see people that work for the government, it's like they say, oh, you know what, let's take a recess. Let's go ahead and call it a day, and let's just kind of reset this until another month from now. To people that work for the government, I mean, I'm not trying to be uh, insensitive or trying to say negative about people that work for the government. I mean, it's like the DMV people. They really have no. You could wait in line for hours, wait in the long line for hours, and it doesn't matter to them. Their efficiency, getting as much work done as possible. It's not in their. There's no incentive for them because since they're government workers, they'll get paid the same amount of money whether you spend 10 years in jail, or it's actually there's more incentive for them for you to spend more time in jail. There's to do less. So you're working in a government system where they reward people that do less. So if you do less, then you're actually getting more value for what you're actually getting paid. So there's no efficiency, or there's no quota that they're trying to release this much or get this much done. So it's just if there's a backlog, then they just wait. They just wait until they get their turn. So instead of 300 people waiting for their turn to get their day in court, you're in line with 5,000 people, and then because of the war on drugs, there's more people going in jail because of drugs. Then it's then you got this big huge backlog, and since these people are the clerks, everything, they work for the government, so they're in no hurry. If you get it today, if you get it tomorrow, if you get it, I mean, even for example, I'll give you an example. If you're like a doctor in America and you apply for a license, it'll take them anywhere over a year for you to get your license. You submit all your documents and everything like that. Well, what the hell are you gonna do for a year until you get your license? Is the problem, because they work for the government. There's no rush for them to finish this document right away, so you can earn a living. So same thing over here. I mean, you got clerks. They're getting the paperwork. They're not in a hurry. They'll lose your paperwork, and if your paperwork is lost somewhere and they don't know anything about it, you're screwed. You're pretty much stuck there. I mean, so unfortunately, the boss was always keeping up with it, asking for this paperwork and that paperwork, kind of expediting things, so I wouldn't languish and sit there, because I had so many cases on me. I mean, she really wanted to get me out as soon as possible, not just for her, but for the kids also, for the kids' sake. But everybody's pretty happy now. The boss is very happy now. Before, they were very angry because I wasn't around. But the point that I want to make is those are the three problems that the documentary was talking about. And they're pretty much, I mean, they get pretty much the idea, but there's some little details that they didn't get. Then I could tell that the prison was making sure that they're trying to look as politically correct as possible. They were kind of I could tell during the documentary they were kind of offended by, it's like, you got criminals controlling other criminals here, and they're like, well, the social worker was like, say, well, what do you expect us to do? We don't have the manpower to keep everybody, to have the staff to watch over them, so we use so they do everything. So the cooking, the cleaning, the maintenance. So those are And then if they're like, they didn't get into like they didn't really get into like the how prison is treated as a business, and the prisoners are the customers. So that's probably like something that's kind of unspoken or unwritten, that prisons at the end of the day are a business. It runs like a business. Okay, whether and just like drugs over here is a business, and you run it like a business. So same thing with prisons. So the more prisoners they have, the more, and what the prisoners are treated as customers. So which one would you rather have? 300 customers or 5,000 customers? Okay. So for example, if where I was at, the medium term prison where I was at, if the barracks of the personnel that worked there, they needed a roof, or they needed painting, or they needed room addition, they'll squeeze the customers to give a donation, maybe weekly or monthly, or they'll force them to buy things that they don't want, so they can raise money for those kind of things. So the money doesn't come from the government. They only, like I said, they only get $1 a day per inmate, and then for any other extra things that the place needs. All right, so they always have like a basketball court for the personnel. So if they need like a new backboard, the money's not going to come from the government. The money's not going to come from the personnel. It's going to come from the prisoners. Okay, so they're going to squeeze the prisoners for money to say, okay, you guys are going to donate, and then the basketball, and then what the security guard or the personnel, for example, they need uniforms for they'll start a basketball league, so you got to pay for that also. So everything in prison has to be paid for by the prisoners, is what I'm saying. So they didn't really get into that. And I could see why they wouldn't want to. They don't want to show that it's run by that they get money from the prisoners, and they use them as a. So you have to pay your way for it. So for example, if you need like toothpaste, they're not going to provide you toothpaste. It's not like in America where like they'll give you soap, they'll give you toothpaste, they'll give you clothes. So you're required to have like you have to wear yellow shirts with the whatchamacallit, with the printing on them. So you're required to do that, and they're not going to give that to you. You have to buy it. And guess where you're going to buy it from? You're going to buy it from them, from the prison, from the personnel. And then the printing, you're going to have to buy that from them also. Okay. So you're required to pay. Well, what about the people that can't or doesn't have, right? And what they do is then they beg people for it, and they get people, then they'll exchange like work for it. And it's like, okay, well, can I work for it? Can I do something for it instead, because I can't buy it? So there's other, but most people, they can afford to pay for their clothing, and you just have to buy it from them. So for example, now you need toothpaste. Well, you could either get it from your visitors, or you could buy it from them for like 500% markup. So like I said, so that's another problem, is it's a business. And the more prisoners they have, the more you've got more customers you have, and you have better business. Business is good. And I've already told you how in prison they have a one of the things that the Philippines, the culture in the Philippines is we have this kind of like this yabang culture. Yabang means kind of like show off. You want to show off even in prison. That's why even in prison they have like a jewelry store. That always cracked me up. I always kind of say, why is it that in prison jewelry is not allowed, but they have a jewelry store there? It's like a regular Zales. I remember when me and the boss got married. We were about to get married, and then I didn't have any money at that time when we were going to get married. So what I did was we went to Westminster, and there was like a lot of Vietnamese jewelers over there. So we were just gonna get some some rings that we could use for getting married. So it's kind of just like wedding bands. So getting married. So we went. So I didn't have any money at that time. I didn't have a job yet. So it was like I think they were like $40 each. And I remember the funniest thing when I told the Vietnamese lady, it's like, oh, we need to get. I just said I just was just trying to be funny. It was this old Vietnamese lady. She had a really thick accent, but I could still understand her. I have other Vietnamese friends that have parents that have really thick accents, but I could understand them. But I was explaining to her, it's like, oh, this is kind of all of a sudden. We just need to get these rings so we can get married right away. And she goes, okay. She was helping us, and I had to explain her why we were getting married right away. I was trolling her, and I said because we had a the reason why we got to get married right away is because we had an accident. That's what I told her, and she goes, "It's the funniest thing. This Vietnamese lady, this old lady. I mean, she probably wasn't that old. She probably was like probably in her 40s, but I was probably still in my 20s at that time. So anybody twice my age is probably, I would say, old or mature." She said the funniest thing. She says, "Oh no, you don't have to get married now these days. That's the old generation. The new generation is, you don't have to get married. You could just kind of live together." Is what she was saying. It was kind of funny that she was saying, "Oh, don't get married because of that," as if like she's saying like you're making a mistake. That don't get married because you got pregnant. And I said, well, it's the right thing to do, even though the boss wasn't pregnant. I was just trolling her just to get a rise out of her, just to get a reaction out of her, what she would think, because usually you have young couples getting married and or you get married for some reason. So that was the reason why I told her, and she believed it, and she was just funny how she was just trying to convince me to say, "Oh no, you don't have to get married. It's not required anymore. Shotgun weddings are so uh, uh, out of date now, or what's the word, obsolete." So let's go in the comments really quick. Jeff Johnson says, so okay, so they had no air conditioning, but how about fans or exhaust fans? It must have smelled pretty right in there. Yes, it is. My curiosity stems for being in the HVAC business. It's all one big scam. Yeah, that's you could a fan, but it's still blowing hot, humid air is kind of the problem. If somebody burps or farts or coughs, then you got their burp and fart blowing in your face, pretty much. And one of the ways you're probably asking, well, then how does people get if there's no, for example, in the short-term detention when you first get arrested, that's where there's no money for it. There's no, you get no food, you get nothing. Then how do the people eat from for the people who don't have any visitors? You don't have any family or friends. Well, that's where you kind of work as a group. So the people who have resources or have money or have food kind of carry the people who don't have money and resources or food. So it's kind of a communal kind of prison situation. So how do we do that? And one of the ways that we raise money for food and for everything that we need for what we need in the prison is yeah, you know what, I won't get into that because it's illegal. So I want to talk about like illegal things that we have to do in the prison to survive, but what we have no choice. Those are the things we have to do. I mean, people have to eat, and if there's no money from the government to keep us there fed, and then we'd starve to death. So well, we can't allow that. So we have to do things that are what's the word I'm looking for, sanctioned, so we could provide for the things that we need. So let's go into the let's go into the chat, and we got a lot of people. So that was the documentary. Probably go into more about prison. Uh, Probably some more interesting stories. So when you first get into prison, probably. So one of the more interesting things is I was also in charge of punishing people. And for example, I do people get beat up in jail? Yes, they do get beat up in jail. Did I ever get beat up in jail? No, I never got beat up in jail. Do a lot of people get beat up in jail? Yes, absolutely. It just depends. Okay. I usually depends on the mayor or the mayor. Depends on the leader or how they want to run things. Now, if there's a lot of drugs, so I could talk about this because I didn't allow any drugs. If there's a lot of drugs in the prison, then you have to a lot of so when there's a lot of drugs and there's a lot of crime, then a lot of people you have to hurt a lot of people to keep everybody in control. You have to keep them quiet. You have to keep people afraid. So you have to like daily tell your officers to hurt people on a daily basis. And that's probably one of the best things about when I became the mayor is I said no, we will just survive fine without any drugs to make money and support ourselves is what I said. So everybody's happy because we don't have to hurt people and because I don't need money. I could survive and get my own everything that I need. But when the leaders, when they're in prison, they have to use their power. They use their position to make money. And drugs is big, huge business in prison. So you can make a lot of money. And usually the leaders, that's why the leaders in prison, the ones in charge, use that as an opportunity to make money and support their families or get another family. So if your first family abandoned you, then you can, if you become the leader, you get elected leader, then you can make money, a lot of money selling drugs in prison, and you could use it to raise or get a new family and build your house. But to do that, it requires a lot of control. And the number one way you can control people is through fear. You got to hurt a lot of people. So one of the things that you do to keep people under control is you beat them up when they first come in. It's like what they call a welcome. Okay, well, welcome. So it didn't happen to me, but for a lot of the cases, it is when people are drunk. We give, especially they're all welcomed, and I have no choice because it's an order. I'm ordered to do it by the personnel. It's just they'll say give them a welcome. That's what they'll tell me. I already know what it means, so I'll tell my chief that I picked. I said, yes, give them a welcome, but don't overdo it. Okay. I don't, I don't want any kind of human rights violations. Okay, just give them some taste and what. And sometimes it's hard to control, especially when the people are drunk because they don't feel anything. It's because we'll get people that are drunk in like I said in the short term prison. They'll just spend the night, and the that's where and they like to take turns beating up the drunk person because they don't feel anything because they're drunk. So I usually just kind of okay, fine. I know they're not going to feel anything anyway. They'll feel some soreness in the next day in the morning when they finally sober up. I but it's other than that, it was pretty smooth. We were pretty quiet. Everybody was pretty happy. It was like when I was running the place, I didn't have to. Like I said, I'm not there to build a house. I'm not there to make money off of take advantage of other people or use them to make money. I'm just there to wait for my hearings that was taking a long time, and I was pretty comfortable. The some of the privileges that I had was that I had extended visiting hours. So the boss and hero could visit me at during non visiting hours was one of my best privileges. And what I really loved about it was number one, they could visit me at any time. Number two, that's when it wasn't crowded. As much as I hate having them see me like that, at least I for got used to it, and because it was going to be a long time anyway. I mean, I can't like spend years without seeing the kids and seeing them grow up. So the other good thing about it is so the boss can visit me at any time and the kids can visit me at any time. They don't have to wait in like a long line. Okay, versus the medium term prison when I got transferred over there. Because once the colonel found out let's just call him Major, the one that died. Once he found out, he complained to the judge that I should be moved because he didn't want me to be leader anymore of the place. He didn't want me to be in charge of the place anymore. He didn't want me to be in the highest pecking order anymore. I tried to stop it and stay there because I wanted to do it for on behalf of my family, so they could visit me anytime for an extended period, and they don't have to wait. And what's nice about where the detention is, there's parking, so the boss could visit me, have no problem with parking, and don't have to wait in line. Versus the medium term one, oh my gosh, I think the longest the kids ever waited in line was like 4 hours in the hot sun. So imagine what kind of mood the boss is going to be like. And for anything and they never, and so my privileges is I pretty much anything that I needed, just as long as it wasn't illegal. If I need a mirror, or which is illegal, or which is not allowed, but I could have a mirror or tweezers or scissors or my what do you call that, my bootleg Gundams. So and books to read. There's just something to pass the time. I wouldn't have any problems. Canned food. The boss would give me canned food with no problems. Canned food is not allowed in the medium term prison. There's and of course like nail cutter. If I need a nail cutter, I'll get a nail cutter. I usually for those kind of things I have two. I have one that I use for myself personally, and I have the other one that I let people borrow because they don't have any nail cutters, and I don't really want to use like a public nail cutter. It's like loaning them a toothbrush. So that's those are the kind of privileges that I enjoyed while I was the leader. And then I also, as the leader, you have an easy life. You pretty much are in charge. You get to tell people what to do. You can use the bathroom anytime. You don't have to wait hours and hours. So like if I wake up I wake up, I just tell the bullionero, which is the person in charge of the bathroom. I said, I got to go pee. And what he'll do is usually there's like a dozen people in the bathroom. It's like the mayor needs to go pee. Everybody get out. They kick everybody out. Everybody like runs out of the bathroom. It's like, oh, the mayor's awake. Everybody get out. He's got to go pee. And then I go pee, and then then the dozen people go back, and then I go back to sleep. And then some of the things I could do is I can sleep anytime I want. There's only certain times where you can sleep in prison, and there's times where you're not supposed to sleep. Every day in the short term, depending on who's in charge, you got to wake up at like 4:30 in the morning to do a count. Okay, so we count like anywhere between 4 to 6 times a day. You gotta count. One in the morning, one before shift change, one after shift change, one after visiting, one before we go to sleep. And sometimes we'll have a random one, so it's just like so it's very hard to have like continuous sleep. So sleeping is kind of, I never really slept well, but once you get used to it, eventually you'll be tired enough that you'll sleep. So I didn't sleep well. Probably, of course, my first month was the hardest. I'll tell you, when I first got in prison, I didn't poop for a week. I was like constipated for like 10 days because I didn't have my fiber. So eventually I got my fiber and I was kind of able to poop regularly, but it's kind of a blessing in disguise that I didn't have to poop regularly. But for like, I think my record was 10 days I didn't poop while I was in prison. Number one, when I first got there, I didn't have any appetite to eat. It was just like the stress, the anxiety level was so high that eating was just, your stomach was always, especially at that time, it's like, what the hell now? What's going on now? Am I going to live? Am I going to die? The stress and anxiety level was so high during my first month over there that I didn't eat. I probably, like, like I said, my first 2 or 3 months there, I probably lost like 40 pounds. I went from like 180 to like probably my lowest, probably was like 140 pounds. And because I just didn't eat. I just didn't feel like eating. I didn't want to. My stomach was just always like in a knot. It made me sick to eat. So, but I would just drink juice and crackers and things like that, just to keep my strength up. But other than like digesting food and just like, but for what's weird is the people there. I mean, that's the only look forward to was eating. And I mean, I'm just talking about this stuff is because this the kind of the struggle and suffering that I went through, and why, and I don't want, of course I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. And you could see why, to be falsely accused of rape, falsely accused, and people have to see the reason why is because they're going to, especially when there's money involved, people will say anything and accuse you of anything just to make money. So I think that's enough about talking about prison. When I mean, I could tell you a lot of interesting stories. It's very intimate in there. Everybody knows each other. Everybody's like got a family member in there. It's like everybody seems like their cousins or neighbors in there. A lot of funny stories. But like I said, I had this one friend. He became Archie. He was a teacher. Him and I spoke English all the time. So it was when he came on, when he came, his case was rape. So we had to give him a welcome. So all rapists had to give a welcome. But for some reason, I never got a welcome. Maybe because I wasn't a rapist. But for most people that are charged in there, because I think I got a benefit of the doubt, because for there it was like, if you're a poor person and you got charged with rape or you got accused of rape, then for most likely the reason why you're being accused of rape is maybe because you are raped. But if you have, like, for example, like me, they knew right away that I had money, that I was rich. So they said, so the mayor at that time, I asked him, hey, how come I didn't get a welcome? I asked him that. Well, he said, because I didn't. I wanted to hear your side of the story first. I wanted to see before we gave you a welcome. I wanted to see what you were like. Before he moved on, I asked him that question. I go, hey, how come I never got a welcome? He said, we wanted to, before he asked the other officers, they were going to give me a welcome, and he said, no, just let's hear what his side of the story first. So they didn't really talk to me about that. They didn't. It just kind of came out eventually during the process of what was going on. I mean, it's really not. It's a very close community. They kind of found out, or they just kind of realized what was going on, that I was being pretty much extortioned, and that's why, that was the reason why they said, oh, we could tell that you were being extortioned for money and that you weren't a rapist. Versus the other guys, yes, they are. They're actually rapists. We would get. What's the funniest thing is they'll catch a rapist. We'll give them a welcome, and then after that, their victims would sometimes come and identify them where they're in prison, and then their victims would like freak out or scream and like start saying profanities and things like that, and then and then we kind of okay, and then the security or the prison guard will just kind of tell us, okay, well, give him more welcome or something like that, and I have to tell my chief, and I go, okay, give him the welcome. I mean, I don't have to do it. Even when I was chief, I had my assistant chief do it because they like doing it. I don't like doing it. I don't really like putting my hands on people unless I have to, but that's why I had an assistant chief doing it. There was a time where I was the assistant chief. The chief was doing the one hurting people. When I and when I became chief, I let the assistant chief do the hurting of the people. I For some reason they enjoyed it a lot. It's just having this kind of power and dominance over somebody else, especially in prison. So that's like I said, the Yabang culture. So what else would happen in prison? Sleep, and then so I had my routine after. Gosh, I usually will take a. I usually when the boss is gonna visit me, I'll usually take a bath. She usually visits me like 3 or 4 times a week. But usually I'll take a bath before an hour, and then they'll just okay. I'm gonna take a bath. I usually tell the person in charge, and they kick everybody right away. But before I became a mayor, or before I was in any position, I had to wait and wait and wait. It's really hard. That's why I didn't eat that much the first month, because the last thing I want to do is eat a lot of food and then have to go poop and have to wait 3 or 4 hours before I can poop. So that was kind of like the physical torture. But like I said, the smell is bad. I and I think one of the worst was uh, the place where I was sleeping at is like next to the trash, and there's a guy in there that also had a colostomy bag that plastic that he would change, and I would smell it, and it was so rank. And then of course like I said, my biggest problem I really hated, it kept me up at night, is bed bugs. That's why I didn't sleep at night, because the bed bugs would come at night once it was dark, and it would just keep me awake. And then I do most of my sleeping during the day, and it wasn't like that long. So waking up at 4:30 in the morning. So there's this routine. You have to do like a Bible study or prayers. So like they force you in the beginning. You have to sit up. You can't lie down. You have to keep your eyes open. You can't be sleeping through it at 4:30 in the morning. But once I became the leader, everybody had to do it, and I could just. So after the count, you do a Bible study for like an hour. After the count, usually I just go fall back to sleep, and then everybody else has to continue their Bible study. But if you didn't do the Bible study, if you didn't participate, if you didn't do the prayer, if they didn't hear you do the prayer, they'll do punishments. So punishment is usually, it's not that bad. It's usually just they make you do the exercise, like these pumping exercises. So I never really did it. I just usually kind of went along with it my first 2 months. My first month I had to do it. Second month I started having my position as an officer, and then my second month I became the leader, and I was leader for like 6 months, for half a year, until I got moved, until they found out I was the mayor, and then I got moved. So let's go back to the comments. Did I lose a lot of weight in prison? Yeah, like I said, it's like the last time I was like 150, 160 pounds. I go, dang, the last time I weighed 150 pounds, I was like in elementary school. So it was good I lost a lot of weight. Bad thing was once I got out of prison, it's not sustainable. Hunger dieting is not sustainable when it comes to losing weight, because once we have food, you just gain it all back again in like 2 weeks and then some. And especially because so it was fine because there was just no exercise. You just either sit or lay. There's really not much laying to do if you don't have a bed. but as the mayor, I had my own bed finally, so I could sleep pretty much better now. My as the mayor, I could sleep through pretty much a lot of things during the prayers, during the thing, because I say, okay, start the prayer. I'm going back to sleep. Just wake me up when it was visiting time. Visiting time is like the funniest times. It's like when it's like that's when people get all their visitors, get all their food. It's like so exciting, and they get a lot, and you get to see their families, and you get to there. Everybody's happy. You get their friends, and so biggest problem that so we would hurt people for we have to welcome them, and especially if they're drunk. We also hurt people if they're stealing, and the number one stealing over there is food and money. And so if you're caught stealing food and money, then you would be given a punishment. So usually we'd get the stick, and you get hit in like you get hit in the back of the leg is usually where you would get hit, and I would say like 5 or 6 times, depending on the severity of the punishment. There's some other funny stories over there. There's a lot of drama. So there's on the other side, there's like this women's prison also on the other side, the women's detention. So they're kind of facing each other. In the middle of there's kind of this space in the middle, but you can pretty much talk and send letters to people on the other side of the prison. But like I said, the problem with women in prison, you're not going to really get any cute or pretty ones in in prison. They usually are able to make arrangements so the pretty ones don't end up in prison, if you know what I mean. And you pretty much get a lot of the rejects or leftovers that nobody really wants, and especially me. But they would send me letters, especially when I became the leader. They would send me letters, and some of the letters would be, and I stopped reading them after a while because they were always kind of the same. They would always say, "Hi, how are you? How come you're so sad? How come you're so quiet?" Hey, well, there's nobody to talk to. Who am I going to talk to in there? Who do I have in common in there? Oh, the only time, like I said, I had somebody in common there was Archie for like a month. He was a teacher. I and it was interesting. We every night after we finished our last count, probably like around 9 or 10, I would invite him over to my bunk and say, "Okay, give me a recap on what happened today. Who is this? What is that? The people that came in." He has to inventory all the people that came in, and we would then after that, we once we get all the business out of the way, the he was kind of like my secretary. That was the position I gave him, and I let him sleep. And in return for his position, I let him sleep on the best part of the floor, which is like by the bars, by the cell bars, which is because you could feel some of the air conditioning from the other offices in there that just kind of flow inside. He loved that spot, so I said I let him sleep in that space. I said, okay. I told the person that was in charge of allocating the people where they could sleep. I said you should give Archie this position because he was my friend. And then we talked a lot about in English, a lot about culture, about Filipino culture, about American culture. What he found, he was always fascinated about American culture. I told him a lot of stories about. He always asking me questions of what America is like, and I would tell him, and it was kind of fun having somebody to talk to. But before that, I didn't really. That was the hardest part is like everybody there has somebody to talk to, except me. So one of the things that we would do to pass the time is we would talk to the new, because every day we'd have new people coming in. So I would say, okay, Archie, it's time for us to interrogate the new incoming prisoner that just came in yesterday or today. Let's find out their story. So I said, call him out. I said, it says, the mayor wants to talk to him. So I said, okay, the mayor wants to talk to you. And we would kind of like trip on them. And it's like, okay, you know, again, what's your story? What's your name? I would just ask him a bunch of questions. Like, okay, did you do it? Why did you do it? And that was pretty much it, because it's kind of like my responsibility to get to know like what everybody's cases are anyway, if they have any special problems or special needs, if this one's going to give us any problems or not. It just depends. So that's kind of like the generalization. It's hard for me to go into details about some other things, but I could look at the questions. So let's look at the questions here. Did you lose a lot of weight while you're in prison? Yes, but I gained it all back and then some. And if there's no other questions, we'll move on to some other things that we want to talk about. So let's go back to some fun things now. So that's enough about prison. I could probably talk more about details about some of the funny things. I think one of the worst things that happened there is when uh, there were no fights. Every once in a while, somebody would like lose their mind, and they don't want to be like they just lose it. They just crack, and I don't blame them. That's why you need this system set up to, because you get so many people in such a small amount of space, and they're like deprived of the just the basics. You're talking about, you got no food, no, no, you can't go to the bathroom when you need to. You got nowhere to sleep. You're deprived of sleep. You don't have any medicine. You have no freedom. You don't know what's going to happen to you. How long are you going to be there? So it's a stressful time. Adjusting the first week is very stressful. Like I said, there was this guy, we called him Pure Gold because he worked at Pure Gold, and I couldn't remember his name, but on the back of they arrested him while he was working at Pure Gold, and that was his clothes that he was wearing. It's like a big sign in the back that said Pure Gold. If you don't know Pure Gold over here, it's a supermarket. So in the back it said Pure Gold, and we just called him Pure Gold. And when he first came in that night, so it was kind of late. So woke up everybody. I had to wake up the officers. Okay, somebody's going to be coming in. So when somebody comes in, this is what we're in charge of. Okay, we're in charge of searching him for contraband weapons. Okay, if somebody has drugs or anything like that, or weapons, or jewelry, we're supposed to turn it over to the prison guard. So we'll do that. Then we'll get their information, name, address, things like that. The secretary is supposed to do that, what their case is, and who their arresting officer is, and all those things. But the funniest thing with Pure Gold is when he first came in, he didn't want to be searched. Okay, I remember when I first got there, I was searched. They searched me and I didn't have anything to be searched because the police took everything. So searching is kind of a weird time, is because that's when the prisoners will kind of steal things from you. If you have a fancy watch, they'll say, "Oh, watches are not allowed." They'll take it and then they'll pocket it, and then usually no. I said no, I don't allow that. Usually, what we'll do is we'll turn it over to the prison guard, and the prison guard will we'll hold it until a family member comes and picks up whatever it is. So if they have any other contraband, then that's when they usually search them. And then when Pure Gold came in, he was hilarious. We needed to search him. Okay, that was our standard operating procedure. He needed to be searched, and we explained to him we search everybody, especially because weapons. We're not allowed to have weapons in here, and we don't want you shanking somebody or knifing somebody or something like that. And then we get in trouble. That's how we kind of, if somebody does something wrong over there, it's not just that person that gets punished, it's everybody gets punished. For example, if drugs are caught in there, you're not supposed to have drugs, but if they are caught, then everybody's punished and they take away privileges. Okay. For example, they might turn off the electricity, and you don't have a fan anymore to circulate the air. Or I think that one of the worst things is that they could do is, if you got caught, is they won't let you sleep, or they'll take away visiting privileges. So the people that so if we got caught, and like I said, that happened before when I wasn't the mayor. Probably my first month over there, when people would get caught with drugs. Not only is that person that got caught with the drugs punished, everybody in prison got punished also. So it's kind of like you're self-policing, you're self-governing yourself, because they kind of say, well, we allowed it to happen, or we let it happen. So if one person does something wrong, then everybody gets punished also. So they just assume that if one person's doing drugs, everybody's doing drugs in there also. So I think for a week, when the one person got caught doing drugs over there, we weren't allowed to sleep. Visiting privileges was taken off, but it was like only a week, and uh, not what do you mean? But they didn't just probably allowed us to sleep. Probably just like 1 or 2 nights, we were just kept awake, and that was kind of like our punishment for having drugs in there. I mean, I'm not interested in drugs. So, but when I was, like I said, I didn't want that to happen to me when I became the leader of the prison. So I told my officers, no drugs. We're not gonna sell any drugs in here. Okay. If I caught anybody doing drugs, I'm gonna remove them and I'm going to send them. One of my powers is if I don't like anybody in prison, I could transfer them to the medium term facility. So everybody, there's always a transfer every Friday, and nobody wanted to move. Everybody wanted to stay there. So if I don't like you, if we don't get along with you, or if I don't like your personality, or if one of the officers that I picked doesn't like you, they'll ask me, can you ask him to be transferred? I'll put together and we'll add him to the list and we'll give it to the prison guard. Can you add this person to be moved the next moving day? And we'll just keep the people here that we like and the people we don't like to be moved. So I just wanted to keep it as peaceful as possible. So once I got into a routine, once I became the leader, time was passing by pretty good. I had my bootleg Gundams. I had my, but there was a time where I was like going, man, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here, because during that time, I I thought that there was a possibility that that I could get bail at some point. But once I realized I couldn't get bail, then I just have to wait. I kind of got depressed once I kind of realized that there was no way I was going to ever get bail, and I just have to finish all my cases. And then because during that time, the first 7 months, it just seems like when the boss would come and visit me, she would just always tell me bad news. Oh, there's another case. Or there's another problem. There's another problem. It got to a point where like I almost don't want to see her, because she always would kind of tell me that, oh, this problem with this problem with that, or you're not going to be able to get out. You're not going to be able to get bail because of this other case and this. So at that time, probably 6 months into it, I started the hope that I might be not spending Christmas there was painful. So I had to accept it, and I got really quiet. I wasn't as happy as I was. I wasn't really enjoying my job anymore, and I was just kind of like, okay, so and so, that's fine. So and so, it's fine. I didn't really do much interaction with other people as much like I used to. Once I found out, once I kind of not I found out, once I kind of accepted that there's no more hope, that I was going to be here for years and years, and who knows, I might get convicted and it'll be 40 years, because I don't know what was going to happen. I don't know what was going to be said. I don't know what evidence they're going to be given. Everything was just like worst case scenario. What was going through my head? I mean, it's just if you don't know, the worst thing about being in prison at that time is just like you don't know what was going to happen. It's just not knowing is something that's going to drive you insane. And it's kind of weird is right now it's like I've forgotten how stressful that time was. I mean, because I don't really sit here and try to remember like the worst times in my life, but I try to. I mean, it gets to a point. It's so long ago now that I kind of take it for granted. So let's go to the comments. And no comments. Okay, good. We got a healthy number of people. So back to some of the videos I'm making. Everybody knows that I check out the comments. I don't really have a lot of comments. I don't really have a lot of trolls to feed. So, but when people make comments, I'll read them, and if I have a response, I'll respond. But one of the girls from Cavite messaged me on YouTube. She left a comment and she said, "Hello, this is so and so. Do you remember me?" On one of the YouTube comments. So I was like going, what the heck? So I didn't want her comment in there. It was just kind of the weirdest thing because my YouTube life has always been separate from them. But that was like the second comment that I got from a girl from my past. Okay, that was the second one. So I got in contact with actually three from my past. Okay, and have I seen them have I seen them? Yeah, I guess that's kind of personal. I don't really want to discuss it, especially what my private activities are, especially when we have to assume the worst case scenario that the cybercrime police are monitoring our streams or my content just like they were before. That's what they said, that we're monitoring his content, we're monitoring all these things. So yeah, go ahead and monitor it, but I'm a free man. I can do pretty much whatever I want. So it so I got a message from her. She's saying, "Remember me?" Maybe I should look it up, what she actually said. But it's like, this is so and so. So I messaged her. I was like, I finally remember. It's like, okay, I remember her. So I messaged her. She messages back. The first thing she wanted to do was call me. So we were able to contact each other through Facebook Messenger. And she would like call me and she said, "Can you pick up?" And I said, I don't want to pick up. I could just message you fine through here. She goes, "I just want to hear your voice." And I said, "You don't need to hear my voice. You heard my voice through the YouTube channel already. So I just want to hear your voice, that it's you." I go, "It's me, my YouTube channel. You could hear you left a comment, so you saw the videos that I were making. Yeah, but I just want to make sure it's you." So she wanted to talk to me. So I said, "Fine." I I had to. I go, how am I going to talk to her, right? Usually, when you're talking on the phone, I don't want I don't really have a lot of privacy. So I went to if I really want privacy, I'll go to the garage and talk inside the car. So I said, okay, you know what? I'll call you. So I go down the garage, get inside the car, so I have some privacy, so I can talk to this girl. So I started talking to her, and she gave me some updates on our other friends. And so the first thing she said was they're all pregnant, but I mean, they already have a baby. And I asked her, but she didn't say she had a baby. As a matter of fact, she kind of denied it. And I said, "Oh, good thing you don't have a baby," or something like that. I mean, she was just saying how everybody is like, so and so has a baby, so and so has a baby, kind of this. And then she never talked about her having a baby or because, but after looking through her Facebook, it was obvious that she had a baby. And she said she doesn't live in the same place anymore. So she's probably living with the baby's daddy, if that's the case. And this girl, let me tell you something about this girl. she's the one that I would probably trust the least. I mean, when she's pretty popular with everybody else, like everybody, she was like always being requested. "Oh, so and so, can I see more of so and so?" And I'm like, "You want to see more of so and so? You want to come here and meet so and so?" And I'm like, "Go ahead, knock yourself out," right? They just really like her look. She's got these. I mean, they always say she's got these thick lips, and I'm like, okay, but man, she wasn't, when I first were meeting these girls, there's like a big group of them, and she was like probably the least one I'm attracted to. I mean, she's still attractive, but I maybe probably because of her personality also, and she. So the biggest complaint with her was like somebody would come and visit, and I always get mad. I would always get mad at her because she would want to leave. Right? It's like, isn't it kind of disrespectful? And aren't you embarrassed that this person came all the way over here to meet you, and then after you eat, then you get this text message from her boyfriend, and you want to leave right away? Then fine, leave right away. Then you go leave. But the problem was she'll tell her other friends, oh, okay, let's all leave at the same time. It's like, no, you shouldn't do that. If you want to leave, then you should leave. You shouldn't be trying to convince the other girls to leave with you also. So I got mad at her for that, and everybody got on my case about it. It's like, oh, you should be forcing her, and I was the bad. People were saying I was the bad guy, and until she did it again. So somebody came and visited, and she did it again. She was trying to, but this time the other girls didn't want to leave. She goes, go ahead and leave. But why would we want to? This is where the fun is at. Here we have drinks, we have food, we have a pool, we have air conditioning, we have cable, we have internet. I think, yeah, the place had internet. So why would we go with you? There's none of that. Just then go ahead and leave. It's like all of a sudden, before she would like give him a guilt trip. So that was one of the reasons why I didn't hate her, but she was not one of my favorites. Okay, I definitely had my favorites. They would all piss me off for one reason or another. Her, because she always wanted to eat and run and go hang out with her boyfriend, and which is fine. Go ahead. Because there's plenty of our other friends that would gladly stay. And then the funniest thing is she would show up the next morning, because she was hungry again. So she's fine. So that's how I was talking to her. But and she gave me a lot of gave me some updates and information, but she gave me some interesting ones. But I already Quincy already knows her. I think he's met her or talked to her. Quincy has actually been to Cavite, and I think that was his first time in Cavite, and he said it was a great time, and I think he's going there again, because Cavite is an experience. Everybody who's come and visited, I always take to Cavite, because those girls like to have fun. I mean, these are the girls that you can have fun with. They know how to have fun if you're into that kind of fun. So if you go there, those girls like to have fun. I just go there with just bring them. They automatically know what to do, what they want to do anyway. So they're pretty happy to see me, and they're always happy to see us. And that's why, if you saw from the conversation, which was another girl, it's a different girl. So the conversation I actually had on Messenger that I shared is actually with a different girl. This one, she kept calling me, and she just said, can I please talk to you? And I said, I can just message you and tell you things that only, I told her about the first time we ate at Barrio Fiesta, and how she felt embarrassed there, because people were looking at us and staring at us, and she felt uncomfortable and she wanted to leave. And I said, who cares about people looking at us? Just because people are looking at us, I mean, what are we, like sissy that we can just be bullied? We have a right to be here. Just as long as we pay our money, we could eat here in this restaurant, and we shouldn't be, without people having to stare at us. But the fact that I think what made her insecure is because we were vlogging, and it's just at that time, talking about 4 or 5 years ago, vlogging wasn't something that people did, and if you did, people would stare. And I already said I got arrested for vlogging already before. But this time, so I talked to her about that, some of the stuff that we did in the past, but she still wanted, but she really wanted to talk to me. She wanted to convince me to see her again because she was telling me, and she wanted to talk to me again, trying to convince me to come and see her because she's hungry. she the problem with is she's the problem is she doesn't look like she skips a lot of meals based on her pictures at this point. Maybe because after the baby, some girls, they hold on to that baby weight, but I could tell she was hungry. She wants to be, she wants to eat again like we used to, and that's what she was trying to convince me to do. It's like, hey, when can we see each other again? I always said after I made up an excuse. So after the pandemic, so eventually, so I went down. She wasn't gonna let go until I talked to her, and I could, it'd probably be easier if I just talked to her. So I'm talking to her in the car. She gave me some updates, what everybody was doing. And Quincy will probably confirm. Quincy's very brave because he actually went to Cavite uh, without me, even after all that happened. But he knew going to Cavite wasn't dangerous because that's not where my problem came from. My problem came from a different set of girls that completely from a different area. Those are two different places. So he went to one area. He went to Cavite, which is relatively safe, and he had a good time. I'm sure Quincy will confirm that that Cavite is a I don't want to say once in a lifetime experience, but an experience that you always want to keep coming back to. And everybody who had access to the unlisted videos knows exactly what I'm talking about what makes Cavite so unique, visiting the Cavite girls so unique. And if you ask Quincy, you don't have to ask me. He's living testimonial that he wants to go back there again. He wants to visit there again, just like our friends visiting. They always, and one of the reasons why they like coming back is seeing the Cavite girls again. And because they're a lot of fun to hang out with, and not as much drama as other girls. So I had my favorites there. My first favorite was Rida, but then she kind of fell out of favor, especially because there's others that I started becoming more interested in, and then not so much interested in, and then there was. It's hard to explain because there's so many different personalities, so many things going on at that time, and so many different people, so many different characters that I was like juggling and dealing with at the same time. I'm not complaining. It was a lot of fun, and people were coming every month, and people were overlapping each other in terms of. And I'm only one person. I couldn't juggle a lot of these things. It got to a point where you're just gonna have to go on your own. People were visiting Cavite on your own. One friend of ours actually, before I went into prison, said he got an apartment there. He was going almost every weekend to visit Cavite. So she's so Quincy says yes, she's one of the girls on the TikTok. And Quincy will tell you, was that the first time you've never went to Cavite, right, Quincy? And that was like before. So you actually went and you met the girls that I actually were friends with, and so Quincy was able to contact these girls and set up arrangements to meeting with them on his own while I was in prison, which was very brave of him. And he had a good time. So you could ask him, and he says, yeah, there's no problem. He has no problem going there again. I mean, I have no problem going there again. It's just that, like, right now, it's just like I don't really have a reason to, since most of the girls already have kids, and if I would go there, I would go for the girls without any kids. And I just have it seems like it's I, why do I have it to explain this why I don't like single moms? Okay, and everybody, it seems like everybody will comes here for that reason, is a single moms. And this is where I kind of alienate a lot of people because I don't like single moms. I'm not saying I hate them, but given a choice, that it's like, why would you go with single moms when you can go with the Dalagas versus the Lanas? After you've experienced the Dalagas versus the Delanas, the girls that don't have any babies yet versus the girls that have babies, then why would you pick the ones with babies? If you're I'm much happier with the girls without babies versus the one with babies. But for most people, in their defense, they have no experience with girls without any babies, and all their experiences is the single moms. Then they really don't know the difference. And maybe because it's a lot harder to interact with girls that are not single moms, because single moms, of course, they're desperate, and nobody here wants to take over. Like Jim Bob would say, nobody wants to take over payments, and they're with all the baggage that comes with a single mom. It's just like a headache that you don't want to deal with, and when they're so desperate. So I feel embarrassed that I have to explain why I don't I can't relate. No, I don't want to say I can't relate, but I have you can't I don't I have nothing, no interest to what a lot of people come here for, is the single moms. This is where we kind of have a lot of different interests, or we a lot of people disagreeing, because most of the people who come here to the Philippines, all their experience has ever been is with single moms. Okay, when that's like the worst thing the Philippines has to offer. I'm not saying I'm sure there's nice single moms out there, but uh, it's a lot different when you're dealing with a person that's not a single mom. Okay, because a non-single mom person is not corrupted yet. They haven't been taken advantage of yet. There's still a lot more potential. There's more genuineness. There's more honesty. There's more. You can develop more with a non with a dalaga, with a non-single mom, versus a single mom. Versus a single mom is just like, she's so desperate that it's just like, you don't know what her real intentions are, because it's been erased, or it's been masked by her desperation for her baby. And Quincy is saying the first time was that humans were friends of another girl that I visited for a debut. Okay. Quincy said that, so it's his first time there, but he met the Bebots there, and he had such a good time that I think he's testimonial that he would love to go there again. Because the people are, I they're interesting. They're, even though I get mad at them and everything like that, they're almost like, they're like my kids. It's like, you get mad at them, you still love them. Okay, and you fight like family, but you still love them anyway. So one of the so I so after talking to her, she gave me some updates, and then I kind of was like researching around, and I actually found one girl that didn't have a baby yet. So that's when I sent her a message, and just to see if she'll respond, and the response is pretty positive. I haven't spoken to her, or I haven't messaged her or contacted her after that conversation that I shared, because, like I said, I'm lying by telling her that I'm going to help her find someone out there that could help her with her poverty. Okay, remember I always said There's only one solution to poverty, and that's tax free, that's legal, that everybody has access to. Because when you're talking about poverty, those are the requirements that you gotta have. Okay, so we're okay. I need a solution to poverty. Number one, what's my number one? Here's the requirements. Number one, it has to be legal. Number two, everybody has to have access to it. Number three, it's tax free. And number four, it's long term. Okay, it's not just short term. It's not like a spaghetti feeding where like you only eat for the day. Okay, it's long term. So, and that is marrying well. Everybody knows that everybody's going to get married eventually. You might as well get married well. So, I mean, I'll give you the example. I'll give you an example. Like Ned. Ned is a perfect example of this situation. Okay, is take a look at his situation. Okay, his wife or the mother of his child doesn't have to deal with poverty anymore because she married well. Okay. Now the question that probably we have to ask. I mean, I didn't ask this at that time. Okay, because I wanted to be more cordial. I wanted to be more respectful. Is the question probably we have to ask Ned is what happens if he never broke up with Michelle? Okay, so let's talk about him for a few minutes over here. So Ned Michelle, he went onto my stream. He admits that he was cheating on her. Okay, but I've already told everybody here, and Ned is more than happy to rebuttal, to answer, or to clarify. But here in the Philippines, if you cheat on your girlfriend, if you cheat on your wife, okay, that doesn't mean that she's gonna leave you or she's gonna break up with you. Okay, those are not the reasons. Just because you're cheating on your wife or you're cheating on your girlfriend or you're cheating on your relationship, it doesn't mean that she's gonna break with you. She's like, I remember I had this one conversation, this one bed a long time ago. Charmaine was her name. Gosh, I couldn't remember her name. Charmaine. Okay, everybody knows terrible names, but I finally remembered Charmaine. If I remember from the first generation, she was telling me that she broke up with her boyfriend. I go, why? What happened? Right? She didn't have a boyfriend anymore. Charmaine was one of those. For some reason, I was never attracted to Charmaine. I know she's beautiful. She's got a great body. She's got a great personality, but something about her just didn't. Maybe I think she was just too big, or she was just too tall. Maybe I just, she wasn't like the other girls that was in my top five, like Anne, or who was in my top five? Michelle, Gail, and Joy, obviously. Anne was my third. Maricar was my fourth, and uh, she was she was just like a commercial to me, right? She was fun. I could always, not a problem. She wasn't like the Eden Run. She was just so very professional. Was the weirdest thing about her. It just seemed to I don't know. Maybe, I mean, that was a different time because I was being pulled in so many directions, and I'm sure I would love to meet her now and hang out with her now and see what she's like right now. But a lot of the girls now from that first generation, they're in their 30s now, so and they have their own families and their lives. They have their own lives now, so there's really nothing. There's really no reason for us to reconnect at this point, unless I give them a reason. It's like if any reason has to come, if any reason has to happen, it always has to come from me. So I always have to give them a reason. So when I had this conversation with Charmaine, she said, okay. Transition guy for her during her breakup, but I just didn't have the time to be that person for her. And I didn't really need to at that time because she would always answer my call if needed. until I stopped, until there was no reason to call her anymore. If I asked her, hey, let's go eat, let's go shopping, come to a mixer party, she always came whenever I called her until the reason to call her ran out. We ran out of because people didn't show up anymore. So I so back to her story. So I asked her, why her boyfriend broke up with her, right? And she said he was because he was cheating on me. And I told her, yeah, but uh, just because he was cheating on you didn't mean that you broke up with him, right? Yeah, I took him back. That wasn't a problem, but he didn't want to be. The problem was that not the problem was that he was that because he was caught cheating on her. The problem was that he didn't want her anymore, and he wanted to probably move on to the person that he was cheating with. Okay, same thing. For example, with Ned, right? He came on. He said he was cheating on Michelle. And the problem with that is I always said, well, just because you cheat on them, you just say sorry, you won't do it again that week, all right? And then you don't do it that week, and then the following do it again, and then you sorry, you make that hot mommy sorry love, that makeup boom boom, and then everything's back to normal. Okay, just don't do it that same week. So so just because he was cheating on her doesn't mean that he broke up. Just because he was down with OPP doesn't mean he broke up. And these are the reasons. But the other reasons why would be for people to break up is because he just didn't want to be with her anymore. Okay, and from what we know, I think Michelle was like old. She was like over 25, I think, which is way too old. That's like a grandma compared to what Ned likes. Of course, Ned likes them uh, 20 or below, is from what I understand. Okay, below, even 20 is cutting it close. I know he likes them below 20, and she was over 25. The biggest problem with Michelle was she was over 25. And we all know Ned likes them young. He likes like a big 30, 40, 50-year age difference. So it wasn't the problem in that situation. Of course, Ned's not going to come on my live stream and say that, oh, she was too old now to be with. So I wanted to, and I just found her on the internet. So now that I'm here in the Philippines, I can pretty much pick and choose. Now I can get the younger model, the newer model, because this one is the old model now. And that's why he never wanted to marry her. Okay, because she was just way too old. Okay, because she was, I have to say, probably you could clarify. Somebody can in the comments, or Ned can come in to join the live stream. Here's the link. I'll put up a link over here. Let me get the link up. Link on. So if Ned wants to come and join the live stream and tell us how old actually was Michelle. But from my understanding, is she was like ancient. And Ned's like going, I don't want to be with somebody old. I'm here, so I might as well get myself something young and juicy. So he got somebody young and juicy that's like I said, not only older than their mom, but older than their grandma. Okay. So the only complication now is he got her knocked up. Okay. He was his plan and was he wanted to just keep milking the cow for free like he did with Michelle, but Michelle got too old. And that was probably the valid reason why they broke up, because she was old, not that because he was cheating on her. Because here in the Philippines, you could cheat as much as you want. You could cheat on your girlfriend. If that's your girlfriend, that's your wife. Just cheat. You don't need to get a divorce. If you really want to be with if you want to see what it's like, be with that girl, then just go be with that girl, and then she'll be mad. You come back, you're gone for 2 or 3 days. You come back, she'll be mad at you, but she'll get to a point. You say sorry and like, hey, I'm not mad at you. She'll, like all Filipinas, they'll tampo, and after the tampo, they won't be mad at you anymore, and they'll take you back. It's like, hey, the saying goes is umuwi ka na, I'm not mad anymore. Usually the saying is I come home, I'm not mad anymore, and that's it. But in this situation, but he has to, like everybody knows, Ned is he's been blogging for a long time. He has community, but I think I was from what I remember, I think I was vlogging probably 3 or 4 years before him. Okay, I've been vlogging for a long time. It's just my channels get deleted, even though I'm not doing anything illegal. They just keep getting deleted. So it's from what people are innuendos, suspicions. But anyway, the point is, I'll just keep remaking them, just keep remaking them, and if this gets deleted, I'll just make another one. So the point I'm saying here is that that's based on what we know, that she's old, and knowing Ned how he likes young and he doesn't like old. Now I'm not being a hypocrite. I would probably agree with him, but of course I'm not gonna say that she's old and everything like that. Okay, but she was just a girlfriend. They were just living together. So he said, okay, I'm gonna kick her out, get a new young one, and the plan was to milk the cow for free and live in sin like he was doing with Michelle. And his plan was to do the same thing Michelle that he was doing to Michelle as he was doing with his new live-in girlfriend or his new girlfriend. The problem came in was I don't know why Michelle didn't do what she did, was she picot him, trapped him in a pregnancy. Okay, it's like, hey, I've been giving it up to you for free, but it's just a limited time offer. So you got to buy the cow now. So she got knocked up. Ned knocked her up. And so at least the good thing about Ned is he did the honorable thing and got married before the baby came out. Okay, was she actually showing? Probably not. I think somebody, if it's just as long as like within 3 or 4 months of the pregnancy, then you're really not going to see much of the baby bump during the wedding. I mean, it's not like she's already showing. Not that it's embarrassing, because there's a lot of people get married even though they're already showing and they're pregnant. It looks. Does it look weird? No, it's just kind of awkward. The only problem is, so that was his plan. Just up, she's old, then kick her out and get a new model again, get another younger girl, so he could say, that's what I like about these high school girls. All right. I get older, they just stay the same age. Yes, indeed. So I just, not that, like I said, there's anything wrong with that. I'm just pointing it out, what the reality is, because you gotta. Sometimes when people tell you one thing, you gotta read between the lines. Okay, he wanted to say that yes, they did break up, and he said it's his fault because he was cheating on her. Okay, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But don't tell us that you broke up because you were cheating on her. And let's get into the reason why you were cheating on her, because she was already old for your standards, and that's why you kicked her out. What other reason? What other reason could it be? Because if you were perfectly happy with her, then why would you need to cheat on her? Okay, because he wanted something. He didn't want something old anymore. He wanted something young, which I could perfectly respect if I could understand. It's not. I would have no problem if he said that. If he just kind of like, but how how politically incorrect would that be? To say, oh, she's too old now. That's fine. So, would I do the same thing? I don't know. I'm not in that situation. I the boss and I are close in age. I'm actually just 2 years older than her, and we had our first child when after 5 years when we were married. The boss wanted to have a baby right away, but I told her, you know what, let's kind of my plan or strategy was at that time was like I wanted to save up and work as much as possible and get some kind of savings set up before we started having a family. So after 5 years where I worked a lot of jobs, we were able to save enough. And I said, you know what, this is pretty good. Some of the investments that I did actually worked out. So I said we can start having a family. That was like 5 years later. Okay, so it was 5 years after we were married. Okay, and then we finally had our first baby. So that's where Ned and I are different, is because number one, I'm close to age with my wife because we got married in our 20s. And number two is we didn't have our first baby until 5 years later. So there was a lot of, family planning for those 5 years. Where Ned made the mistake is he didn't, like a lot of Filipinos, is he did the Filipino thing where like family planning, what's that? So he didn't do any family planning, or maybe he was, and maybe it just wasn't executed properly. So like I said, when now he's in a relationship, now he's married, the rules have changed. Okay, so that's probably why he's aged a lot, because now he's married with child. Just like me, I'm married with children. So life is a lot different versus when you're single or when you're young. When he was making those comments about me, he was still single, where he didn't care. And now that he has a baby, now he has to think about, he has to think about his actions now and how it's going to affect the baby. I mean, same thing with me. It's like my actions. I have to think about. I always have to think first before I do any of my actions, because I think about how is it going to affect my family, how is it going to affect my kids. Because before, he could be an asshole, like Ned is like an asshole, and he could be an asshole and he could do things that will get people in trouble, and he's okay with that because he doesn't have to be. He could be an asshole and it doesn't affect anybody. Now, if he's an asshole and something happens to him, then who's going to take care of the baby, right? Who's going to take care of his daughter? Because if he's out there being an asshole in a third world, then who's going to buy his daughter French fries if something ever happens to him? Okay, so yeah, imagine that, having no French fries for his daughter. Somebody, if he's not buying his daughter French fries, then somebody else is going to be buying his daughter French fries. But anyway, the point is, I'm saying that it changes people, where your priorities change when you have a family. Okay, maybe it probably is he probably should have spent more time. I mean, I would probably say, or I could guess, I could assume, I could be wrong. Ned could come on to the live stream and he could probably tell me that, but I'm thinking that he was with Michelle longer than he was with his new wife. Okay, with Michelle, I think he was vlogging with her for 5 years, and then with his new wife, he was probably with her like what, 5 months, and he knocked her up. So why didn't he knock up Michelle for 5 years he was with, but this new one he was only with 5 months, and then knocked her up right away? How? I mean, the math doesn't. You would think that the one he was with longer, he would get pregnant, versus the one he was just knew even less than a year, and he already got her pregnant. Maybe I could be wrong. Maybe he can come here and correct me. He says, no, I knew her for a year before I got her pregnant. Well, how long did you know Michelle before you didn't get her pregnant? You would think that you would have something more in common. I mean, he did come on my stream, and you can't tell me that the Michelle was the best thing that ever happened to you, and then dump her for a younger one, and knock her up, and not knock Michelle. I mean, anyway, I'm just pointing out the irregularities, but this is not about him now. It's about back to the girls from Cavite. So I kind of lost my way there. Got talking about Ned and his situation, because there's a lot of, like I said, inconsistencies with his story, and I understand that, but we still have to learn to read between the lines, and then we'll go back to him, especially when we start talking about the subject, because he's definitely probably a good example, because I've noticed that I was wondering if he was going to do like a follow-up video or a follow-up stream after he streamed with me. I was waiting for that, and I've noticed that he didn't. So it's like, I wonder if my stream with him or my conversation with him had anything to do with him not streaming, because that was like 2 weeks ago, and he hasn't given us any updates. So anyway, back to what I was saying to this girl. So let's go to what do we got over here? The first time, Tom says that my powers of speculation and in the windows are almost as good. I don't know about that person, but I mean, here's the link. If you're more than happy to discuss it, I don't know not much about that person to really comment on that. So there you go. So if you want to come on my link on the live stream and discuss it, Daryl says, "What about Shanna and Zarina? What about them?" I guess your guess is as good as mine. I mean, I was in prison for the last 3 years, so you probably have more information. If anybody you should ask Hemi. He still keeps track of all those girls I met from the first generation. They could probably tell you if they have jobs or if they've moved from a different country or they have businesses or families now. So Daryl, the person you should be asking that has up to date information on that is Hemi. But back to what Tom is saying, it's like I don't really know what he means about speculation in innuendos. Okay, pretty much when I make a statement, I usually have like facts to bring it up. Just like when I said that like he didn't want to be with Michelle anymore, not because he was cheating on her. They broke up because she was over 25. Okay, I don't know how that's a speculation or innuendo versus his wife, current wife, is like what, 20 or 19 or just a teenager when they first met. So, I mean, I'm not going to hate on him. If he likes teenagers, I'm not going to sit here and judge him and saying, oh, he likes teenagers. But I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm holier than thou or mightier than thou because somebody else likes teenagers. It's like, I'll just say, hey, Ned, you and I are like, we have the same taste in girls. We like young girls also. We don't like old girls. Yeah, but if I've been in a relationship with somebody for a long time, right? I'm not gonna just throw it all away just so I can have a young girl. But I guess he still had the option. As for me, it's like, I'm not that kind of person that I'll lead somebody on for years and years and years. If I don't like them, if I have no plan on getting married to them, I'm not going to lead them on like he did for 5, 6, 7 years, and then like go all over the internet and say, oh, we're a happy couple, we're the Filipino dream, or we're my Philippine Grammarly or messed up the name of the country dreams. Okay, this is which is not really the reality here, right? This is the dream that we're talking about, but it was actually further from the truth, right? If I wouldn't be going online and leading her on, and then people saying in the comments, oh, you make a great couple, you're so happy together. Look at her, we're Philippine dreams, when the whole time he was just like stringing her along, leading her on. Now, I would never another human being, that's somebody's daughter, that's somebody's brother. That's somebody's sister. Okay, another thing. I don't want them doing that to me. Dreams, okay. You're so happy. It's like saying, yeah, we're a happy couple, we're gonna get married when the time is right. We can't be rushing into things. We can't be rushing into this, but then he'll go and get married to somebody he just barely knows less than a year. I'm not making that up. I mean, he says it publicly on his channel. Why are you making it seem like I'm doing it? Why would marry her? Okay, they're just saying, okay, it's not the right time. Gets together with somebody less than 20 years old, got knocked her up. What are we supposed to say here? What's the conclusion here? Why was he willing to knock this up that he just met less than what his relationship is with Michelle? I mean, somebody explained that to me in the comments. I'd be more than happy. Here's the link. You could prove me wrong, right? I'd be more than happy to discuss the issues or where you think I'm wrong. But I think what I'm pretty much saying is based on what he's telling us, on the facts, on the timeline alone. I mean, I'd be wrong, but I'm just saying he knew Michelle longer than he knew this girl before he knocked her up. And if I'm right, then why can't why can't he just come out and just says, you know what, she was just too old. The whole time I was just stringing along. I would respect that. I would just like, okay, fine. He should. I've been in a long relationship. I told the girl, you know what, you're just good enough for now. Don't think that at the end of this we're going to get married. So I want you to have the choice whether you want to continue this relationship or not. Okay, because it's not fair to her that to be stringing her along those many years. I mean, if anything, at least I would have fixed her teeth, so she'd be a lot better than how he first found her. But he found her online, so he figured you could just throw her back online. You could just find another Ned online like she did before. So why bother fixing her teeth? I think it's just because it's just courtesy. Because I fixed it because it's important. I mean, I have teeth. It's important to me. You would think that they were making enough. I mean, the reason why the YouTube channel is popular is because of her, not because of his ugly mug. I mean, that's not an innuendo. That's not a speculation. His channel was popular not because of his ugly mug or any of his information. It was because of her. And you would think he would use some of that YouTube money that he was making. I mean, that channel is the way it is because of her to fix her freaking teeth. That's all. Does that make me a bad person? I think that makes me a fair person. If somebody disagrees with me, come on the chat and explain that to me. That like, how come she didn't get at least a little bit of new YouTube money? Because that's what he was using her to make her popular, to sell his books based on her, that you would think that she would fix her teeth. Put some braces on that girl. My goodness, man, she looks like a rake with those teeth. She's got like this snaggle tooth also. I mean, that's cheap over here, especially where he's at. It's like $500. I mean, that's like half of what he would. I mean, like 1 month of YouTube money, at least, give it to her teeth, at least, for the love of God. I mean, talk about milking the cow, at least, take care of her teeth so she wouldn't look like a rake. And then the people are attacking me like I'm the one who didn't put any braces on her. I actually had money for braces for our friends, and I wasn't even sleeping with them. They weren't my girlfriend or anything. And I set him up to have braces. And here he is, this girl that was living with him for years and years and built this channel for him, wouldn't fix her teeth. No, and I'm the bad guy here. So Tom, explain that to me. Tell me the speculation and innuendo there. Yes? No? Maybe so? Okay. So if you have any other... so if you're just going to put a statement out there without any support, well, then, how can we have a discussion here? How can we have a conversation over here? And that person you're talking about, I don't know anything about him. I mean, I remember when I started vlogging, he left a few comments, but he didn't leave any more comments after that. The only thing I know about that guy, I think, what's his name? Jim Bob told me that he was a bachelor course graduate. Does that exist? Like there's actual people that graduate from the bachelor course. Now, somebody can correct me, okay? But Jim Bob told me, so it's kind of his hearsay. So if he's wrong, or if he's lying, I don't want to perpetuate a lie over here. That I heard that he told me that that guy that you're saying, Tom, is a bachelor course graduate. Now, if this person is a bachelor course graduate, I mean, number one, I wouldn't be admitting it. And number two, what kind of credibility does a person have if he's a bachelor course graduate? And I think somebody confirmed that he's also graduate. Not only is a bachelor course graduate, he also graduated with honors. Okay. Now that means that this person completely has no credibility whatsoever. Anything he says, it'll always be tainted because he's a bachelor course graduate. It means he's one of these bachelor course disciples, especially if he's got honors. I mean, what the heck do you have to, now that I think about it, what do you have to do to get honors from a bachelor course graduate? I mean, if you take the bachelor course, what would you have to do to actually graduate with honors from the bachelor course is probably my question. Tom, can you clarify? Can somebody tell me, how do you graduate with honors from the bachelor course? I didn't even think that those people actually existed. And if they did, why would they admit that they were like a graduate from the bachelor course? Are they happy? Were they disgruntled? Because I know that everybody who actually met me and actually went through the experiences with any of the friends that we were with are perfectly happy. They were like, come back again. And then you saw it with your own eyes, and then they would come on the live stream and chat and say that, okay, this is that everything that Bebot only says is all in the up and up. Okay, they're already talking about coming back again and enjoying and having a great time, and that they would love to do it again. And this isn't about any bachelor course or any, well, I don't know what the hell that is. Somebody will have to explain that to me. All I know is, you got people selling books, people selling courses. I mean, this stuff is free. Okay, my information is free. All this stuff that I tell you, you don't need a book for, you don't need a bachelor course for. The only thing that I remember that I would charge people was through the website. I said they would pay their $30, but this is what I would do, because all the stuff that I'm saying, I've already said it. Okay, and what becomes a problem is where they're paying their money for me is because they don't want to spend the time to go through all that information. I mean, I must have made like 10,000 videos starting like from 15 years ago. I like everything I've said over and over and again. And it's like these people, I always say, it's like I call them up and they make a contribution, and I say, what's up? You've been watching my stuff, what, 2 weeks? I've been doing this, 15 years. And you came in here and you've been just watching my stuff 2 weeks. Go, yeah, that's why I made a contribution. I just don't have time to go through those 15 years. Can I just kind of give me the highlights? So that's what I'm doing. What I'm not doing is I'm not giving a course. I'm not selling them information. What I'm doing is I'm saving them time, because they have more money than they have time. I know exactly what that means. I don't have all the time to go through your 15 years worth of videos. Okay, I only have this much amount of time, and I would just like really directly like to just ask you the specific questions that just kind of are relevant to me. I mean, they're all relevant. Okay, so yeah, and it doesn't really help because I usually just spend 6 to 8 hours talking to them like I would do here over Skype, or right now it's like over WhatsApp. My last conversation on WhatsApp usually lasts around anywhere from 4 to 8 hours, and maybe 90% of those people, after the 4 to 8 hours, I would never talk to again, because I would tell them the 4 things. Remember, I said the 4 things you need to be with a Filipina. Never mind, Filipinas, they're just like living in the moment. Okay, that means they're just whatever. They're just the environment. So whatever that moment is what they're living for. So there's really nothing about them that you're looking for, that the qualities that you're looking for. There are no qualities in a Filipina that you're going to be looking for, because it's just they're living in the moment, and whatever that moment is what they're doing, or what they want, or what dictates their actions. Okay, what that moment represents. So there really is no qualities that you could say that you're going to be looking for a Filipina. Okay, I want this, I want that. But there are qualities that is going to be needed from you for you to become the man that she wants. Okay, and that's why I really don't have any problems with any of the Filipino girls that I interact with, is because I know what these qualities that they're looking for. Okay, and I have no problem giving them those qualities that they want. Okay, what is it so special about you, Bebatoni? Number 1, I know what I want. Okay, number 2, I know what they want. Number 3, I know what I have to do to get them what they want. Okay, and all you have to do is figure that out also, and you'll be just fine. And it's very simple, it's very basic, and you could do it also. But let's go back to the comments. Tom says, me thinks you protest too much. Okay, I don't know, what am I supposed to respond to that? Okay, me thinks you protest too much. Would you like to come on the live stream and you can explain what do you mean by that? So, Tom, I mean, what is it? What you got something to say? Can you please be more explicit or more specific or elaborate what you mean? I mean, if I'm saying something wrong, please correct me. Like you nothing is stopping you. There's no moderator telling you you can't say this, you can't say that. I'm always saying if I'm wrong, please correct me. Okay, you're free to type in at any time where I'm wrong. Okay, and if you have an opinion or if you're making a statement, please support it with something that we can that so I can say, oh, you're right and I'm wrong. But so far, every statement that I've made supporting arguments for any statement that I made. Like when I said, oh, Michelle's too old. Why? Because she's over 25. Okay, and then my other way to supporting it, it's like his wife. How old was she when they met? Like what, 20? Right? 19? What the hell? Somebody correct me. Okay. And if you told me it's like 21, I go, oh my gosh, I stand corrected. I was so off, from 20 to 21 or from 19 to 21. Like it's a big deal. Like no, it's not. Right. So let's not split hairs here at the same time. Let's just stick with the generality, well, the trend anyway, right? So, is there a big difference between 20 and 21? No. Is there a big difference between what? Michelle was what, 27, 28, what, 30 and 20 or 21? Yeah. Like 9-year difference from 21 to 30, huge difference. I mean, there's no difference between like 91 years old and like 99 years old. There's no difference. But from like 20 or 21 to like 30, 29, 30, Michelle, yeah, that makes a big difference. That's like the main prime baby rearing age of women. So he could have like a biological reason. It's like, oh, I can't have any babies with this one. It's too old. Maybe they were trying for a while. Right. And then, that's kind of like, I don't want to bring up like skeletons in the closet about it. I mean, he could come on the stream and say, yeah, she couldn't have a baby. This one I knocked up right away after trying. That's why I married her. I mean, he could explain that to me. I mean, explain, right? He can come on the stream just like he did the last time. No problem. He could make comments. He could do his own stream like last time. It doesn't have to be like a dick about it, like he did in his last stream about me. So I think one of the things is like, the problem is that, like I said, he definitely, I think what he did was he definitely got a lot of personal pictures about me. So that was like a dick thing to do. And then back then he was a dick then because he was, he's a dick, right? And that's why I had to apologize for it. And I accept it, and I say it, but I'm just pointing it out at the same time. So let's go back to, okay, enough about him. I don't think Tom is going to engage in this conversation with him. So let's go back to my conversation with, well, what do we want to call her? Let's just call her Lynn. Okay, let's just call her Lynn. Okay, so I don't want to say like this girl because I'm going to start talking about other girls. So this girl, so Lynn, I started talking to Lynn on the phone. So she was really happy. She goes, what happened? And it's the usual. She's like, you should be careful. You should be more careful about what you're doing, who you're doing it with. Like, yeah, I know. Of course, I'm careful. And she wanted to confirm who it was, who the girls were. And I said, yeah, it's the girls that stole the phone, is what I told her. She goes, the same ones that stole the phone, the one where you had the video of them stealing the phone. I go, yeah, it's the same ones. She goes, oh my gosh. They did that after you've been helping them? Yeah, I know. Yeah. She's just like, rub it in. Well, she's like going like rubbing it in. Like, it's like, you have to be very careful. You can't just trust anybody. It's like, yeah. Yes. She wanted to, like, I told you so or something like that. You shouldn't be hanging out with them. You should be hanging out with us instead. This would never happen. Yeah. I got it. And then she started telling me, like I said, about all the girls after I left. After I didn't leave, after I was gone. What was happening? And she told me this one. Quincy, help me out over here. Quincy, are you there? Or are you busy? Because I know you talk to these girls, and I just wanted to clarify the information that I get from them. Because especially with Lynn, it's like you can't. She's always, when she tells you something, she's like, it's not just her. It's like everybody. They always kind of put their own twist on an actual event. So he said something about uh, she said something about Attorney Mark. Okay, and I hope what she was saying is actually wrong. I actually hope that he's fine and he's doing well. He's just and not anywhere that he's not interested in being online anymore. Just like a lot of people are after I was gone. Okay, not just Sissy, but a lot of people that I was involved with, and I know Donna doesn't. I don't. Donna doesn't vlog anymore. I don't know how long afterwards. I know Sissy doesn't vlog anymore. I don't know how long afterwards, but I know he was bullied by Ned because Ned is a bully, and what's that makes him a bad person because all bullies deserve to go to hell. Uh, so because so Ned bullied off Sissy off YouTube and caused his divorce. And then I know Donna doesn't vlog anymore, so a lot of people that I was expecting to be vlogging still are not vlogging anymore, including Attorney Mark. So she said something that was kind of disturbing. Why Attorney Mark doesn't vlog anymore? And there were other people that used to be part of the live stream that was very active, like I think Mike M. Right, Mike M was very active, and then I don't see him anymore. The only two people that that I know for sure from our old contributors that supported our content back then was number one Quincy. I know he's one of our avid supporters back then. I always thank him for his contributions, Quincy. And number two was Esoteric Lurker. I remember you now, Esoteric Lurker. I would give you monthly requests because invoices because there was something with the way with his debit or credit card was working that I needed to send him a request every month. So I remember you now, Esoteric Lurker. And like I said, people are asking what happened to them. Is I don't know. It's like here they are. At least two of them are still here, and nobody contacted them. Nobody from the police contacted them. The only contact they got was from the cybercrime police pretending to be my wife, asking them for more money after they hacked into my bank account and my checking account and my PayPal account and my credit card accounts. I wanted to answer Hemi's question. Hemi asked the it's not a stupid question, but it's an obvious question. If anybody's ever gotten their credit card hacked or anything like that, somebody has to be responsible for it. And my biggest problem was that with any credit card, if you know how credit cards work, you usually have like a window where you could dispute it, where the bank or the bank doesn't pay the credit card, but it has to be within 30 days. And if you don't dispute it, then you're responsible. Then they're just accept. Then the banks will just accept that's an actual charge, that it was actually a legal a legal transaction. Okay, what complicated my situation was that I didn't know this was actually happening. I was in prison during that time, and the only notice the boss started getting was 3 months was when it went into collections already. By then, and this is pretty much common knowledge. This is pretty much common practice that after that, then you're the one liable for it. Okay, there's like, of course you have that window, and if you don't take advantage of that window, they consider it a valid transaction. So what makes it difficult is that I had so after they emptied out my checking account, I don't really want to talk about how much money that they robbed me of my checking account because they were able to hack into it. They they knew my biggest mistake was they knew my email that I was using publicly, and they were able to hack into it because my phone was connected. My SIM card was connected to that email, so they were able to hack into my checking account. And after they emptied out my checking account, they emptied out my with Heroes tuition money on it and his football money. They were able to use then they used my credit cards. What BPI, Bank of the Philippine Islands, did after my credit card came due, right? So what happened was that I also had a dollar account. Okay. So there was a dollar account. And what happened was my dollar account with BPI that was in dollars, they converted it to pay the credit card. But there was so much interest already in it that it didn't cover the whole thing. I repeat, because there was so much interest that was already accrued those 3 months that it didn't the dollar account that they converted to pesos wasn't enough to cover it. Okay, so that's why they were saying, oh, you still owe money. And that's when we started getting calls. And the boss didn't know about it because this was an account that she was managing. I was managing this account. But for some reason, what makes this really painful, what makes this really exquisitely painful and ironic is the banks, the manager, everybody knew I was in prison when this was going on. They should have been able to put 2 and 2 together that like, hey, this is something fraudulent is happening with his account because everybody knows he's in jail. He's in jail right now. Just like the people who figured out that they were getting PayPal requests like Esoteric Lurker and Quincy. It's like, this can't be him. This can't be his wife because he's in jail right now. How can he be sending a request? Right? Just like the bank and the bank manager should have known that like, hey, it's not him making these charges. But they're like, oh, okay, but he's got his dollar account. So we're off the hook. So we made money so everybody makes money. Everybody's happy except me because we could take the money out of his dollar account. Yes, it's illegal for them to convert my dollar account and turn it into and pay off the credit cards. But that was the same bank that I have that I had the credit card with. So they didn't want to be on the hook for that because they knew something illegal was happening. So they went ahead and converted my dollar account. That was actually the dollar account from one of our contributors. I forgot his name, but that was the money that we were going to use to to buy a townhouse. And I can't get a townhouse right now because the police already stole the money. They robbed the money. And that's why they filed the cases against me. So now that they robbed me from money, anyway, let's not. I just wanted to answer that question that Hemi had. That's why I responded. Hemi, you shouldn't be asking questions that you already know the answers to because that's what it's all about. So Quincy says here. So Quincy says here. So the problem is, Attorney Mark stopped vlogging. Well, I haven't seen him. He hasn't messaged. But what he did was he continued just like with Quincy over here. They went on without me. They continued their relationship with our friends without me. So what's the best way to explain this, Quincy? Should I continue? Should I not even bother? The information is too unreliable, or should I just say that the information is the source of the information is unreliable, but it is consistent with the events that's happening or with what I'm seeing. But there's a lot of people that are online that just don't want to be online anymore. That they're doing fine. Like I'm sure Donna is not blogging anymore. I saw her subscribe to my channel. She's got if you look at her, her subscription is actually public. So I saw when she subscribes, for people that have their subscriptions public, she actually subscribes. So I'd like to think that she's listening right now. If she's listening right now, I'd like to say, hey, how's it going? I hope you're doing well. I'm doing fine. It was, what I went through was a tragic experience, but there's a reason why bad things happen to good people, and everybody knows I'm a good person. I'm definitely a better person than Ned. I would never attack somebody's family or use it like all these other vloggers. I'm definitely a way better person than all these other vloggers. I would never attack them if something like this happened to them, because number one, they should know better, and if they don't know any better, then that makes me a better person. So I would never do that. People go through a lot of bad situations all the time, and I would never I perpetuate the lies. I would know better, obviously. But of course, when people are jealous of your success or whatever it is, that there are other issues. The psychology of the bullies. Why do people become bullies? Why is Ned just like your classic, typical bully? And then he bullied, and he knows he can't bully me, but he can bully Sissy. Is probably, and they're classic bullies. And at least he's a bully that actually knows that when he can't bully somebody, and that he'll come and apologize. But for weak people like Sissy, I mean, that's not right that he's going to be bullying Sissy. I think but he did eventually apologize for it. But the fact that he even did such an asshole thing, right, of course would make me a better person, because I would never do that to Sissy. As much as I talk about Sissy and about his kinky fetishes, I would never bully him to the point to cause him to divorce and bully him off YouTube. I mean, that's just a dick asshole thing to do for Ned to do. And I know he apologized for it, and we accepted it, and we moved on, right? But the fact that Sissy is gone and divorced for it, because of what he did, you can't erase it. I mean, you can apologize for it, but it's like you couldn't undo it. It's like maybe you shouldn't have done it in the first place, because Sissy had nothing to do with me. I've never met the person, and what makes it even worse, I didn't even do anything wrong for you to be bullying him off of YouTube. And Ned did it. What kind of person is Ned, right? Why does he have to come off? Why does he have to be a bully is probably the question that we should all be asking, right? What gives Ned the right to bully Sissy? And Sissy never did. He's one of the, I'll admit, I like Sissy. I would hang out with Sissy, and a lot of people like Sissy. And for some reason, Ned used that opportunity. All right, the crime that the police did and lies that they created and false accusations, he used that opportunity like a typical bully asshole to attack Sissy. And I don't think he ever attacked Sissy before, but he used that opportunity to attack Sissy. What an asshole. Anybody agree, disagree? And, like I said, he apologized for it. He knew it was wrong. At least I can give him that. But, do we excuse him for doing it in the first place, right? What is this, high school still? What is it? What happened to him? Can we grow up? Right? And he came on my stream, and it's like, and these were lies, and you perpetuated these lies, right? So, Quincy, should we go? Is it safe to talk about what the girls said happened to Attorney Mark, or is it just kind of too personal? I just want to get your blessing on this because sometimes I'll talk about some things that are just kind of too personal. Not that it ever stopped me before, but Attorney Mark was a good friend, and I'd like to continue that if something bad did happen or something tragic did happen, then I'd feel kind of bad talking about it. I'd like to think that he's fine, like Donna, and they're just tired of this YouTube drama, and I really can't avoid it at this point. It's not like I couldn't just like, okay, after I got out of prison, just like stay away from YouTube altogether. It was either that or continue to tell my side of the story, continue whatever it is that I find out, whatever it is that I went through this, and find out why did I go through this. And this is kind of like it. This is my conversation and I'm just thinking out loud. Okay, I went through this horrible experience, and I would like to know why. And then that's what everybody is here to help me with the reason why. I just want to know why. Is it because this is valuable information? Even Ned was acknowledging that I've had the most experience, the most unique experience here in the Philippines, and I'm slowly sharing it in a digestible manner that everybody can understand. Is that why? I mean, do I go through this? So something so tragic because Ned wouldn't be able to survive what they would have killed him a long time ago. Because if you don't know how to get along with people, someone like Ned would just piss off too many of the wrong people, and they would just put him down, and that would be him getting off easy if that was the case. The point I'm saying here is that uh, good things happen to bad people, and what that reason is, it must be for a better reason or a higher calling, and I'm here to find out why. Okay, why is it? Why did that happen? Why did the why did the girls falsely accuse me of raping them? Why did the police falsely accuse me of human trafficking? And I just showed you, because they could steal money, so just like that Korean businessman, I think it was back in 2016. Their case is ongoing, by the way, still. That Korean businessman that was killed after he gave his money, which we will get into in a moment. But I want to talk to Quincy. Quincy says, without verification, it is sharing a rumor, but it's not like I'm accusing him of anything illegal that he did. I'm just saying it's kind of like a tragic story. And without verification, I don't really want to perpetuate the rumor. But can we talk about the rumor, knowing that it's possibly a rumor? So it's probably the blessing I'm trying to get from you, Quincy. If you're okay with it, then I'll move on. I mean, if you're not okay with it, then I'll move on to the next subject. But if you're okay with it, because you kind of know the story, and you heard the same story, and I'm trying to get confirmation with you, then is it okay to talk about this story? Because it's kind of tragic, and I would like to get your blessing, because I respect and value your opinion, and sometimes maybe I'm insensitive, and sometimes I would rather, it's more important for me to tell the story. But Attorney Mark is a nice person, and he's got family, and maybe I shouldn't be talking about this. Quincy says he would share it. Okay, black and white, he said he would share it. Okay, so knowing the fact that the sources are not reliable, it's not like me knowing firsthand. If I tell you something firsthand knowledge, then you could pretty much, it's reliable information. Okay, especially if it's something, especially if I make an accusation like the police are criminals over here, then I better have proof that they're criminals. Okay, here's the proof. They have custody of my credit cards and my accounts, and they raided my house. That's proof that you could see with your own eyes. And here's a credit card statement. Everybody knows exactly what a credit card statement looks like. And I was arrested on July 18th, and then here's these charges starting July 26th until August 6th from a card that I never use, and that was in their custody. So this is a criminal act that they did. Here's the proof that they had it in their custody. Here they even signed it. And here they are using it. It's like, I made an accusation. I didn't make an accusation. I'm just stating the facts. All right. And now the next thing is, like I said, I will do next is being falsely accused of rape. Okay. Well, what is your proof? Then I will give you that proof. I already told Quincy about it, but I'll tell it. There's probably people it's better that they see it from themselves. I was going to go into the medical legal, or an actual doctor, a licensed doctor here in the Philippines, did the rape exam, and I will share with everybody what the results are. So everybody stay tuned for that. But right now we are talking about Attorney Mark, and Quincy says it's a Thailand mystery. And yeah, that's another thing, because he's in Thailand. So he's not here in the Philippines. So we don't know. It's like, we just don't know. But here's what we know. He's not online. He disappeared, just like he disappeared with Sissy. And it's not like Sissy and Donna and Attorney Mark are all like hiding somewhere in the same place. I like to think that Attorney Mark is healthy, he's fine, he's living his life, and he's just living his life away from all this drama. But Attorney Mark is an interesting story, and I like to bring him up as an example because been living in Thailand all his life. He works there, he lives there. He's got plenty of experiences over there in Thailand. But for some reason, he just was couldn't let go of his connection with his friends here. Is that fair to say, Quincy? Do you agree with that or disagree with that? Right? I mean, if anything, you would think that with all his experience in Thailand. See, I've never been to Thailand. I mean, Quincy, if you've been to Thailand, you could maybe help explain the difference. Okay, I just know why, but I just know his friends over here, and I can understand why he'd want to become friends over here. But you would think that there's going to be poor girls over there in Thailand. Why is he making a better or a more special connection with the girls over here in the Philippines than with any of the girls in Thailand? So that's kind of where my interest comes in here, is why someone who has more access to girls in Thailand, has more experience with them. You would think that he would have a better connection with those girls than he had with the girls over here. And now it's kind of like based on my observation is that he's not making that kind of connection that he can make with the girls over here. Okay, maybe the connections he was making over there is like a superficial connection, but you would think he would be living over there, that he would make some kind of more invested connection than the girls over here that are living in a separate country. You would think that the girls that he was living with in the same country, he would have a more vested interest in than the girls over here that are in a separate country, that his job is in another country. Does that make sense, Quincy? Or I mean, like what I'm saying is consistent, or you agree, or you don't find anything wrong with it. And then, so I'm just setting it up so to just give people an idea then what went wrong, then how did it, I'm just trying to give everybody background of where Attorney Mark comes from. Okay, he could have any girl relationship in Thailand, but like he said, it's a more of a business relationship. It's probably the impression that I'm getting whenever he gets in there. He could probably get in a lot of relationships with a lot of the Thai girls or a lot of the locals, but I think with him is more of a business relationship. And then could you make the argument, then what about his relationship with the girls over here, right? Are you telling me that he's willing to come back over here and this happened because his relationship with the girls are more than a business relationship? Help me out here, Quincy. Yes or no? I only have oh gosh, how long have I been? If I get cut off, you guys are just gonna have to excuse me. I just ran out of StreamYard, and then I'll just continue it another time. Let me see how many hours I've been streaming. How long have I been streaming? 3 hours and 42 minutes is what this thing is saying. So I might have another hour left. So I might have to change the title of this stream, because I didn't even talk about the kidnapping part, how to survive kidnappings. And you guys in the comments are not really helping me which direction to steer this conversation in. We just got Quincy kind of chiming in, and then we got Tom just kind of out of the blue, and we got Daryl asking about the past, and then Jeff talking about air conditioning. So I hope I answered all your questions. Okay, but there's a lot of people listening. Okay, does anybody else have anything else to talk about before I move on, before I continue? Quincy, I'll just treat your silence as you're just nodding your head. Yes, I confirm or I agree with everything you're saying so far. You're probably saying so. Okay, so Quincy says, let's share what possibly could the rumor be, right? So I heard two versions. So I spoke to two different girls, and I asked them what happened to Attorney Mark, and they gave me two versions. Yeah, one version that Lynn put her spin on it, and then one version from Attorney Mark's special friend, and gave her generic spin on it. So I actually talked to two girls, and I just kind of asked her what happened. And Quincy saying yes, yes. Okay, we're gonna continue. So I'm gonna, if I say anything wrong or consistent, please chime in. But if you don't comment, I'll just assume that you're agreeing. So I'm gonna go ahead and say it. The rumor is that Attorney Mark is no longer with us. He has passed away while I was in prison. He's pushing daisies. He's moved on. He's passed on. He's rest in peace. His fight is over. He's part of the part of the dearly departed, is what these two girls told me. What these two friends told me that supposedly knew him. Right. And the first one, I asked how did she find out? Right. I asked Lynn, how did you find out? She says, like, a family member reached out to them or like messaged them. It's like, oh, I heard you're friends with Attorney Mark. He passed away. And then I asked the other one, it's like, what happened to Attorney Mark? She said, he passed away. It's like, how did you find out? Oh, I found out through a family like post, or like an Instagram or a Facebook post, that he passed away. And one was saying that they were directly contacted by family to say that her sources are credible. The other one was saying that that it was on a Facebook post or some kind of online post from a family member. So both of them were consistently saying that he passed away. And it was consistent with, like, okay, that makes sense, because I've been vlogging for a while, and you would think that he would be one of the people that would be contacting me just to give me an update on what's been going on while I was in prison. And lo and behold, the first thing that Lynn told me, it's like she was asking me, do you still talk to any of our contributors? And I said, just no. I mean, just like one or two, but the rest I haven't talked to. And she asked me, do you know about Attorney Mark? And I go, what, who, what, huh? What happened to Attorney Mark? And she said, he passed away. Now, this part was the part where I'm kind of like going, I don't really, it sounds far-fetched, but the romantic in me wants to believe it. It's like, okay, well, it makes sense, because it's the romantic in me wants to believe it, right? And this is what she said. This is her version of the story, and then the special friend gave me her version of the story. So I was in shock, because I said, I met him 3 years ago, and he was perfectly fine. He was perfectly healthy. He had no complaints. He had no medical issues. He had no health issues. I mean, we all could. I mean, I could lose some weight there, but I'm not gonna die, right? I went to prison and I didn't die. I went through some unhealthy conditions and I didn't die. And then here you are. People out of prison are like dying on me left and right. Okay, well, he's the only one that died that I know of, but there's other people that died, and if anybody should be dead, it should be me, which is another discussion for the special, how to survive kidnap or ransom. Okay, don't end up like the Korean that died. Okay, and he died. Like I said, one of the reasons why he died was they got the money. They were able to get the money from him, and once they got the money, they had no reason to keep him alive after that. So that's kind of like the theme of the story. Is it's like always, it's like, be always the message or the moral of what I was going to say for my planned live stream was, give them because every situation is different. Is always never give them a reason to kill you. okay? And that is especially after they get the money, okay? Because they, for them, especially with this administration, it's like they have this kind of license to kill now. It's like this license to judicially kill now, under this license, that if you're involved in drugs, they have this license to just kind of kill everybody involved with drugs. So the point I'm saying is, if you're not involved in drugs, then what would be the reason why they would be kidnapping you or killing you if you're not involved in drugs? Well, that simply is because of money. And once they have the money, just like this Korean businessman did, then whatever. But anyway, let's get back to Attorney Mark. I'll get into detail about that probably in the next live stream if this one cuts off. So with Attorney Mark, he passed away, and so this is where Lynn kind of, so obviously they ask him how, what, where, and Quincy is saying that Thailand mystery, he's probably hooked up with some girl there in Thailand. There's lots of girls there, and he just wanted to live his life privately, which is kind of, it's not like him. It just doesn't fit him. I mean, he's kind of outspoken online and very eloquent. He's very knowledgeable. He's got a lot of experience, and to be just after what happened to me, disappear and not come back here to the Philippines, and they don't see him anymore, just didn't make sense. So I could see why that it might be true to the rumor that he might be deceased more than he is just wants to live privately with his soulmate that he finally met in Thailand, and he didn't want, or he could have faked his death so the girls over here wouldn't, is another theory. It's like, okay, he just faked his death, he just posted that he passed away so the girls over here wouldn't be looking for him anymore, and that doesn't make sense. He's in another country. He could just like block them and not and just move on. But so that's the rumor. Two girls confirmed it, and so I asked him then. So naturally, the next question I asked is why? Because he was perfectly healthy the last time I saw him. Looking at the people listening, and this is what Lynn said. Remember that he came over here. He started after you went to prison. He still Attorney Mark still came over here. Remember when we went to Alabang? We stayed at his condominium and we went swimming and things like that. So we were doing that still. He was coming to see us, and we were getting together, and we were having a good time. And it was getting to a point where he was coming here, and he was close, that he was becoming very close to one of the girls, became a very special friend to her, and I don't blame him. I mean, he's a single guy. She's a young, beautiful single girl. She's hot. She's everything that you're looking for in a woman, and they made a special connection, and he would come here and visit her, and he was supporting her also, and sending her money is what Lynn was telling me. And I don't really see a reason why she would kind of lie or embellish about that fact, because if he really was, I remember he was making a special connection with this girl, and I could see him, if he was making a special connection with this girl, and they met in person, they have a relationship actually. When he comes over here, it's not like one of these relationships where they've never actually met and they've actually never interacted, just online, and you don't even know if they're catfishing or not. They were actually in a real relationship where she would come and pick him up at the airport, just like in the movies, like they were actually a couple when they would get together. So I could see, or I would believe, that he was actually supporting her and taking care of her while he's not here, because his work is in Thailand. There's no way he can find work over here in the Philippines and be able to support himself and support his special friend. So he has to. So just like with a lot of people, they have to work in another country where it has a good economy and has good jobs. And what is he going to do, right? If she needs money, of course, that's his special friend. So he has no choice but to send her money, okay, and support her. He doesn't want to leave her hungry. He doesn't want to leave her desperate. He doesn't want to leave her destitute. He doesn't want to. It doesn't want to think about what she's going to have to do if she doesn't have any money, right? And I couldn't get involved, or I wasn't any part of it, or I probably had no right to it, because number one, I was in prison, and number two, that's their own thing now. That's their. I'm not involved in that anymore. That's him sending money to this girl that's their life now. That's what they want to do. I have no say in it. I have no control of it. I mean, that's their life. That's what they want to do. That's his money. I have no right or say what he does with his money. Okay, start sending him money. Quincy, you want to comment? Agree? Disagree? Am I out of line? Am I saying anything wrong? Tell me. If you're not commenting, I just assume that you're just kind of nodding your head. You're just saying, okay, sustain, move on. Gotcha. Okay, so I got that part, so I could see that. Then, so I'm still waiting for the, okay, how did he die? Right? So how did he die part? Well, she said, okay, here's what happened. So the last time he came over here, he could already tell the last, he visits her on a regular basis. So she said that last time he was over here before he died, he could tell there was something wrong. Something wrong, like what? What was wrong? What was wrong that he could tell? What was wrong? I could tell there was something wrong. And she said, and this is what she said, and then this is consistent. Quincy's already jumping ahead of her. So this is what she tells me, right? So I'm trying to do this as best as possible. So there was already something wrong, that she's pregnant. Okay. So this special friend is pregnant, right? Now, this is where it kind of gets cloudy. Did he know, or did he just suspect that she was pregnant? Okay. And this is the hard part, right? So he suspects that she's pregnant, but what do we do here now that she's pregnant? Okay. So of course, what is she going to say? I don't know if she says, oh, by the way, I'm pregnant. Okay. What is he going to say? Is he going to pull a Ned and say, okay, well, now that you're pregnant, now that I knocked you up, then we should get married. Okay. So before the baby comes out, so we know that it's mine. All right. So, well, hold on, not so fast. Okay. Well, because, maybe because of the time, maybe because of the schedule, maybe because of the timing is off. Maybe it's not his. Okay. But anyway, I think the way she told me was that like something was off, that she was that he could tell that I think that she was pregnant already. All right. And the problem was that he couldn't be sure that if it was his baby or not, is the problem. Well, where I'm coming from, if you're from in another country and you're sending a girl money, right? And of course, when she has money, let me tell you something about girls, and let me say something basic about girls. Okay. The nothing makes a girl, nothing puts a girl more in the mood than money. Okay, because money means like food and shopping and shoes and tuition and if you bring in money, if you're bringing in money, right? Oh, nothing will turn a girl on. Nothing will make a girl hornier than money. Okay. Now the biggest problem, now that's usually no problem. Okay. Now somebody will probably just somebody in the comments will probably agree with me or disagree with me that they Quincy says that special friend told me that they never did the dance. Of course, that they might as well tell you that they're all virgins at the same time. Quincy is what they'll say to you. That's why you always have to kind of read between the lines. Okay, here in the Philippines, okay, people will say something and it's not exactly the entire truth. So Quincy over here saying that he talked to this girl also, and this special friend told me that she never did the dance with him. So how could she be pregnant then? Or how could she be pregnant with his baby if they never did the dance, right? And that's kind of inconsistent with like, why is he sending her money then if they never did the dance? And he said he wanted to wait until marriage. Okay, now who said that he wanted? Did Attorney Mark actually say that he wanted to stay until marriage? I already know the answer to that. The answer is no. Right? There's no guy that's saying they're waiting. That's like, you know what? That's like saying Ned wants to wait until he gets married before he gets a girl pregnant, or before. Right? That sounds just as ridiculous. Like Ned goes, yeah, we got to make sure. What's the word he uses? Copacetic. We got to make sure it's copacetic first before we get married or have a baby. So we got to be copacetic first. Okay. I think I heard him say that. Copacetic. Right? That's like that's the same thing as Ned. Attorney Mark saying let's wait to have a baby before let's wait to dance or have sex. Let's get married first. So I'm a guy from Thailand, and I'm going to be sending you money without doing the dance or anything like that. So here's her interpretation of what happened. So she found out that Attorney Mark found out that this special friend that he was supporting, that he was visiting here, that he thought that he had a special relationship with, this special friend is pregnant. Okay. And like I said, it's like, well, that's where the problem comes in, right? You're sending money to a girl, she gets very horny, right? And you're in another country. What the hell is she gonna do? Okay, she's a young girl, she's a young flower, and there's nothing but bees over here all over the place, like buzzing around. And and what you do is you sprinkle some water on that with your money. That flower is gonna open up. Okay, and if you're the one, pollinating it, then you should be the one. If you're the one sprinkling it, you're the one watering that flower, then you should be the one pollinating it, right? But what the hell happens if you're sending the money and you're not here? Well, guess what? That flower is still going to be open. And if there's going to be a lot of bees here, that's going to pollinate that. Can I get an amen in the comment section? That is from the special friend. He was allowed to enjoy the friends that she brings. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Quincy, a lot of this is kind of lost in your the sarcasm is being lost, but I'll throw in the sarcasm already. All this I can read the sarcasm when you're typing this, but somebody in the comments reading it might be well, then I got a comment over here. I got a comment on a video while I'm streaming. I think John Doe just left a comment. I go, why can't you just comment while I'm streaming? Can you not comment while on can't he see that I'm streaming? So John Doe just left a comment on one of my videos, and it just popped up. I go, why can't he just comment while he's? So back to the story over here. So Quincy says that the special friend was allowed to enjoy the other friends that she brings, but he wasn't allowed to. So Quincy is saying they kind of have this open relationship instead. And why she's saying that to you? I mean, I'm sure she has her reasons. We won't get into that. We won't get into that now. But let's go back to that. So attorney. So what happened was, so Lynn was telling me that after attorney Mark found out that she was pregnant with a Jejemon's baby. Okay, I don't know how he found out. Maybe the baby came out, and it looked like the Jejemon. So it's not his baby or something like that. I don't know what the timeline is, but Lynn was telling me that he died because of a broken heart, of what this special friend did to him, is what she's telling me. And I go, what? Huh? Wait, where? Huh? He died of a broken heart over a girl yeah, he wasn't even married to, that he doesn't have a baby with, and he's in Thailand, and there's so much pussy there that he would. I would never. I mean, if my wife left me, if my special friend left me, I'd be like going, oh, that's terrible. I'm so depressed. I'm like, I'm gonna kill myself, or I'm gonna. Oh, well, wait a second. I got another like booty call lined up over here. So I always say the best way to get over a girl is to get over another girl. Is what I mean, it's no big deal. I mean, this isn't even the mother of your children. Even then, your children you can't replace, but you know you can always get another stepmom. You know, and I would go down Ned's way. You know, if my wife left me for another guy, you know, some richer guy that could buy her all her Gucci bags or something like that, and her shoes, because we all know that a Filipino woman's first love is her bags and her shoes. And if a house was on fire and she had to choose between who she could save, her bags and shoes or her husband, she would get her bags and shoes, because those things have sentimental value. You know, they'll say, you know, I can get another husband, but I can't, you know, replace these shoes. Anyway, the point I was saying is that she said that, like, and maybe that's the thing about women, is they like to trash each other. They like to throw each other under the bus. So that just might be her way of throwing her under the bus, just like girls accusing other girls of having an abortion or something like that. It's unfounded, or there's no, but they'll say something vile or volatile like that. And same thing, that she says, oh, he died because of a broken heart. And like I said, well, that I'd like to believe that, because that's the romantic in me, but the practical side in me kind of like, that doesn't. He found out that okay, well then there's plenty of other girls. I mean, even Quincy said that the special friend was allowed to. Then if you know, I'm from the school that if your girl starts acting up, then you take her friend. Okay, if your girl got pregnant, got knocked up by some Jejemon, well, then you hook up with her friend instead. I mean, why not? That would be like the manly thing to do. But the romantic in me would like to believe that, like, yeah, well, maybe he couldn't make that special connection with a Thailand girl that he couldn't make with a Filipino girl. I mean, I would be living testimonial of that, because I develop feelings with these girls all the time, and I would like to think that they develop feelings for me also, that these feelings are mutual. The problem is that, you know, they'll develop these feelings for when you're not around, for the people that are around, because they just live in the moment. They're just in the moment. So if you have to be in the moment with them, okay, so they're only at the moment. So you can't really have any characteristics or features, because these people are just living in the moment. And unless you're in the moment with them, then you're not. If you're not in the moment with them, then it means that they're in the moment with somebody else, because they're always in that moment. There's nothing else that matters. Unless you're in that moment, you don't exist. Okay. People here are just, they don't care about, she wasn't thinking that this was going to break Attorney Mark's heart, and that he was going to die eventually, and that she was going to ruin her life and then ruin any chances of having a good life with him. She was just living in that moment. Okay. And that is the hardest. I mean, everybody will probably go, oh, we already know about it. They're just living for the now. They're willing to sacrifice the future just so they can get an instant gratification right now. Right. But knowing that and applying that are two different things. Okay. If Attorney Mark knew that, okay, he would, or he should have had the discipline to apply it. Because if you're sending money and you're not here, well, then there's going to be another bee pollinating her that's going to be enjoying her, because you got her all excited, you got her all horny. That's why a lot of these girls, you send them money and they take off their clothes, and once they take off their clothes, they're still horny. They take off their clothes for you, give you a live show, and once the camera is off, hey, I still got to be fulfilled. These Filipinos still got to be serviced. I have the same problem. I get the problem all the time. If I don't service them, they get angry. Let me tell you something, Filipinos, man. If they get horny and you don't give them the service, they get mad at you, and they'll so you got to give it to them. They'll get mad at you. Well, we can't get mad at Attorney Mark. He's in another country. So he died from a broken heart, because the girl that he is in love with and he's been supporting while sending her money was actually getting pregnant by another Jejemon. Okay. So that's why I kind of like, oh, this story is kind of far-fetched, and especially considering the source. I wouldn't believe it. I go, I better go talk to the special friend. I just kind of messaged her. I go, hey, how's it going? It's me. I gave my name. It's like, oh, what are you doing? And then we went through the formality. I go, hey, what happened to Attorney Mark? And she said, oh, he died. And I said, what happened? Did you kill him? As a joke. And she said, no. And her version was pretty generic. And I said, oh, he had like a bump in his stomach, and he died from that bump in his stomach. That was and I think she was probably trying to imply that he died from cancer. And I said, that's kind of far-fetched, because that was 3 years ago, and even cancer wouldn't work that fast to the point where it would kill him right away. But he said that he had a condition where he had that bump on his stomach. He goes, remember he had that bump? Oh, wait a second. That's coming back to me. Yeah, he did. He did have some kind of he did have some kind of bump. Now that I think about it. Yeah, but it wasn't giving him any problems. But yeah, I remember that now. I remember it was like a weird he did have a weird bump on his then she's saying that was the cause, but he never indicated one way or another that it was some kind of something that was going to kill him, is where the inconsistency is. But now that I think about it, I go, it's not noticeable when he's wearing clothes, but if you hang around with him long enough, the anatomy, it's kind of like that's a weird bump you have on your side. And I never really talked about it, and because he didn't bring it up, and if it doesn't bother him, and not for him to bring it up, usually it's kind of personal or private, or especially if something embarrassing like that. Usually, they can bring it up if they want to, but if they don't want to bring it up, and it's not a problem, because I'm not perfect. I've got body issues, like I'm trying to think of something in my body that's kind of abnormal, other than my whole body, I guess. But you can't really say the whole thing. But that reminds me of another story. It reminds me of the story about. Well, anyway, I don't want to get into that. I want to stick to the story. So he said that he has this kind of weird, kind of goiter on his not on his neck, but he's kind of. If you ever seen Attorney Mark, he does have this kind of weird goiter around his maybe abdominal back area. So, hmm, hmm. If anybody in the comment section has ever met Attorney Mark and can confirm what I'm talking about, and that's what she said, that it was a complication from that. And I said, oh, yeah. Kind of a coincidence. It happened at the same time that you became a single mom. Is what I have to go with. Okay, so if we're reading between the lines, Attorney Mark is deceased. She's a single mom. I mean, she did get pregnant, and it's not Attorney Mark's. It's the Jejimon baby. Okay, so we got one of these Jejimon babies now, and it broke his heart, and he got to a point where he couldn't take it anymore, and he died from a broken heart. I mean, it wouldn't be the first or the last that a man died from broken heart. It reminded me of when I was in prison. Somebody did die from because the guy was in prison because his wife. He found his wife, or his wife ran away with his best friend. So he lost his mind, and he was put in prison because of alarming scandal. Now, not only is his wife, he lost his mind because his wife ran away with his best friend. Now he's in jail on top of that, and he can't do anything about it. Just like the same kind of stressful, horrible situation I was in when the major colonel threatened my family while I was in jail. All right. So same thing that was going on with him. It's like his wife ran off with his best friend, and now he can't even try to get her back because he's stuck in jail. And it's like each moment he was in jail is like she was going further away from him. And it's the same thing like with me when I was in jail, when the major said to me that, like, okay, we're gonna, I'm extorting you for money, and if you want your kids and your wife to be safe, you better give me money, or something's gonna happen to them, is what he told me. So every day, during that time when I was in prison, I couldn't sleep because I was like scared to death that I might get some bad news, or my wife wouldn't come in, the boss wouldn't come and visit me. And the reason why the boss didn't visit me, because the major didn't get his money. So he killed my family over money. So same thing with this guy was that so eventually he was just like, he freaked out. He needed to get out, but he couldn't get out. So all of a sudden he went into seizure and convulsions, and his pulse stopped. I was like going, what the heck is going on? He went into convulsions, and I was checking his pulse, and I go, I told the prison guard, I can't feel a pulse. I don't know what I'm checking his pulses everywhere. I can't feel anything. As I told the prison guard, he was just like, one moment he was acting normal like this, the next moment it's like, he goes, I gotta get out. If I don't get out, I'm gonna die. My wife is out there running away with my best friend, and if I don't do anything about it, if I don't get out, I'm gonna die. And we're all kind of like, okay, well, calm down. Let's just think about this, right? You're not gonna die. And a few seconds later, he's like in the middle on the ground, and I told the prison guard, he's not acting. This is legit. I can't feel anything. There's no pulse. And lo and behold, he was dead on arrival. And so I witnessed it myself, that somebody could die from a heartache, from like so much pain and so much that your heart and your mind just decided to like call it quits and die from being heartbroken. I mean your heart, how is it supposed to work if it's broken? So he's part of the. So for her to say, oh, it's from that bump, but why did it happen at the same time you got pregnant and not with his baby, is what was inconsistent what she was saying. So if I had to choose, how did he die from? Did he die from his kind of like goiter, or did he die from a broken heart because she became a single mom, or maybe, because he should have listened to Bevel's only, that he shouldn't be sending money while he was gone, that he should only be, because that was one way of controlling her. Money is control. It's like, I want you to be as miserable as possible when I'm not here, and I want you to be as happy. That's what I do with the girls. That's what I do. You know what? I want you to starve. I want you to be so desperate. So when I come, it's like Christmas. I'm like Santa Claus. Okay. And then when I'm not there, it's like, I want everybody to be starving. I want everybody to be suffering while I'm not there. I want to be like two turntables and a microphone. I want to be where it's at. Where it's at. I got two turntables and a microphone. So that's what he needed to do. But if you don't have the discipline and you're just kind of like, okay, I'll just send you money, and then that's where it becomes a problem. Maybe a combination of that, okay, that this girl is now this Jejimon baby is always going to be first. And before he was first, or he was under the illusion that he was first, or he had the possibility of being first, and now he can never be first. It's always this baby, this Jejimon baby, and this Jejimon now. And that's probably, and he facilitated the process on top of that. And the sad part is this all happened while I was gone. I'd like to think that this would have never happened if I wasn't in prison. I have to live with the fact that he's going to be that somebody died while I was in prison. And I mean, same thing with the major. The major died, and I can't really say that I didn't have anything to do with it, because the major got so much money from my accounts, from my PayPals. He would have enough. It would take him 5 years to make that kind of money in his job, that you would think that he would be fine. But like with all Filipinos, because of the culture, it doesn't matter how much money they have. They could have $2, or they could have $2 million in like a week or a day or within a month. That money is all gone. It's like money that was just given, that they didn't earn, that they just stole. It's just like all gone right away. I mean, if I could make, if the major says, if I can make that money from this one person in just one day, hell, I could do it every day. Okay. And the reality is that that's what he wants, but that's not the reality. You can't be doing things like this every day, because it's going to catch up with you. You can't be like doing that to another human being, doing kind of evil acts. Actually, it's not evil acts, but living in the moment acts like that, and doing that to another human being and making another human being suffer without it coming back to you. Eventually somebody's going to say, oh, you did it to me, I'll do it to you. Okay, you can't. Every action has an equal and opposite. There's always a cause and effect. Okay, if this is what he's doing, maybe it's my fault that he's like, oh my gosh, if I did it to him, I could do it again. Look how easy it was to take his money. All right, now I got used to the money. I have to do it again. Okay, instead of just being happy with, okay, cut my losses, he did it again to another person, and again to another person. And to the point where the other person says, nah, I'm the wrong person for you to be doing that to. I mean, if he did it to me, he needed to do it to somebody else. So maybe it's my fault that I made it so easy for him, that I facilitated for him. And he did it again, and he kept doing it. And he was scamming or extorting or blackmailing the wrong person. Eventually, you keep blackmailing and keep other people suffering. You probably killed a lot of people. Well, eventually those people have families. Those people have feelings. Those people have friends. And he probably just killed the wrong person, just because after he got used to money that he stole from me, and after he got used to it, like he probably bought drugs with it, and then he needed more drugs, so he's got to steal more money. Well, I can't steal it from me because I'm already in prison. And he already emptied out my bank account. He even came again and wanted more money. And I said, okay, Chef, fine. Yeah, well, give me more money. I got more money. Sure. Just don't kill me right now. Okay. So I knew once he got the money that he would kill me. But he didn't get the money. Okay, so that's why I stayed alive. Well, he already got the money. He needed more money. So he went to go get money from somebody else. Okay, after he got so much money from me, he needed more money. So that's where my fault comes in. So maybe I had indirectly had um, a a contribution to his death because number one, I gave him all this money, and number two, after he spent it after like a weekend in the casino or buying drugs or whatever it is, whatever vices he has, I'm sure he has all the vices. That's why he has to do this to continue his vices. He has to do this to other people. Then I what happened was he needed after it ran out, he needed to do it again, and he did it to the wrong person, and it came back to him. So that's why he's dead now. The important thing here is that he's dead and I'm alive. That's but the problem is I was too late because by the time I got out, all these girls are pregnant, and one of the collateral damages is that if it is true, then Attorney Mark is not with us anymore. If it is true. If it is a rumor, then I take it all back. I was wrong. All these lies, then that's fine. I wish somebody would come on. I wish he would come onto the stream, or somebody would come in and say that all this was wrong and all this was a rumor. But so far, nobody. Just Quincy. Just what is from? So she is a single mom, but her baby is living with the dad in a different city. Damn, you know a lot about these friends. She is a single mom, but her baby is living with the dad in a different city. Is it the same Jejimon? Is it Raphael's baby? Quincy, can you confirm that? Because I remember before I got out of prison, I was breaking them up. I was trying to break up her relationship with Raphael. Remember, he got the tattoo of Raphael on her back, and I go, oh my gosh, that's so wrong. See, this is what happens when you give girls money directly. Is the first thing they'll do is they'll get tattoos. You give a girl money, send a girl money when you're not there. The first thing she's gonna do with the money is tattoo her boyfriend's name. That's gonna be that you got her all horny with the money, and thanks to your money, the Jejimon boyfriend that's here, and you're not, and he's in the moment, and you're not in the moment, is getting her pregnant, and of course they're going to be because sex is a powerful thing here in the Philippines. I mean, sex is how you control a girl. I mean, if you're having sex with a girl, it means you have control of her heart and soul. And if you're not, and if she's having sex with somebody else, then that's the Jejimon is what controls her. So sex is a form of control over here. Money is a form of control. If you're giving her what she wants emotionally, not just financially, then you have total control over her. But the problem comes in if you're just giving her, if you're giving her what she wants financially, and you're not there to give her the emotional and physical needs or wants that she has, then she's going to get it from somebody else. Because, like I always say, they're living in the moment. Okay, now the problem is that they're just living in the moment. That's not a problem. The issue is you don't know how to apply what you know. And if you're just sending money now, the problem comes in is, well, what are we supposed to do? You know, I was in prison, and there's nobody else that he could be sending the money to be able to take care of his special friend on his behalf. And you're right. I really have no argument with that because there's nobody else here in the country that you can trust except me. I'm the only one in the whole, not these vloggers, not Ned, not Sissy, not your special friends, not all these cam girls, not all these single moms. Me. I'm the only one you can trust in the whole that will be using your money on your behalf. Okay? Because if you do it to them directly, they'll be doing it on their Jejimon's behalf because that is what they want. Because that's who they're spending all their time with. Okay, and I always said that, like I said, I always have this story when there was this one guy from the first generation. He would always sign up and send money to the girls. All right, and there was this one girl that he would be sending money to for years. And once he would send money, the boyfriend would be living with her. And once he stopped sending money, they would break up. He would find out, oh, the boyfriend's living with her, so he'd stop sending money. They'd break up. So once they find out, oh, we broke up, we're not together anymore. Can you keep sending me money? So he sends money. Guess what? They get back together again. Okay. And then they break up when he stops sending money. So what's funny is he stops sending money. They break up. She doesn't have a boyfriend. She contacts me. So she makes videos with me. I make it public. The guy who sends money sees it, starts sending in her money. So he doesn't make videos with me anymore. Then the boyfriend moves in with her. Then the boyfriend moves in together. So that's what you do is when you're sending money and you're not there. Okay, you got to apply what you know and not take what you know and just live in denial or under the delusion that, like, oh, because I'm sending her money, that she's going to be honest and she's going to be loyal to me. She's only being honest and loyal to you if you're there and you get her and when your money's there. So only be there when your money's there. But if your money's there and you're not there, well, guess what? She's enjoying the money without you. So guess what's going to happen when you're here? She's not going to be enjoying when you're here. So she should only be enjoying. She should be suffering when you're not here. She should only be enjoying and she should be only happy when you're here. So when you're gone, she's going to be very lonely and she's going to be very unhappy and she's going to be missing you and she's going to want to be happy again and she can't wait to see you again. But if you're making her happy and sending her money and you're giving her financial support and you don't have the emotional or physical support to follow up on that financial support, then you're just basically messing up your situation. You're just doing it to yourself. And I guess Attorney Mark's excuse is like, he didn't have a choice because I was in prison, is probably all I have to say. And here we go. We got a troll over here. Here, it's already 12:31. I don't know if we have a lot of time left, but here we got a troll. So the troll, we'll give him a link if he wants to join the live stream. So there's the link if you want to join the live stream. So it'll be interesting. But I don't know how much time we have left. I've been streaming for like over 4 hours now. So whether we run out of time or we have any. So it's 4 hours and 31. And I know I only have a 20-hour limit. So I'll invite our friend over here to join the live stream. So if he doesn't want to join the live stream, so we got a troll. So we'll invite trolls. I've had trolls over. I've had trolls. So I have no problem having him join. So that pretty much sums up the conversation. So whether anybody agrees or disagrees with that, let me know in the comments. If you guys have any reactions to it, let me know in the comments. But I have to change the title of this because I didn't even get to how to survive Kidnap for Ransom. But hold on. There's a comment I need to check. John Doe left a comment real quick. And I want to check what he said. I'll figure out which video he left it on, see if I could comment on it or respond to it right away. Hold on, my computer is a little slow. So bear with me while I try to check what he wrote. And the link there is available for anybody who wants to join. But like I said, we might get cut off. And I need to go to the bathroom pretty soon. So I'm going to take a bathroom break. Myself. This thing is lagging. Any questions, comments, reactions? I don't know why John Doe is leaving a comment right in the middle of a live stream here, but I'll check what his comment says. He says, John Doe says, you are certainly speaking out about your personal experience with the Philippine criminal justice. And let's see if there's any results. We don't know. It's like waiting for other people's actions. I'm not really waiting for them. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for my own action. What is your actions? Basically, you can't control other people's actions. So the criminal justice system, well, what are your actions? What are you going to do about it? It's a question you have to be asking yourself, because if you're waiting for other people's actions, well, you're going to be you're here in the Philippines. If you're waiting for somebody else, well, you're going to be waiting for nothing is the problem. So if you want something to happen, you have to cause it to happen. You have to facilitate it to happen, or nothing will happen. If you're just waiting and doing nothing, then the answer is nothing will happen. Is my response to that. And I had some interesting comments earlier. Probably want to react to. So Ben, if you want to join the live stream, be more than happy to do a discussion. We could talk about it. If you have any questions, we can discuss it over the live stream. But just keep in mind, I don't have a lot of time. So last thing I want is get into a discussion, then we get cut off. So, but if you want to join the live stream, here it is. There's the link. Just click on it and just join, just like when Ned joined. Just let me know if you're going to join, and so I can go to the bathroom, and we can talk as long as the StreamYard will allow us to talk. Okay, anybody else have any questions or comments? But I think I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to have to figure out what this title is. Because if Ben doesn't want to join in, then I don't really want to open up another subject, or maybe I will, because it's already 12:36 here. And I'm concerned that if I open up another subject, we start at 9, 4 hours. You don't have to stay that long, Ben. You could just we'll just say hello and just kind of talk about just some general stuff. I'm just looking for somebody to talk to. And we don't have to talk about anything specific if we don't want to. So he says I have to go because he's saying he doesn't want to join the stream. Is what he's saying. So I'm just saying you can just join, just come in, chat a little bit. We get to know you, see what makes you tick, what makes you what motivates you, what you're looking for in life. Just kind of general nonsense. So it'd be more than just click on that link and you could join the conversation with me. And we'll have a conversation. So I'm waiting here, StreamYard, nothing hasn't showed up. And we'll talk. I mean, I do understand. It's one thing to be like making comments and just writing, but to be you can even use one of those voice changers if you want, if you don't want your voice to be recognized. So that's fine. I don't really need one of those voice changers. I mean, I'm perfectly happy with the sound of my voice. Hemi will probably tell you that I like the sound of my own voice. I think I'm pretty neutral about the sound of my own voice. It's not like I hate it. It's not like I love it. I think it's just I just live with it, and it's what I'm born with. So I really can't hate it or like it. I just have it. So if you want to come and join, we'd be more than happy to have you. I think everybody in the comments would say, yeah, sure, join in. We'll let you have your message retracted. So he doesn't want to join it. so difficult to get these people to join in. So, I can't pay anybody to come and join the live streams now these days. I have so much heat around me. We got cybercrime police monitoring my. They should be monitoring my. If I were them, I would be, because I'd be worried about what I'm going to say about it. So Ben, if you want to join, click on that link. But like I said, it is a lot more different when you're actually talking to somebody versus just anonymously just writing messages. That's why I said, well, then come and talk, because it's really different when you're talking to somebody directly versus just launching anonymous messages. And somebody's retracting his messages. I don't know who's retracting. I know Quincy's got a blue wrench, so I don't know who's retracting his messages, but there's the link if you want to join, and then nobody will be able to retract your messages. But Quincy's got a blue wrench. He's the only one in here that has a blue wrench. Wow. I guess probably we'll talk about single moms next. How do you guys feel about that subject? Single moms. I mean, look, I'm not saying anything bad about single moms. I just don't want anything to do with them because they've got so many problems, so many issues. I just want to, I just got so many, I got my own problems. I got my own issues already that I don't want to deal with their problems. So, like I said, I have nothing against them. I just don't want anything to do with them for obvious reasons. Okay. And those obvious reasons, what makes it so difficult, or what makes this thing so challenging, or makes this completely impossible, let me know, Ben, if you agree with this one way or another, is those same reasons why I want to stay away from them as possible, is why so many people from other countries like Australia, New Zealand, Europe, Canada, America, not just America, but Western countries are so drawn to single moms. Okay, because they are so desperate, that they need money for their baby, because their baby needs so many things, just like my babies need a lot of things. They're not happy unless they have a cell phone. They're not happy unless they have their iPad mini. They're not happy unless they've got their Netflix. They're not happy unless they have their Spotify. They're not happy unless they've got their internet. They're not happy unless they, like with Hero, he's always got to have football shoes every season, and he's not like I said, those are the things that the kids now these days need to be happy. And that's probably why what is it? John Donato Paras, the major, bought so many cell phones with my credit cards, and bought so many tablets with my credit cards, and then spent $3,000 at a restaurant from using my credit card, is because he has so many people that he has to make happy and he has to support, and that's why he has to buy sunglasses for them. He has to buy appliances for them. He has to buy, and there's no way he can do that without stealing money. So, I mean, I provide all those things for my family without stealing money. So go figure. I mean, I can understand why he needs to do it. All right. Because he needs money for those things also. But the way he goes about it is where everybody has to be concerned. Okay. So you got to make sure that you don't end up being one of the people that he gets the money from. Okay. Because this is the police now. So what do you guys want to talk about? Can I get a consensus here? I know there's plenty of you guys out there this thing. Do you guys want to talk about more about the major, his death, what he did before he died, or single moms and the girls that my more conversations I've had with the girls, and whether I should go and see them go on another booty call and meet these girls, because I know when Quincy goes meets them that he has a an adventure with them. And I know when I go see them, they always are, for lack of a better word, always want an adventure also. So these girls are very adventurous, and I'm sure Quincy will agree. And I guess my question is, do I want to go on another adventure with them? And the answer is no, because they're single moms now. So like I said, I wish I had, or I wish I could look at the new crop of girls that are not single moms and see what they're like. I'm sure there's a lot of good ones out there, but like I said, I don't have the means right now to do it. I mean, if I did, then I would be out there doing it right now instead of talking to you guys. But since I don't, then that's why I'm here. So nobody wants to give me a consensus of which direction we should go with the last 30 minutes of the, and it's almost 1 o'clock over here. And I've been, like I said, been 4 hours streaming. I could do another 4 hours, but I don't think StreamYard is gonna let me stream another 4 hours. So, we got Quincy and we got Ben making comments, but there's other people in the live stream here. So help me out here. Well, here's what I'll do. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna get some water to drink. My mouth's kind of getting dry from talking for the last 4 hours. And you guys let me know what you guys want to talk about. I had this one guy write a comment, and it was ghosted. It was funny. It's like the notifications, I'll see their message, but I won't see their message in the actual video. So that's kind of a weird thing with YouTube. I don't know what's going on with YouTube. They have some kind of algorithm where if you say something that might trigger the algorithm, they won't post it. The comment won't post. So for the people that I'm not censoring any messages, actually, any comments, okay? But YouTube has this algorithm, and they're trying to get the comments under control. This is where when what would people say if they could be anonymous? What are people really thinking? And it's terrible what it says about the human condition right now. What actually people would say to each other. I mean, don't get me wrong. The comment section is a double-edged sword. I've seen the funniest comments, and I've seen the most toxic and most vile comments also at the same time. I mean, it just goes to show you that there's different people come from different places, and there's a lot of people that actually not. I mean, what happens is those people get a lot of attention. Of course, the ones that come from like the darkest, most painful places are the ones that kind of stand out. And I probably would say that they're probably more in the minority, but they get so much attention, and they're looking for so much attention that it seems like there's more of them than there really is. I mean, for me, I don't really get that many comments, and I don't really get that many trolls, actually. And from what I observe, depending on the subject, most of the comments are pretty funny. Some of the funniest things I've ever read are from the comment section, and I sometimes I actually enjoy the comment section more than the actual content itself. It's like people are funny in the comment section, but there's also a lot of toxic, painful people that they're coming from a very dark place. And there's this guy, he wrote a comment in one of my videos. It's the Philippines extrajudicial killings caught on TV. It's like the police are shooting each other now. So this is where one of the assets they actually targeted the police asset and killed them. And usually over here in the Philippines, I guess this is where I'm going to get into it. But this guy, John Guy, New Brunswick, said Pinoys are. He left a comment, but you can't read it. For some reason, I'm the only one who can read it. It's in my notifications, but if you go to the actual video, it's not there. It's been ghosted. So I just want to clarify, it's not me that's, if you write a comment and it doesn't show up, it's beyond my control. Maybe something in the algorithm, in the comments algorithm that you set something off and it's not going to post. But I'll read it to you because it's kind of, hey, he's making a point. So he said, Gene Guy in New Brunswick, we're talking about the police corruption and extrajudicial killings. He says, Pinoys are too primitive to understand simple notions. Allowing the cops or the government to kill people like this is corruption. It's probably the biggest sign of corruption ever. I often have the impression that the Filipinos don't care at all about dope. It's just an excuse to see the guy next door getting shot just because of their crab mentality. Their exploitative government uh, has the same exact mentality. Bunch of stu caso. I kind of had to censor one part of that because over here is just like attacking people in the government. It's not a safe thing to do over here. So it says bunch of stu caso. I'm not sure what stu caso means. I probably have to look that up. Sounds like Italian, but it could be wrong. I don't know what that means. I feel like I should know, but I would have to look it up. I'll be honest, I don't know what his last statement is. But he has a point that do you really want to give corrupt people the kind of responsibility for extrajudicial killing? Because we've got people that are corrupt or easily corrupted and then giving the authority to commit to perform extrajudicial killing without due process. That becomes very dangerous, especially when the system is already corrupt. Then you add that, then you've got uncontrolled corruption. Where it becomes, as you can see, this is an example where it just spilling into. It used to be. It gets to a point like, okay, eventually they're gonna run out of drug dealers to shoot. Okay, they're gonna run out. You can't keep shooting everybody because people are not like, you can't replace people that fast. Okay, so if you shoot a bunch of drug dealers, then where are you gonna get your drugs next? Okay, you kill that drug dealer. Okay, then I'll just go to a different drug dealer and shoot that drug dealer and shoot that. Well, there's still a lag before there's other drug dealers that will replace that. Eventually, what happens is that those people are going to be replaced, and who's going to replace them? Okay, now if you got other corrupt cops replacing those drug dealers, now those corrupt cops are the drug dealers themselves. Then you've got a situation where we've got the cops shooting each other because they're both acting like drug dealers. They're both saying that they're like legitimate buy bust operations. Okay, who's the drug dealer? Who's the drug trafficker? Who's buying here? Who's selling drugs over here? So eventually, you kill so many drug dealers over so many years. You're talking about 5 years of killing drug dealers or putting them in jail. There's going to be no one left, and those drug dealers are going to be replaced by who? Who's left? Well, the police and the other police. So it was just a matter of time before they start shooting each other over drugs. It's kind of like let's go back to the comments here. So no comments. Still the same thing. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom and come back. But if I come back and the stream ended, that means StreamYard cut us off already. and we're already going on 5 hours here, or almost 5 hours. So I think maybe the first stream was like 11 to 12 hours. Let's say it's 11 hours. Second stream was like 5 hours. So 11 plus 5, we're talking about 16. Even if I have like 15 hours. And that means I only have, even if I say that I only used the 15 hours, this still means I only have 5 hours left. So that means based on this counter thing that I only have, it should say that I only have 6 minutes left and it's going to cut off. So I'm not going to be able to have a decent guest on. I would like to have Ben uh, join the stream and we can talk to him and see what makes him tick and have a conversation. It'll be just like that one guy. Remember that one guy who joined the live stream and he was on disability? He couldn't work anymore. His wife left him. His kids left him. Oh, actually, he didn't have any kids, but his wife left him, and he had a gambling problem. And he was saying because of his gambling problem, he didn't. His wife left him, and he had other disabilities where he couldn't work. That's why he was angry. And so that's why I could understand now why he's coming from an angry place, why he would like make angry comments. So I mean, I understand. Like I said, these people come for it's a difficult time now. I mean, especially with what's going on between this pandemic and between the economy. It's becoming a world of haves and have-nots. It's like it's either you're really it's becoming there's no more in the middle. It's like you're either really rich or really poor now. So then we got and then nothing in between. So if you're in that part of the really poor part, then you're on. It's getting to a point where everybody's going to be working for the government. The government's the only place that all the other companies and jobs are moving to other places. All the factories, all the high tech jobs are moving in other countries, and the only employer left in America is the government. And how terrible is that? Where it's like you work for the government now. I mean, you don't have to do anything. Then you're like a government worker. You have the same mentality as the people that work in the DMV. I mean, how miserable is that? I mean, how I would be so bored. I mean, this job is so I and spend the rest of your life just doing it for the money. I mean, I guess it's okay if you got nothing else to do, but I hope that I don't end up like that. I would rather be a greeter at Walmart and than work for the government or work for the DMV. At least the government has pensions. Again, but am I willing to just give up my life so I could have a pension when I have no more life? I don't know. That's a question I'm gonna have to. I don't know if I can answer. I don't know if there's a good answer to that. Quincy says it will not cut off. It'll just deduct from the next month. Well, I can keep going forever then. I didn't know that. It just told me that I have a 20-hour limit. I figured, okay, they'll just cut off, and then I'll just get for the. If that's the case, then there's really no cutoff. Oh, okay. Well, then I'll just go to the bathroom. Then I'll come back. Okay, you guys don't go anywhere. Let's go into this how to stay alive then. So I have time, unless you guys want to think about something else. So I'll spend maybe. I don't know. Digital Underground Gaming says I worked for the government for 6 months. I had to leave. Yeah, it's like you have no incentive to work harder. Right? You have no incentive to become more efficient. There's no incentive to do a better job. It's like if anything, you have more incentive to do a crappy as job as possible when you work for the government. Is from what my experience is. The crappier you are at your job, the better it is when you work for the government. It's like the more you waste time, the more you waste money, the better your life is while working for the government is what I'm. And the way things are going right now is It's like you're working for the government and you're gonna hate your life, but for the pension and to keep you quiet and to keep the masses under control so they won't like revolt and be upset about what the government is doing to their economy or to their lives to make the country as all a bunch of rich people, and it's like either a bunch of rich people and then the rest are just working for the government. Oh, okay. Digital Underground Gaming. Would you like to join the live stream? Excuse me. It's like my mouth is so dry. I've been like swallowing my own spit for like the last 3 hours, and then I just kind of burped from that. I think my problem is that the timing is wrong for my live streams. Maybe I should be live streaming instead of at night. I should be live streaming in the morning so more people are available. Because I know during the day everybody's got their schedules to do during the after during the day, and then they have more free time at night. So, but it's hard to because the kids are home all day. It's hard for me to stream during the day. And see, Digital Underground says I still have errands during the day. See, I get nothing but excuses for people, and most you, and then the rest are asleep. It's like, oh, yeah, okay, well, I'm asleep. This is the time I usually sleep. And then some people are just the best is probably up all night, then sleep all day. It's either up all night or busy doing errands during the day or sleep all day is probably what I'm running into. That's why I'm not really getting the turnout I need for a live conversation. Even Ben doesn't want to join the live stream. So I'm going to go relieve myself. And then when I come back, we'll talk about how to survive kidnap for ransom, illegal detention by police in the Philippines. How's that? If nobody says any comments, I'll just assume that everybody's agreeing. Okay, just go ahead and go with that. So I'll go ahead and continue what I originally planned the live stream for. And then I probably for future videos, I probably need to talk more into detail what happened to that Korean businessman that was killed by the police at the police headquarters. The Korean businessman, after he was kidnapped, they didn't find any drugs, they didn't find any weapons, but they did find his golf clubs, his set of golf clubs, and they did use his ATM to withdraw a bunch of money. And they brought him to the Philippine National Police headquarters, where the Philippine National Police themselves killed him by strangling him to death. After they strangled him to death, the Philippines National Police, the police themselves, disposed of the body by cremating it and then flushing it down the toilet by one of their the police also owns the crematorium. So it was kind of convenient that they could dispose the body. And then after that, this is the sad part, that at insult to injury was contacted days later after they were dead. It's like isn't it enough that the guy's already dead? Okay, we killed their husband, but now let's go in a meeting where they're like, okay, now let's ask the wife for ransom money. We can't ask the wife for ransom money. The guy's dead. Well, she doesn't know that. Well, what happens if she finds out? What about it? What if she what about that she finds out that she's that her husband is dead? Well, would she be upset and wouldn't she be looking for what do you call that? Not vengeance, but reparations for asking for her paying $100,000 even after we killed her husband. Details about when we can get them to. Don't worry. Worry that later. So go back into detail. Korean business. The question I ask you is, why did this man die? What is the business? Doesn't have any weapons. Just a simple businessman, Korean businessman. Then some reason they might as well change that. So they play golf at night. It's not. It's like they got these expensive golf clubs that these Koreans, and they're. It's, you know what? I'll tell you. I've seen Koreans play. They're not even any good. You would think that only get expensive golf clubs if you're really good. But if you suck, like a lot of these Koreans, they're terrible at golf. Then just go buy your golf clubs at Costco then, or whatever the cheap golf clubs are there, or just buy it from Amazon. Well, I don't know wherever the cheap golf clubs are. So buy the cheapest golf clubs. The problem is these Koreans, they buy the most expensive golf clubs. You're talking about millions and millions of dollars of golf clubs, and they stink at golf. They're horrible at golf. I mean, maybe you guys can correct me, but the ones that come here in the Philippines anyway. I should know. They're always hitting my house. They're always, and I go, oh, freaking Koreans again. They don't know how to. Can't they see there's a bunker? I always have to shout, hey, I hope your short game is better than your long game. You Koreans that suck at golf, and then come here for the. But they're from Pampanga or Angeles. They play golf during the day. So there's three of them, and they got kidnapped because the police. How else are they going to get these very expensive golf clubs if they don't steal it from these Korean tourists? So they'll kidnap the Korean tourists for their golf clubs, just like they did with the other businessman. But these three Koreans lived. Okay, so we got to figure out why the one businessman lived while the Korean golf tourists that suck at golf but having very expensive golf clubs, but they all suck at golf. They're terrible at golf. Lived, and the businessman died. And why did I live? And why did the major Donato John Donato Paras died? So we're gonna do a little bit of dancing on his grave. And I think I pretty much. Oh. Digital Underground says, "Where is Liam Neeson when you need him?" Yeah, I'm like that guy from Taken. I'm the human traffickers from Taken. So I traffic women like the ones from Taken. So you know what? Another question is, what would people like to see me do? Okay, do you guys want me to do what kind of content do you guys want to see? Okay, I know you guys don't want to see this like nothing but football videos all day or police videos every day in day out. I know you guys want to see more interesting. Do you guys want to see more booty call videos? Do you guys want to see more interaction with our friends? Would you like what is it that you guys want to hear? I know you guys are here. You guys were here for a reason. So please let me know what kind of content it is that you guys are here. What do you guys enjoy the most? So I can make more of that content. Maybe other people will enjoy it also, and have more people enjoying. So where is Liam Neeson when you need him? Yeah, we need his special skills to stop all this kidnap for ransom and actual human trafficking by the police. So let's answer that question when I get back. Okay, so now that That Quincy told me that it will just draw. So I can. So that means I can keep streaming indefinitely, because even if I next stream I go over my monthly allowance, it'll just draw from the other month and the next month and the next month after that. So I'll just keep going. Maybe I'll have a month where I'll just do a catch up one where okay, this is the month where I won't do any live streaming. So the important thing is I'm alive. Why is it that I'm alive and the Colonel Donato Paras is dead? Why is it that I'm alive and all the girls are pregnant and Attorney Mark is passed away? Why is it that like so many people have moved, have left YouTube around the same time that I went into prison? So it's been what is it? November, December, January, February, March. Oh God, it's only been 5 months, huh? I wonder if people are gonna start coming back and vlogging again. I know most people want to hear about the girls. Well, those are the things that I probably could update you in my conversation with the girls, is what they heard from Attorney Mark. And what do you want me to say about the girls? Do you want me to keep lying to them? What do you want me to do? Right? I can't go see them. I don't have the means to go see them. I can. It's talking to them isn't going to it's going to get old right away. Messaging them. Girls respond to action. Girls don't respond to words. My problem is these girls that I'm going to be talking to are single moms, and you guys, I don't have the enthusiasm or zeal or excitement when it comes to single moms. It means it's like, oh, what a waste, is what I usually say. And I know you guys don't want me to talk about Ned anymore. I probably beat that dead horse too much already, and then I can only talk about Sissy so much. But when I talk about the girls, I can talk about the girls in the past. I could do that. So we could talk about the girls also, if that's what you want. Digital Underground. You guys all concur, but there's really nothing much. I could probably just talk about the past. I already pretty much talked about what's happening right now, and there really isn't much happening because most of the girls, all the girls right now, except for that one girl, is married or have kids or both. Okay, and what is it? What's going to? So I don't want to talk about Ned, but we could talk about Ned and other girls. So the mistake Ned made with getting his wife pregnant early is that I know he likes, obviously he's still healthy and he can get girls pregnant and he can have sex with girls. The problem is it's different when a woman she changes when after she has a baby. For lack of a better description, is when a woman, this is your wife, you have a long history with her, you have a lot of intimacy, you love her, so when she finally has a baby, nothing really much changes, you still have the same intimacy. Yeah, the problem comes in if you've only known her for like less than a year and you got her pregnant, and the reason why you were enjoying her so much, and you can't enjoy her as much because now you got a baby right in the middle of the bed now. Before you have to have you can have spontaneous sex, but now you can't because you got a baby now, and then the sensation has changed because the baby went through that already. So that's why if I do go outside and if I do hang out with the boys, I'm not interested in hookers or prostitutes because they're already moms already. So if I'm doing this, I want to pay for something that I can enjoy, that's a unique experience that I can't get at home, right? And then if you're going, but I guess it's different for guys who are not married, so anything is fine. But when you have somebody like Ned, and he's got money, he's got that fancy SUV now that he's going, it's not the same anymore as before. And he still wants to continue his activities. So we kind of run the risk of, because he hasn't known this girl that long. I mean, like less than a year is what I assume, or a year. Not as long as Michelle, that's for sure. Then the long term connection is not there, and he's going to be looking for the that mm, that what's the word I'm looking for, that tight feeling again, or that uh, not so the that original plumbing, if you know what I mean, kind of sensation. I know when I go out, that's what I'm looking for, and it's kind of something that you wish you could always enjoy, unless, you know, now that I take that back, is maybe if she had a C-section, then the plumbing would be original. But I don't think I got that idea. C-sections over here are not very popular, even though they do them over here, but highly unlikely, because number one is they're more expensive than natural birth. Okay, and knowing how cheap Ned is, I know he's a cheap bastard. I don't think I'm insulting him by calling him a cheap bastard, but he can correct me. He can come on the live stream and say he's not a cheap bastard, but let's assume he's a cheap bastard. I'd assume it's probably safe to assume he is a cheap bastard. He wouldn't waste the money or pay for a C-section if he could save a lot of money with natural birth. Is probably one way to look at it. But anyway, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and let's get started on this conversation. I know most people want to talk about the girls, but like I said, the last 3 years, I don't have any girl experiences to talk about. I mean, I have a lot of prison experiences to talk about, and and how I was being offered a relationship, but the fact that it was with another man was an issue that I really had a big problem with. Uh, I have no problem with the act itself. I just have a big problem with that. It's I'm one of those people that it's very important for me who I'm having a physical or sexual relationship with, and I'm very strict with my rules. That number one, it has to be a woman. Number two, it has to be a beautiful woman. Number three, it has to be a beautiful woman that I actually have a some kind of relationship with, or some kind of bond with, or some kind of intimacy with. If I'm going to have a physical relationship with her, is my three requirements. And in prison, what's going to be funny, if you ever spend time in prison, the first part wasn't is not important. It doesn't. It's just as long as they're having sex. It's whether it's with a man or with a man. That's not really what's important. And people are saying that how can they do it? Oh, they just, yes, there's like 500 people. You just do it. You just do it in front of everybody. And I prefer they don't do it around me. But sometimes I don't have a choice. But I did when we have these meetings where they ask, like, what is it? Does anybody have any complaints? I and they usually, I could complain about it, but they'll probably say, does anybody have any complaints that we could actually do something about? Is probably what they'll say. I Nope. Anything? Nope. All right. I'll go to the bathroom and I'll keep entertaining the people that are listening, and wait for any other comments. But oh my gosh, it's almost 1:30, and I'm going to go to bed tonight. I'll be right back. Okay, checking the comments. No comments. All right, here's what I'll do. Here, Digital Underground Gaming. This is what I'll do. If you guys want me to talk about the girls, my past experience with the girls, then fine, I'll talk about it. But I need to get somebody to second that. Okay, I know there's a bunch of people watching right now, and if that's what you guys want to hear, then I need somebody to second it and say yes. Let's talk about girls, because I can talk about. And can you please be more specific? What about the girls? Next is I want to, if I don't get a confirmation that you guys want to talk about the girls, then what I'm going to do is continue what my original subject is going to be, is how to survive kidnapping for ransom. I'll probably talk about it in the last 30 minutes to an hour, depending on how much I get done. And then I'm going to cut off the stream, especially if nobody's going to be joining the stream. But here is the link if anybody changes their mind. So who's up for it? Somebody please second the motion that you guys want to talk about girls. But if not, then I'll talk about how to survive kidnap for ransom, illegal detention by the police here in the Philippines. And I probably need to talk about some background before I get into that. And I can understand why you want to talk about the girls. I'm looking at this picture that I'm using for my avatar on the live stream. It's like a lot of pretty girls from our mixer party, and some of my favorites are actually in the picture. Marikar is in there. I've always had I wish I could talk to her right now, but all my contact information is in my old laptop, so I wouldn't know how to get a hold of her. But I wish I could. I wish she would like be one of the girls that would message me. And so the funny thing was, I go, how did you find my YouTube channel? She goes, oh, it was suggested to me. I was just on YouTube, and your video, the booty call video, answering the booty call video was suggested to her, and she clicked on it and she saw it was me. That's what she said. But that's kind of random. Why was it suggested to her? But then I get a lot of random things that get suggested to me also. Some of the weirdest things. Maybe one of these days I'll do a video about what is the weirdest thing that I get that gets suggested to me by YouTube. But hey, I'm finding YouTube kind of like getting to the point where it's kind of repetitive now. I don't know, maybe I'm being repetitive. Maybe I need to do something different. But anyway, looks like Digital Underground Gaming. We're moving on to how to survive kidnap for ransom, illegal detention. Okay, and then here I have to give you some background. Back in the day, or the original days of what's called gangsters, or mafia, or syndicates, or organized crime. Okay, let's talk about organized crime. There's actually Don's, like Vito Corleones here that are like in charge of organized crime. They're the ones that run the gambling, the maybe prostitution, maybe all the businesses, the permits, the licenses. They're also in charge of like you could also they also do loan sharking, kidnap for ransom, so murder for hire. There used to be groups like that, and they would have like conflicts, and they would have it out. They would have armies, and then they would have like these organized crime wars also at the same time. And that used to be popular, like in the 70s and 80s and 90s, and like, but now those type of organized crime, those type of gangsters, those type of organizations have gone the wayside, of have become obsolete, have become the wise guys. Those people I've noticed from my observation are have disappeared. And so usually what happens is, if, like, for example, one that I know personally, one of the last gangsters here in this area, in Laguna area, there's two big groups, or there's two families that basically controlled all the businesses. Like, for example, if you need a permit, or if you need contracts, if you need things like that, businesses, right? You can't conduct your business without paying them off or giving them some kind of monthly tax or something like that. So, especially gambling, for example, if you want to put up a casino, okay, you have to, not only, number one, you have to pay the organized crime people, bosses, and they in turn use their connections with the government facilities so they can get permits, things like that. So you go to these crime bosses, and same thing when you go to, when you've got a problem, okay. And, like, for example, with me, like, I have a problem, and I want to make my problem go away. Then I go to these people, and they kind of give them an offer they can't refuse. Okay, so don't show up to the hearings. Here's your settlement, and if you show up, we know what we'll do to you, right? We'll kill you. Problem solved, no problem. Okay, but the last two groups, the last two crime bosses, organized crime here in the Philippines, or here in the Laguna area that I know of, were the Siemens and the Fajardos. Okay, so the main boss, Rolly Fajardo, and then Vic Seaman was the other big, huge crime boss. But both of these people died in an ambush. Rolly Fajardo probably died back in 2015, 2014, and Vic Seaman, and they owned a lot of land, they owned a lot of businesses, and those are the people that you would approach if you wanted to bump somebody off, or if you wanted to get a license, or if you wanted to make your case go away, if you want, so, or if you, for loan sharking, or if somebody owes you money, and they're the ones that will enforce and break their legs to, for example, somebody owes you, 1 million pesos, then you tell them that this person owes me money, then they go tell them, hey, you owe this much money, or we'll break your legs, and then, okay, here's the money. So here's the money. But you have to split the money with them, so they get half. So then they give you half of the money, and then they keep the other half. The problem comes in is those people died already. I remember we actually know the bosses, because their kids go to the same school as our kids, and that's how we knew them. And when Rolly Fajardo was ambushed and he died, he was the boss actually went to the funeral. And then a few months later, Vic Seaman, another big, huge crime boss in the Laguna area, got ambushed, and he was carrying a large amount of money. I mean, you're talking about maybe 200 million pesos or something like that. Is the rumor I was hearing when he was ambushed, and the money disappeared. And all those times, there's rumors that the police were involved in both of their ambushes, and those are just rumors. Obviously, there's a lot of political killings or a lot of organized crimes where the police are involved. The famous one was the Amputan massacre, where not only were the families, like the families, reporters and friends, were all killed, and the police were involved in it. The mayor. So normally these crime lords, or these and they control drugs also. These crime lords, usually somebody replaces them. Well, with the Rolly Fajardo, he has the brothers or cousins, and they ended up dying also. Or one of them I remember was when I was in prison. One of them was kidnapped in prison, and there's kind of rumors where that he might have staged himself the kidnapping, or if he was actually kidnapped. And normally, the usual events that will happen after a boss or a crime boss or a mafia boss like Vic Seaman or the Rolly Fajardo gets ambushed, usually somebody replaces them. And it's gotten to the point that there's nobody that I know of, or that we're all talking about, that that's strong enough or influential enough to replace them. So what happens now is the organized. There's still organized crime. Somebody's still in charge of the drugs and everything, but it's like decentralized now. It's not like one person or one family controlling it. It seems like a lot of people are controlling it now. That's why there's a lot of crime involved. There's a lot of rivalry or factions involved now, and part of that slack that's from the crime bosses that's missing now, or that's there's this big void now, is being filled by the police now. You've got police that are doing these kidnap for ransom now. If you watch, there's a video out. If you type, there's this police headquarters in Manila where they have a secret jail, and what they're doing is they're arresting people and putting them in the secret jails and not putting them through due process. And what they're doing is just extorting them for money for their family members. So a lot of the organized crime now is actually being done by the police now, instead of the mafia or organized crime people themselves, because nobody really, there was no structure or hierarchy where, okay, if one dies and somebody replaces them. So now it's kind of this big void. What happened is that now, because of the new war on drugs, where the rule now is, okay, just as long as it's about drugs, then you can just pretty much act on your own, extrajudicial killing, take their money, take their drugs, and then no questions asked. It's like all loose ends done. The problem is that what happens is the drugs they take the money and they'll take the drugs, but the drugs get recirculated and get sold also, or get used. Part of it gets sold, part of it gets used. And that's what's happening and what you're seeing in the news. Drugs is a big business over here. I talked to a lot of people. I was in prison when they're in the drug business. They're talking about drug lords, where they're dealing with kilos and kilos of drugs. And it's huge business. You make a lot of money because there's so many people over here that are addicted. So of course there's going to be a lot of crime, and there's going to be a lot of money. So the problem comes in is a lot of these crimes that are organized crimes that would usually be done by the syndicates, or they're usually done by the gangs. Now they're being done by the police. Okay. And what makes it very dangerous now is because that they could shoot anybody that's involved with drugs, then they can pretty much, without any process, then they can pretty much shoot anybody and just claim it was drugs, that it was drug related, and nothing's going to happen to them. So if they could just shoot anybody, they could shoot all these drug dealers or drug addicts without any recourse or without any due process. And if it's so easy, and why not do it to other people that because eventually, and just say that they were involved in drugs, just like they did with this Korean businessman, that he wasn't involved in drugs in any way, shape, or form. No drugs, or there wasn't even a search warrant uh, or anything legal that they could do, but they brought him. So that's what they did to him, and all what they said was he was involved in drugs, and they couldn't find any drugs, but they found his expensive set of golf clubs and golf bag in a golf bag. So now that's what's happening now. Okay. And the problem is, like I said, nothing is stopping them. All right. And they're going to continue, especially with this pandemic now, especially with the economy getting worse. A lot of stores, a lot of businesses are closing. So people are going to get more desperate. People are going to turn to crime more, especially to support their addiction, including the police. The police are going to need more money. And like with all people, especially the police, they like nice things. And they're going to have to, and those things cost money. Okay. And the problem comes in is we'll use Ned as an example. Okay. Ned, I know probably he's got a new family now. So, like me, when you have a family, you're going to have a family car. And I know, like I said in my comments, that over here, somebody said the comment that if you're low profile over here and you don't make any waves, then that person asked me in the comments if you're going to be safe. And I said, that's kind of hard. How do you become low profile? What is how do you describe being low profile? And that's probably I was expecting Ned to be doing an update video pretty soon. I thought he was going to make one after our last live stream, but I've been waiting for him to make a new one, and he hasn't. It's been like over 2 weeks now since he had his last video update, and maybe he's concerned, and I would be concerned also because he's not. Number one is he's not low profile, and number two, he's making a lot of waves. Okay, especially if you're flaunting your money. You've got this very expensive SUV. I think he's got a new SUV now, and what's going to happen is he's going to make people jealous, and that's going to be including the police. Now, the police, if they see that he's got a nice SUV, just like they did with this businessman, I think the businessman had like a, correct me if I'm wrong, Trailblazer. He had a nice SUV, and that's how the police get their SUVs is they'll just take it from people that have a nice SUV, and they'll just plant drugs on them, or they'll just say that, oh, this person's SUV came from drugs, just like they're saying that my little cheap tiny subcompact Mirage came from human trafficking, which is which is a complete lie. Okay, but they wanted my new car, even though it was just a Mirage. Imagine what they're going to think when they see Ned's new car. Okay, Ned's big SUV. Okay, so now the police are going to go say, yeah, all we have to do to get a free car, to get a free SUV, is to plant or accuse Ned of drug trafficking. Okay, just like they did with this Korean. And since we do it all the time, we do it on a daily basis, and for kicks and giggles, we'll even kill him after that. Okay, for his car. And it sounds ridiculous, sounds far fetched, but if it happens to me, it could happen to me. It could happen to him because Ned is not low profile. That's for sure. His face is all over the internet. They know exactly what he looks like. They know exactly where he is, and know exactly what kind of car he is. So if I were the police and I wanted a brand new SUV, I'll plant drugs on him and I'll kill him on top of that, so nobody can come back and get the SUV, because if he's still alive, he can get the SUV back. Just like me, I'm still alive. I can get my car back. I don't know what condition it's in, but at least if I don't get my car back, then the people who have custody of my car, as you could see, they signed it and they said they have my car. And if they tamper with it, they could lose their jobs. And if they use it and they damage it, they could be guilty of carnapping, which is like 20, 30 years in jail. Everybody knows cops don't like it if not, they're going to lose their jobs and they're going to go to jail. Okay. I haven't filed any cases against them yet. Okay. Because I'm waiting. Okay, what am I waiting for? I don't know yet. Maybe I'm waiting for you to do something about it. Okay, I'm doing something about it by letting you know the truth and what actually happened. Right? Maybe this is what Ned is worried about because number one, he's not high profile. I mean, he's not low profile, and number two, he is making waves by driving around town with his brand new big ostentatious SUV. So the police are going to see that, and they know that because extrajudicial killings are allowed, and they can pretty much take anything you have, just like did this with this Korean businessman, and then kill him for his car, for his SUV, and his golf bags. They could do the same thing to Ned, just like they did to me. Okay, if they could do it to me, they could do it to Ned. But what's important is how come I'm alive and the Korean businessman is dead? And a lot of it has to do with just being lucky. I guess I made them jealous so much that they had to invite not one camera crew but two camera crews. Okay, and what makes me also lucky is because I don't know anything. Okay, there's another. I don't know anything. Okay, but if you know a lot of things, then you're gonna die in prison. Okay, there was this one mayor, I forgot his name. I think Mayor Espinosa. They killed him while he was in prison because he knew too much. He knew too many payolas. He knew too many corrupt government-based people. He paid people off. He paid generals and high-ranking police officers, and they his family, so they could continue their drug trafficking for 10 years. They would pay homages or taxes or red envelopes to high ranking officials. And the theory was that he was shot in prison because he fought. He was already, I mean, I know what it's like to be in prison. I thought the same thing was going to happen to me. But the reason why I didn't get killed was for two reasons is because I didn't know anything. I didn't know anybody. Like the credit cards that I showed you guys earlier yesterday was I didn't even know about that yet. If I did, I probably would have been dead. But the fact is was I didn't know. Like this mayor who knows all the generals that was being paid, all the high ranking officials. That's why there's so much. What is it? De Lima now. The Senator De Lima was accepting bribes for so to allow drug trafficking or drug business inside the prison because she was a secretary of the prisons or something like that. So she will look the other way. So everybody will get paid, or so the businesses, the drug business will continue. She was getting a payola. She was getting a bribe, and that's why because it's a big business and she needs the money, obviously. I think that's what though she was being accused of was like allowing it or giving it sanction. So that's usually how we work in prison. It's like we can't do anything unless the we get the sanction or the blessing from the prison guards to do it. And in return, we do this. But the point I'm saying here is that this person was dead because he knew too much information and he was a loose end that he kept quiet. Me, I didn't know anything about the credit cards yet or what they did to my accounts or my PayPal because I didn't know. I don't have access to the internet. I can't call up my bank. I can't go to my bank. I don't have a phone. I don't have anything. So I didn't know. So that was one of the things that kept me alive. How do you stay alive? You don't know any information that will get you killed. Okay, now I know the information that will get me killed. But the person that they could hang for this crime is already dead. Is But they're probably not worried about. They'll just say, "Oh, you know, John Donato Paras, the police Colonel Paras, was the one who committed those crimes." So everybody has nothing to worry about because blame it on the dead person. Maybe that's why he's dead. So those one of the things is if because he came to visit me a month later, blackmailing me, asking for more money, or else he was going to kill my children and my wife. Of course, I'm scared, and I believe him. And the good thing that I didn't know anything about the credit cards, because if I did, he knows that would be enough reason for him to kill me. And the fact that I didn't know, he had no reason to kill me, not like they did with that mayor that was protecting that was paying off the generals and the government officials. So they needed to kill him so to to tie up the loose ends so he couldn't incriminate them. So that's why he's dead and I'm alive, because I didn't know anything that will incriminate them. Okay, of course, now that has changed, but he's dead now. But there are other police officers that was working for him, and then they could probably say, "Oh, we only followed his orders." So that's probably one of the reasons why I'm alive. I'm still alive because he's dead now. So that's two reasons. One, I didn't know, and number two, the person that needs me to be dead is already dead. How did he die? I have no idea. Okay, we just know that he's dead. So number two is so one, I didn't know. Number two is that I didn't give him any money yet. Yes, I know that the credit cards, he already stole the money and he already stole tens of thousands. I mean, if I do the calculation off my top of my head, there was $10,000 in my dollar account, and there was $20,000 in my checking account, and there was $5,000 in my PayPal account. So $35,000 altogether, and that's just not all. That's just from the bank. Okay, now I got to pay two sets of lawyers also, and that costs thousands and thousands of dollars for each count. I had to pay separately. That cost tens of thousands of dollars. And then think about all the money that the boss had to lay out to keep me comfortable in jail. That cost tens of thousands of dollars, and the all the expenses of being in jail and the opportunity cost. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars also. I mean, altogether, probably if you count up all the related costs of what happened to me, you're talking about maybe $300,000 altogether that was taken from me, that was lost. But the money is one thing, but what's more important that I lost was like my time with my family, my reputation. Not that I had the greatest reputation, but I definitely wasn't a rapist before, and I wasn't a human trafficker before until then. Probably the silver lining in all this thing is, at least now that I've been able to clear my name and prove that I'm not a human trafficker and not a rapist. I know Ned likes to probably call me a human trafficker, and he'll probably say that I'm a human trafficker, and he's probably has videos saying that I'm a human trafficker, but that's libel and slander. And you can't be saying that's an opinion, because you can't be accusing somebody of a heinous crime without any support. So he could really get in trouble for that. Ned, Ned, you shouldn't be making those kind of statements, especially now you have a daughter. Okay, because if you make those kind of slanderous libel statements, you can get in a lot of trouble. And here in the Philippines, that stuff can get you killed. And who's going to buy your daughter French fries? Okay, especially she's a girl, and girls over here in the Philippines, it's more dangerous for them than for boys. Boys are, they can become strong and protect themselves, but who's going to protect your daughter if something happens to you? So you have to be careful. You have to, you have to think before you talk. You have to watch your mouth, Ned. You can't be saying those kind of things without thinking. You can't be accusing people of things like that are not true. And you're still at the end of the day, you're still just a guest in this country. And now you're making waves with your SUV, and now you're definitely high profile, and people are going to see that you're just like you made money off of Michelle. They're going to see that you made money off of the Philippines. You made money from your books, and these books, this money that you're getting is from the Filipinos. Okay, and they're going to see that you're just like they're looking at me, and they're saying that, like, oh, okay, he's got all this money, that he's getting it from human trafficking. Well, you're getting all this money from number one, exploiting Michelle, and now exploiting whatever it is that you're exploiting now, that people about the Philippines, that you're going to be making all this money so you can buy this big, shiny, expensive SUV. Well, if I can see that, then the police can see that. Okay. And the police, they like SUVs also, not just you. And it's very simple for them to just say that, oh, you're involved in drugs, just like this Korean businessman. So they can have your nice SUV also to add to my Mirage. The important thing now, Ned, is you have to keep that in mind because, like I said, it's a reality here in the Philippines. The reality is you have an SUV and the police want your SUV, and the police pretty much have free reign on taking your SUV because they can just say you're involved in drugs. And I know you're going to say, oh, that's ridiculous. I've never been involved in drugs. Such as like saying that's ridiculous. I would never rape anybody. Same thing with you is like, yeah, we know you're not a drug dealer. We know you would know. I don't know though, because sometimes uh, your behavior is kind of off. Me, my behavior, even the girls. If you talk about me and my behavior with the girls, I've been mad. I've been angry at the girls, but I've always been in control. They've never been afraid that I've been kind of fly off the handle. They know that I'm not violent. But sometimes when I hear that you have this violent tendencies, Ned, that maybe you are on something that's causing you to do that. I know people under the influence will do things that they normally wouldn't do if they were versus when they were under the influence. But me, I it's natural for me not to for people to suspect that I'm but I because I'm always under control. Even when I'm in prison, I'm always under control. Even when you put me under the most stressful situations, I'm always calm, cool, collective, and I'm like, okay, how do I stay alive? That's what you got to have when you can't just lose it. You just got to figure out, okay, what do I have? What can I do to to make this day to get through this day alive, okay, and make it as comfortable as possible. And for his situation, like I said, you don't have to. It's like Ned, you don't have to have drugs, obviously, for them to plant drugs. You don't have to. I've been in jail where there's plenty of people over there that they don't do drugs. They're not drug addicts. They're not they're not drug traffickers, but they're in jail for that reason. Okay. And I'm not saying I'm an expert on which ones are drug addicts or which ones are drug traffickers, but I know enough that you don't need to be involved in drugs or to be take all you need for you to be a drug to be accused of a drug dealer. You don't need drugs. You don't need any evidence over here. So how do I need to show time and time again that they don't need any evidence against you? They just need to accuse you of being involved in drugs. Okay. Or they can even accuse you of rape. Okay. And I'll show you, you don't need any evidence of rape to be accused of rape. If you could be accused of rape and if you could be accused of drug trafficking, there's no bail there. So you're definitely going to have to go to jail. And then they're going to say that you used your SUV to rape somebody and sell drugs to them at the same time. Okay. Not only, same thing with me. Not only did you sell them, but you raped them. So after you raped them, you sold them to yourself, and then you took video of it. So that's why we're charging you of. So if they can do that to me, and why? And then it's over my Mirage. It's over my, so they could steal my car, or so they could steal my camera, or so they could steal my phone. Well, your SUV is way more expensive than my little Mirage. So yeah, they could do the same thing to you. They could say, "Oh, he's a rapist after he raped a girl, any girl." They could just say, "Oh yeah, do you know him? Okay, that's good enough. Here, sign this, okay, and then we'll make a lot of money out of it because we that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna extort him. Why are you gonna extort him? Because he has an SUV and he has money and he's high profile and he's making waves. That's all they need." So that's what they're gonna do to Ned. Maybe Ned is processing this. That's why he's like thinking, maybe I should be careful when I'm making my videos. Well, too late. They already know. You can't. That's why I'm very private. I don't show my face. I don't show my family because we need to be invisible. But Ned, you make these decisions and you show your family. They know your family. They know your face. They know the people you're with. Okay, you're not invisible anymore, and then you're gonna ask to have your privacy from the police. No, they know about you. You talk about me, they're gonna know about you also. So they want your so keep in mind this. I think prevention is the best solution to this. Is you have to know, you have to keep in mind if you're Ned and you got your family, you got your wife, and you're showing that you've got all this money that you made from YouTube. And what are we exploiting on YouTube so you'll get views? Okay, Ned even did the videos about me so he can get more views about me. So he made a video about me so he can get all these views. Probably my video is probably like his most highest rated video. I probably what he got like 20, 30,000 views from my video, right? That's probably like the most he's ever had. So he exploited something so he could make money. Okay. Well, those things will come back at you. Will come back to you. I guess probably you can make the same argument with me, but I'm alive. Okay, and I'm alive for some reason, and I have girls saying they want to do it again. Okay, but we can't say the same thing about you. If you go through this thing, we don't know if you're going to stay alive, especially with Ned's personality. If anything happens, if they want to just go ahead and just probably just kill him because he's kind of he's a dick. It's not kind of a dick. He is a dick. Then I would probably kill him for that too if I was the police. Okay. And we have to take these things seriously because these are the things that are happening every day. And I don't want anything to happen to him like that. Okay. And it's in his best interest to know that this is what's going to happen to him, that this is a reality, so he can take precautions. So I'm actually doing him a favor. I'm actually saving his life by telling him what's exactly going to happen. They will accuse him of being involved in drugs so they could take his car. The problem comes in is once you're accused of, and you don't need any proof of it. They just need to put a sign around your neck that says you're a drug dealer. How else are you going to have all this money? Okay. And so all they have to say, even if you could prove it, okay, you're dead. What's going to happen if you're dead? If they could do it to this Korean businessman who doesn't even have a YouTube channel, he could do it to you. He's low profile. Okay. Same thing with me. It happened to me, but I'm alive. Okay. And the chief of police, my arresting officer, is dead. Okay. So can they do it to me again? Yeah, probably. Will they do it to me again? I don't know. You're probably a better target than me. Okay. Because my car is probably old. It's 15 years old. I would rather have your nice shiny SUV. And like I said, they don't need any evidence. They just need to accuse you. And then after they kill you, then there's really no reason to be worried about you getting your SUV back. So they can have a brand new SUV for free. So now I am in the comments section. Nothing in the comments. So I'll assume since nobody said anything in the comment section that we'll continue. So what are the reasons why I'm alive? So let's recap. So these are the reasons why I'm alive. One, I didn't know anything. Number two, I didn't give them any money yet. So they're not going to kill me unless I give them more money, right? I know that they didn't kill me because they didn't need to kill me because I was going to go to prison forever. That's what they were assuming. There's like 3 cases. So instead of killing me, they decided to file 3 human trafficking cases against me. They got the judge they got the search warrant. They got all the evidence that they needed from my house. They've got complainants, girls that were saying everything except actually being trafficked and actually being raped. So they were saying everything. He wanted to rape us. He wanted to traffic us. Did he rape you? Did he traffic you? Nah. No, we don't have any evidence of that. No, it didn't actually happen, but we were talking about it. Well, you can't just talk about it. And actually, an actual crime has to happen before you can convict somebody of a crime. It's kind of like you have to have before you can convict somebody of murder, you have to actually have a dead body. Now, if the person is alive and walking around, well, he wanted to murder me. Well, we can't convict him of murder because he's not dead yet. You're not dead yet. Okay, well, what do you... So, couldn't convict him of anything. So you need proof of that. Okay. But instead of killing me, they decided, well, the next best thing, or better than killing me, was to keep me in prison forever. The problem with that was that you can't convict. It's very hard to convict an innocent person if you don't have any evidence of what you're actually accusing of. Now, the police, you would think that they would figure this out, that they would know this, but that's kind of, they didn't go to law school, so they didn't. And I think they never, the people involved are never prosecuted, or hasn't prosecuted anybody with human trafficking or actual cybercrime, so they have no experience. So I think they were asked, have you guys ever convicted anybody of human trafficking or actually cybercrime? I think the answer was no, we haven't. He's our first one. So maybe because of their lack of experience, but they were expecting, or they were already planning, that I was going to never come out of prison to discover or do anything about what they actually did, in terms of falsely accusing me, so they can steal money from my bank account and my credit cards and my PayPal, and steal my car at the same time. So, but for a Ned situation, probably instead of going through the court, and instead of putting him in jail, if they think that their case is weak against him, then the best thing to do would probably be to kill Ned, okay, to murder Ned. But for me, they thought that their case was so strong that they didn't need to. I wasn't a loose end, like with the mayor, and I wasn't going to be planting it. I wasn't going to be pointing to anybody that will incriminate them. Is probably what saved my life also. So I didn't know about their criminal activities until what was it? Until afterwards, until 3 months later. But then I said, you know what? I said, let's keep this to ourselves. I told my wife about it. I go, you know what? Don't tell anybody. Don't, because I'm still here in prison. And if it ever got out that I know about it, let's just keep quiet about it until I get out. Okay, because they can come back here and kill me if uh, and fortunately, the cases were dismissed, and they weren't able, and the person that had every reason to kill me while I was in prison died before he could kill me. So those are the three things that kept me alive. Number one, I not knowing bought me some time, and enough time for the person that would actually need to kill me for the crimes that he committed would never see the light of day, actually died before he can kill me. So it's kind of, I don't really, this is kind of like a misleading when I'm saying that, how do you stay alive in prison? Well, or how do you stay alive when the police illegally detain you, or illegal for kidnap for ransom? We'll talk about the difference. The difference, like I said, with those three Koreans that were kidnapped for ransom or for extortion, is the problem was that there was three of them. I think because of the buddy system, that it was harder to execute and get rid of three Korean bodies versus one. One, they figured they could just, like, okay, cremate and be done. But with three, we're talking about, these three guys probably have three stronger connections, and they were able to pay their way out of getting out of prison, because they were accused of illegal gambling, is what they were accused of. So they were able to talk to a friend, and they were able to pay off the police, and the police let them go. So they must have had some kind of arrangement. So what's important over here is how to stay alive when you're actually in the kidnap for ransom is, don't give them any money until you're actually free and clear and safe, okay? Because you can't trust the police, okay? They're the last people you should trust, okay? And another thing that you can't trust is your lawyer, okay? Because the last thing the lawyer wants to do is get you out of prison, okay? I experienced that myself, because the lawyer makes money getting you out of prison, but he's got to make sure that to get you in prison first, so he can make money to get you out of prison. Okay, so he's not going to keep you out of prison. And once you're in prison, it's such a long process. Like I said, when you got people working for the government. You think it's slow in America? Think about it here in the Philippines. It's even way slower over here. So you're just going to have to stay alive while you're in prison. Staying alive in prison is pretty simple. You just need to learn how to pakisama is what they always say. It's like, okay, how to get along with people. All right. Like I said, what makes it really difficult for me was that people always were looking at me as a target every day because they're always wanting money. And that's kind of another big, huge expense for me is I have to buy my life to make sure that I don't that I'm in good standing with the people in there, and that's what I had to use the money for. It's like I'm not looking at it as them scamming me for money or me milking or extorting me for money. Because when you're in prison, I'm looking at it as I'm using this money to buy myself time so I can stay alive, and the time I need to stay alive. So when my court trials finish, I'm still alive to enjoy it. So that's what's going to cost you a lot of money. It's going to cost you a lot of resources. You have to use the money to keep you alive instead of using the money to kill you. So what happened with that Korean businessman is he gave them the access to his ATM, which they were able to empty out. And once they have the money, then there was no reason for him to keep him alive anymore. So that's why you have to be. What's important here is that you have to give them no reason to kill you. That it's like until they get the cash. The problem with Ned is that they probably would be perfectly happy taking his car and taking all his gadgets and computers. And you don't need a search warrant to take to his house. I mean, if he showed his house or where he lives, I'm sure it's not hard to find out. I mean, if it wasn't hard to find out where I live, then it's sure it wouldn't be hard to find out where Ned lives. Okay, and it doesn't take much, and you don't need a search warrant to search your house. And they're not doing it to search for drugs or weapons. They're searching your house to look for valuables, jewelry, gadgets, your phones, your even your router. They'll take so that so if they know where he lives and even his appliances they'll take. And then just like they did with the Koreans, they went through his drawers and they went through his house looking for valuables. So same thing will happen to him. And what he needs to do is there's going to be a point where they're going to be asking him for his ATM money or his ATM card or for his money. And he needs to be able to say, yeah, I could give you the money. You got to give them what they want. And what's another thing is don't fight the police. Don't piss them off. Just go along and stay alive. Okay. I know that some people will say, well, I'm going to end up dead anyway. Then I might as well struggle. Well, that might give you that these people over here are insane. So you give them any reason to kill you and they'll kill you. So don't need to fight it. I didn't fight it. I just went along with it. I wanted to make this as easy for them as possible and stay alive. So just like I said, just tell them that like, okay, well, I'll give you the money. We'll give you the money, but it's not how much money. It's what's more important is the handoff. And the last person that's going to, I know the first thing you're going to do is probably go to your lawyer and ask him to arrange it. And the problem is just like with this the Korean businessman's wife, she had a lawyer. She got a lawyer, probably a local lawyer, because they didn't know that he was dead. She probably was told by the lawyer. They probably all knew. Even the lawyer probably knew that he was dead, but they wanted to arrange the ransom anyway still. And she made a big mistake and that's probably the most painful part is like she gave them money after killing her husband. Okay, that's the father of her children. And now I gave money to those people that after they murdered the father of my children, is probably what probably be. I mean, the whole thing is upsetting, but uh, just to just to know that fact that she gave the money and she'll never get that money back is the biggest problem. And she made the mistake of not asking for proof of life. Every time there's a ransom kind of kidnapping situation, is you always have to ask for proof of life. And the rule when it comes to proof of life is it's free. You don't pay for proof of life. And if you don't get that proof of life, that means that person is dead. Okay. And here in the Philippines, it's better to assume when the person is gone or when the person is missing, and when you don't hear from them, that person is dead. So if a person here in the Philippines you don't hear from, they disappeared, especially if all their stuff is gone, their stuff is still there. There's no signs of them escaping or taking off anywhere. Then it's best to assume that if you don't see any proof of life, then that person is dead. And yeah, the husband is not going to come back, but at least they didn't get $100,000, because $100,000 is a lot of money after taxes. I know I had to earn $100,000 worth of money to, after taxes to stay out of jail in my other previous lives. But let's not get into that. $100,000 is still a lot of money, but like with any money, life is more important. And maybe in the Korean businessman's defense, that his life was more important than the money, right? But you're dead now, okay? And that's what he needed. Yes, he could have paid the money. He could have paid the ransom after the arrangement was done that he was free and clear. How that's done, it will have to depend on the situation, okay? In my situation, I was in jail and the person is dead. So I really didn't have to. Once I found that he was dead, his replacement came to see me. So how I found that was the after he died, his replacement, he had a replacement to replace him. And then the new chief of police of the cybercrime unit went to visit me in jail. And he took some pictures of me, and I was like going, who is this person? I've never met him before, but he was another high-ranking colonel or major, or he was a high-ranking person, and he went to go see me in jail, and he was taking my pictures. And I'm like going, who the hell is this person? I never met him before. And then not the next day, but the next week, I saw him, and that's when he reported to the judge that he was the new replacement for Paras because he is dead. And I said, wow, that was weird. That was unexpected, but at least I didn't have to worry about him killing me or my family anymore for using my credit cards or carnapping. Because I think that's a capital offense over here, is carnapping also. I think that's a non-bailable offense, carnapping. Over here, they take their private properties seriously, like their cars. So he is dead and I'm alive. So the person, because the person that would order these people to tie up loose ends would be him, and he's dead now. So there's nobody to order these people, and the new chief has no reason to order them to kill me, because if it comes back, even if it comes out, he'll just say, I'm just the replacement. The person that was in charge of these people are dead. So I have no reason. He has no reason to put himself at extra risk for nothing, because the person who was actually at risk that told these people to commit crimes is actually dead. Is how. So I guess can you make the conclusion? It's like, oh, okay, but it's only, so you're saying to stay alive, the person that's gonna kill you should kill first. Yeah, loosely speaking, if you can somehow arrange it without actually arranging it, then if somehow that they'll die on their own without you actually lifting a finger about it. Of course, of course, I wanted him dead. Obviously, that's probably why. Because if because he wants me dead also because of he committed a crime and I didn't. So he committed carnapping. I didn't. He committed the credit card fraud, and I didn't. Because the guy who signed the list of evidence, he's going to point to his boss and goes, "My boss did it. My boss did that," which is true. It's like, this is my boss. He's the one who instructed me to do it. It'll just all point to him. So over here, low level SPO1s, SPO2, SPO3, they don't move, they don't breathe, they don't kill anybody without proper sanctions, without proper orders from their boss. Well, their boss is dead, so somehow, some way, you just gotta there. If you are innocent, somehow, some way, and you just gotta find a way to stay alive as long as possible and wait for the person that's stealing from you or committing crimes to commit other crimes or to steal from other people, and they will do what needs to be done, right? And sometimes I wonder, what there's so many things I thought were going to go against me. I thought I was done for sure. And little things like this, little miracles like this, uh, uh, there's times where, like, if you don't believe in God, this is a reason why you should believe in God now, because uh, it would take not only one miracle, but several miracles to actually for me to survive and actually get out of prison alive is what saved me is these miracles. And I'll probably show one of the miracles pretty soon. One of the miracles is, like, out of the blue, Paris dies with no explanation whatsoever. And so now that he's dead, I was like, I get to live now. So the person that needed me dead died first. So I wasn't free. I wasn't quite free and clear. There are other people that died, and there was another. I can tell you the story about this one person that died in prison. He was ambushed. His name is he was and he was a crime. He was a kidnap for hire person, and the problem why he died was he just knew too much information. He could easily point out the people that ordered him to do kidnap for ransom, and he got caught and he was in jail. And, like, with people that know too much information, they have to be silenced forever. And the good news was that for me, I didn't need to be silenced forever. The reason for me to be silenced forever doesn't exist anymore. The reason why I am alive is I could share this story so you could use this same information to keep you alive. Okay. So I'm sure probably Ned is probably listening to this, and because he has his family and he's in a similar situation also, where he could be accused of anything, especially rape, especially drug trafficking. I don't think he'll be accused of human trafficking, but he could definitely be. If I were the police, I would probably accuse him of drug trafficking also, because you don't need any evidence for that. The rape, because he's a cheater, and he probably is. If he, like I said, once a cheater, always a cheater. Maybe he's got some girlfriend on the side that they could probably sign a affidavit against him for raping her. And like I said, I know Ned, you're not a rapist. I know you're not a drug trafficker, but I am living proof that the police don't need any evidence, or you don't need to actually rape anybody to be accused of being a rapist if the police want your SUV and they want your money. And now, to stay alive is somehow got to make sure that they don't get any money until you are there. They're just doing this, number one, to take your car, and number two, to extort money out of you. And if they were able to get the money out of you without you being free and clear, then you're in trouble. Problem is, how are you gonna your biggest challenge is, how do you arrange it where you can do the exchange, where you can pay the ransom and then the police will let you go. Because if you pay the ransom without letting you go at the same time, then you're already dead. Okay. So you might want to explain that to whoever's going to do the moderation. And the last thing you want to do is the lawyer is not going to be able to arrange it. Like I said, the lawyers are going to say yes. And I remember that our first lawyer said to the boss, he said, "Don't talk to the police, okay? They're going to try to talk to you, and which means that they're going to try to ask for money." And they said in return they'll let me go. So he said, so when I first got arrested, she said my wife got a lawyer, the boss got a lawyer, and the first thing the lawyer said is, "Don't talk to the police, okay? Because if she talks to the police, then there's the arrangement. They're going to ask her that they're going to ask for money. The police will get paid. I'll go free, and the lawyer gets nothing." Okay, so the first thing he said. So if you don't believe me, wait until it happens to you. You're going to get a lawyer because you've got this problem that you think you're going to get a lawyer. And the first thing the lawyer is going to say is, "Don't talk to the police because that's going to be messing with my money. Okay, I need you to go to jail." So our first lawyer cracked me up because he didn't even go to my inquest. You would think it's like, I go, "This is kind of weird. You got a lawyer, right?" The boss says, "Yeah, I got a lawyer." He says he didn't even show up to my inquest to challenge any of these accusations against me. So he says, "Oh, he knows what he's doing. Just let him do the inquest." Just like, okay, well, this is so that was probably the first red flag. But once you're at your inquest, you're done. You're going to be stuck forever. And if they charge you in a non-bailable offense like drug trafficking or rape, and like I said, they don't need any evidence of it. They could just charge you with it, and it's over. And you're going to be stuck there forever until. And while you're in jail, that could be the problem because they can kill you. It's shown that they have access to jails and they can kill you in jail, and they could just say, "Oh, you went for the gun and you struggled," and then they'll shoot you, and then case solved, problem solved, case closed. Okay, nobody's going to be crying over a drug trafficker, the alleged accused drug trafficker that was shot in jail, just like that mayor that was shot when he was shot in jail because he knew too much. The reason why is probably because they don't have enough evidence against you for drugs, and that they'll have to shoot you instead. The police were so confident that they were going to win every case, and if they didn't win one, they'll win the other one and the other one. They were so confident that I was charged in 3 different courts that they didn't bother. That I was not a loose end that needed to be tied up. They got me already. And in that situation, if they don't have strong evidence, then they might as well just shoot him while he's in jail and just say he just struggled. Is probably what's going to happen to him if the police pull him over. So now that I'm pointing this as bleak as possible. I mean, you can't be thinking that this is not going to happen to you because the risk is so damaging, so that it's not going to happen to you. Because if it happens to me, then it could happen to you. If it happened to this business Korean man, and you can't just say that like, "Oh, I don't live here in the Philippines." What about those 3 Koreans that just came here just to play golf, and then they were charged with illegal gambling on top of that? I'm surprised they didn't charge them with drug trafficking or illegal drug related. So they were kidnapped by the police also for their golf clubs. So now that if they didn't know about Ned and his, he's got, I think, what else does he have? Does he have a drone? Does he have anything expensive? They'll take that also. I mean, if they'll do it for golf clubs, they'll do it for his SUV. They'll do it for his laptop. Does he have a nice TV? They'll take his TV also. I think my problem was my TVs but they took my laptops, they took my cameras. I had a DSLR that Michael B gave me. He took that. So if he has a nice DSLR, they'll take that also. nice phones, they'll take that also. I mean, you can pretty much reset any phone now these days, so they'll take that also. And Ned has given them every reason to to uh, to set him up for drug trafficking. So he's made plenty of money from his YouTube that he can buy all these things, and the fact that he used the Philippines to get rich is another reason why the police should be targeting him. Whether they're going to be targeting him, I don't know, but they like to target money, and there's nothing more juicier and more high profile than Ned now with his big expensive new car. The one comment was said that to me was like, could you be low profile and don't make any waves? Was one of the comments that I responded to. It's like you're a foreigner over here, especially if you're a white American. How do you stay low profile? Just like the Korean businessman. How do you do that? Right? How do I stay low profile? Right? One of the theories was they think that the maid was involved. They only had their maid for 2 days, and they took the maid with them, and they didn't kill the maid, but they let her live, and she's a vital witness now against them. And there's a theory that she may have been in on it. So one of the things you can do to stay low profile is don't get any maids. But everybody's got maids, and everybody's got house help, everybody's got a driver and those things. So if you get any of those people, then you're kind of inviting trouble already by doing that. That's not staying low profile. The only way you could be low profile is if you change your genetics and not become white anymore, because over here there's no secrets, and they'll know, especially if you're a white American or Anglo or European or any other race, and especially if they see that you're living in a nice house like me, and if you're driving a nice car like me, and my brand new Mirage, you're living in a nice house, you're living in a nice. I don't know where he's living now. Actually, is he still living in that same dump with his family? If he got a nicer house, and I know he got another family car. I think is what when I was looking for new content for him, I think that was one of the things that showed up. And I know it's an SUV. I don't know exactly which model yet. I haven't got a chance to see it. I just kind of said, oh, okay, this could be a problem. So make sure. So what's going to be important is, like, how do you find your person to moderate that? Okay. Usually what you want to do is you'll get somebody that's not a lawyer that will, kind of a fixer or facilitator, somebody that has a lot of connections is probably the best person to look for. I mean, it's going to cost you a lot of money. It's just what you can't be worried about the money now. You got to worry about your safety, your life, and your family's life. And then whoever that is, so usually those people with the connections, they're probably not hard to find, but you're probably going to uh, run into some more jokers than you're gonna. So you're just gonna have to test a few of them until you get the right one. So it's gonna probably cost you a couple of $1,000s to go through some horrible ones, before some wrong ones, or some scammers, before you can get the right scammer. I mean, they're all scammers, before the right scammer that will arrange the. But the important thing is don't give that much money. So just, for example, just give him some walking money to get it set up. And if this person doesn't set it up right, or you have if it's not performing at all, then you cut them loose. Then they're just. And also ask for a proof of life. If his wife, like I said, is the one that's going to be arranging they have to get. But the biggest problem she's going to run into is she's going to be scared. And just like this with this Korean businessman's wife, is she gave the money right away, and you have to be disciplined, and you have to be careful, and you can't be giving money right away. You just got to give a little bit of money at a time. See if this person actually performs and makes the right connections and gets to the right people. one of the things is just give them some walking money, and maybe like what, 5,000 pesos, $100, $200, so you can get proof of, so you can give them walking money and wine and dine money, so he can get proof of life that this person is alive. Okay, so that's good. So keep working with this person. But if this person doesn't produce, especially proof of life, then you cut them loose and you go find somebody else. Usually the people that are well connected are easy to find. You just got to find the right one. That's what is going to be very important here. But when your wife is scared and she wants you out, she wants you to go free right away, she's just going to be throwing money left and right, as much money as possible to get you free. And then that's going to get you killed, is what I'm saying. So if she gives up the money right away without proof of life, then you're dead. They got the money already. There's no reason to keep you alive. So the important thing is, you're kidnapped for ransom situation, is don't pray for proof of life. Just give that person that's going to be moderating it, these people, somebody that's very well connected, that can arrange the catch and release, the exchange for, here's the money, let me have my husband back, then we can continue. Other than that, if there's no proof of life, assume that Ned is already dead. Who's Ned? Ned's dead. So you just have to be disciplined. You just have to tell whoever it is that you have to have a plan. That if this happens, okay, we're going to need to find somebody, a moderator, a facilitator, that will facilitate the exchange. First of all, we need to prove that he's alive and not killed right away. But as long as he didn't give any money, as long as he didn't give his ATM. So for Ned, at this situation is, I can't give you my ATM. You can beat me up, you can electrocute me, you can threaten me, but as soon as as soon as I give you my ATM, then I'm going to end up like that businessman, the Korean businessman. I'd be dead also. So I'll give you the money, but I gotta have some kind of guarantees that we can go. You can't be something as simple. Okay, we'll take you to the bank, and what are you going to do, right? Tell the teller, oh, I'm being held kidnapped against my own will by the police. The bank's not going to be able to help you. Just like they didn't help me. They're just like, okay, well, they just liquidated my accounts. And even though they knew that I was in prison and that I wasn't the one making these charges, or that was spending this money on the credit cards. So, and use the buddy system. So the best thing to do is, if you're gonna, like, for example, if you're gonna travel here to the Philippines, it's not a good idea to travel by yourself. You need somebody like a wing person, somebody that you can trust. That it's because these people like to victimize people that are by themselves, that are solo. But if you have somebody you have a buddy system, and I know a lot of people come to the Philippines by themselves, and that becomes a problem. You should have somebody that you can trust, that should be with you. So that way it's harder for them to kill two people than one, and then you have more resources. Two people have more resources to put together than just one. And like I said, it's harder to kill and cremate and get rid of two bodies versus one body. So that's probably my argument why the 3 Koreans lived and the 1 Korean didn't, is use the buddy system, so that you have a higher chance of surviving by pulling your resources together. So I went through this with the boss already, and we were like talking about like the mistakes that we made. Number one was that we trusted our lawyer too much and listened to him too much, when the whole time he was just extorting. He was going, okay, I gotta get paid also. And the last thing he wanted was to help you get out of jail. So we put all our faith and trust in somebody who knows the system. And what makes this challenging and complicated is lawyers and police are in bed together. I mean, without the police, the lawyers wouldn't have a job. So their relationships are something that's going to be a conflict of interest to you, because the lawyer will say, yeah, give them, well, they'll work together to squeeze as much money out of you as possible and not get you out of jail is the biggest problem you'll run into when you have a lawyer. And but until the inquest, when you actually go through the actual inquest, you can't, you need somebody else to help you get out first. Okay. And that's the biggest mistake like we made, was that we asked a lawyer to make the arrangement to at least get bail, give us bail. And that wasn't going to, he wasn't, he'll say that he was going to do that, but it's actually a scam. So you'll give him the money, pay him to do his job, and then he'll just come back and just say, oh, for him, his favorite excuse was, oh, he was the media. I couldn't do it because he has too much attention. It was going to get too much attention or something like that, that he couldn't do it because it was getting too much pressure. They'll say that he'll say things like the FBI is involved, so they're not going to allow him to go out on bail. The State Department is involved, they're not going to get him law. They're all lies, obviously, but these are lies that he's going to need. Lying is the number one way for lawyers to make money. So if you want somebody to get you out of prison so you can get out on bail, or to remove that, or just to make this go away, the lawyer is not going to do it. The lawyer is the last person that's going to do that. Once you're in jail, then the lawyer can help you and he'll make money from getting you out of jail, but keeping you out of jail is the last thing he wants to do. And staying out of jail is probably your first and foremost priority, because you don't want to languish in there and wait there for nothing. So who that is, like I said, it has to be somebody that's well connected, and it's going to cost a lot of money to find this person, because everybody's going to say, yeah, I know I can do it. Yeah, I know I can do it. But they're just scamming you. This is the Filipino culture. They have no idea what they're doing, but they'll tell you that they can do it just so they can make money. I'll give you an example. My example is our car. We needed our car back, and anybody will tell you, anyone will come up and say, oh, I have this lawyer that will do it for 5,000 pesos, $100, right? So if you're the wife, then if you're Ned's wife, you're gonna say, oh, I need the SUV back for my family, so she'll pay the money to that person, and so they can get the car back, and then you'll never hear from that person again, is what's going to be the issue here. So you have to be careful, and it's going to cost you money to, the first person might not be able to do it, and it's going to take time. Just be careful that you don't lose all your, keep enough powder dry. Like I said, what's important, it's not really how much, it's who the person is. And if you don't know what you're doing, you're not going to be able to find the right person. And like I said, the right person is definitely not the lawyer. Digital Underground says, why was he taking pictures of you? He would take pictures of me for my camera, on his cell phone camera. That's probably a good question. Is he probably wanted to keep it for his records, or he probably was suspecting that I had something to do with the death of the major of Paras. I don't know. I haven't seen the video of me on video. Was the police on video, and was there a guy, the chief of the operation? Was he the one saying that, yeah, he's a rapist and he's a drug trafficker? Was there an actual police spokesperson? Because I haven't seen the video yet. I was planning on doing a reaction video, but I didn't want to do it now. But if you look at his eyes, he's kind of got these sunken kind of eyes that has been taking too much drugs. And what was the point I was going to make about him? So why was he taking pictures of you? Yeah, he just came to prison. They called me out to out of my prison cell, and he wanted to. And then there's this person and says, "Oh, he wants to take pictures of you on his camera." And I'm like, "Who is this person and why?" And nobody gave me an answer who he was. And then I found out only later that he was the replacement. I think probably because he was probably looking for money also. He was probably thinking about ways to, he was probably going, okay, I know this person has money. So how am I going to extort money out of him? How are you going to, he was probably sizing me over like, and once he found out that, once he kind of looked at it, it's like, what the hell am I doing here? How am I going to, and I never spoke to him. I never saw him again because I'm in prison. If anything, what they should be, because I'm in prison and I have no money. So the boss is the person that they should be dealing with. Well, the boss is not going to go to them, right? She's not going to deal with them. And I told her, no, don't deal with them because they're just gonna, once you give them the money, they're gonna kill you. So we're just gonna have to go through the normal. We just have to go through the regular process of go through hearings because there's nothing you can do. You pay off the police, and what are they gonna do? The judge is still the one that's going to decide whether you go free or not. It doesn't matter how much you pay to the police. So what is it that he wants? And if the police wants, the police come and see you, or the money. The answer is money. How are they going to get it? They don't know. I think this is the conversation I had with Paras after when he came to visit me that month when he was asking me for more money. I said, if you needed money, why didn't you? I could have given you more. I could have given you money instead of bringing me to the inquest, right? And he said, "Well, you didn't say anything. You didn't. You didn't say we can help each other out, right?" What he was doing is he could have done that to me. He could have. He was the one in control. He was the one in charge. He could have came up to me and before the inquest and say, "Hey, we can make this go away if you just pay us off," right? And he could have said that to me, but he didn't. And I know the reason why he probably did it because he already has all the stuff that he needs to be able to empty out my bank account. So he didn't need to get more money. He didn't need me to get my money out of the bank is probably what he was thinking. But now that he needs more money, he was regretting that, like, yeah, I should have never brought you to the lawyers. Now he's really upset that, like, all the money he was asking me, how much money did you pay your lawyer? How much is his acceptance? And when I would tell him how much, he was like going, I can't believe he's making all this money and I did all the work. And I go, well, if you're the one who brought me to the inquest, it's like, nah, I know I should have never brought you to the inquest. If I knew that you had more money, I would have kept you in like an illegal detainment, not brought you to. But the problem was that the media. You can't arrest me and not make any record of it and make it go away. It was beyond his control now because of what he did. So I know he was more interested now that he was regretting that he used the media and he couldn't have controlled what he needed to control. So the media was actually a blessing in disguise, because if the media wasn't there, he would have had more control over me and he probably would have been able to squeeze more money out of me. That's how freaked out I was. But because the media was there, he couldn't squeeze any more money out of me. It was public knowledge that I got arrested. So it was public knowledge that I needed to go to prison instead of a secret prison where he could have squeezed me for money. He could have squeezed my wife for money like they did with the Korean businessman and then killed me after that. But the fact that he was so probably burning with jealousy, like probably Ned, that he was like Ned and the rest of the other people that were saying all these things about me, because that's the only reason why they're jealous. And I could probably go, I have a stack of Bibles as big as tall as me, say, the reasons why they would be jealous of me also. And you already heard Ned said that, like, if I ever see you take videos with beautiful young girls again, because I like beautiful young girls, then I'm going to be jealous and upset again at you. So, same thing. If they weren't so jealous and upset at me, then they wouldn't have invited the media. Then they would have had more control of me, and then they would have killed me, and then that would have been the end of me. But the fact that the media was involved, that was kind of my own buddy system. So that was what kept me alive, also. So there's so many little miracles, and now that the one of the miracles is that Paris died, and like I said, I had nothing to do with it because number one, I was in prison. And number two, I don't know anybody that is well connected enough to do the job properly. How am I supposed to do that while I'm in prison? So, how I don't know. I have no idea how he did it, but whoever did it, I I appreciate it because it saved my life, it saved my family's life. They don't have to die anymore over money. So the other thing, that's the other miracle. The other miracle now is the so now so ABS-CBN, I remember, like, ran this whole news. They ran this series. But the bosses was telling me that ABS-CBN was running a series on me about my arrest and my human trafficking and my raping of all these children. And lo and behold, like a year later, ABS-CBN lost their license, lost their liquor license, lost their broadcasting license. And I know they still continue their online, but I know they're bleeding money like there's no tomorrow because they lost their broadcasting license. I know I'm sure there's money to be made in online on Facebook or wherever that is that they're broadcasting from their website, but it's not as big as the advertising as it is like when it comes to like broadcasting, and like they reach millions and millions of people through the broadcasting. So all the ad revenue that they lost, and I like ABS-CBN couldn't have happened to a nicer group of family. And now the Duterte administration is going after them for not paying their loans. They lost their license, not paying their loans. So I think they're going to be in pain for another 2 years. Anyway, so that's kind of like a side note. And now, so that's what kept me alive. And now another miracle had to, now that I'm going to be alive, now I got to figure out how I can get out of prison now. And then there was another miracle that happened. What that other miracle was, I was like so shocked when I saw that. Was I go, oh, this is going to save me now. It's going to save my life. So I'll show that to you guys in my next reveal. I won't. I don't know when I'm actually going to show it, but I'm eventually going to show it. So I think I pretty much covered it. Don't pay for proof of life, because if you pay without proof of life, that means you're already dead. You give them your ATM machine, your ATM access, you're already dead. You know too much information, you're already dead. What else? You fight, you struggle too much, you're already dead. So you want to make this for them as easy as possible, okay? But if you want to die, that's actually not bad, because you could rest in peace. So it's better to die than languish in jail, in a prison jail. It's thinking about it. It's I don't know. I mean, if it happens again, I mean, I already know what to do this time. So maybe one of these days I'll do a video about, okay, if this does happen and you are going to go to jail, you're going to need somebody to support you and visit you and keep you alive. And to keep you as comfortable as possible. So, because when you're in prison, man, time just moves so slow. Minutes feels like hours, hours feels like days, days feel like weeks. Weeks feels like month. A month in prison feels like a year. A month in prison feels like a year. Feels like a lifetime. So if you spend 5 months, it feels like you've been in prison 5 years. That's how torturous it feels. Like you're in this hyperbaric chamber, this hyperbolic chamber where like it's just nothing moves, and you just try to force yourself to sleep. I mean, sleep is like, so I sleep during the day to make the day go by faster, but it just because we have to count so many times, it's not complete. And then by the time the night comes, it's just so quiet. It's just when it's so quiet and everybody's sleeping, that's like when my mind wanders. During the day my mind doesn't wander so much because there's like a lot of noise, a lot of background noise, a lot of activities. But at night is when your mind wanders, and it always wanders to dark places. You start like thinking about all your regrets, and you start thinking about all the decisions and all the regrets that you've done to like to be at this point. It's like everything that I've decision that I've made has brought me to this point. So when did it finally turn around? Probably that after I got my first when my demure. I could have sworn I sworn to you that I was going to go to long term prison for 40 years, and then just have to wait for the appeal and win on a technicality there. I was getting ready. I was already told the boss to get my stuff ready, that I'm going to be spending Christmas in the long term prison, and I was already looking forward to it, because over there I hear if you make the right connections, you can have your own TV, you can have your own bathroom, you can have your own cable if you want. You could even have internet. I mean, if they have drugs over there, they you can have you could probably sneak in your own TV and internet. Like I say, you just have to pay the tax for it, because like I said, it's like a business and it's long term. It's more like a village inside there now. So that's I was already looking forward to that, and I was like thinking about asking the boss to get me a guitar, and I would like probably pass the time by learning how to play the guitar and music, and and all those. And I was already thinking about that. And then when I went to my hearing, they read to me the decision of the judge. I was like going, what in the how? I was shocked. I was completely prepared to just because every time this judge was every decision was against me. They had a warrant for the search warrant to analyze the content of my electronic devices. Doesn't matter. I'll allow it. I didn't put out an arrest warrant to make sure that my plaintiffs would show up, and gave the police every tool they needed to make sure uh, that their prosecution elements were all complete. So they gave him complete power, and also tried to prevent me from using my own private lawyer, and tried to give me a uh, public defender that didn't know anything about my case. You heard from the transcript. Well, we tried to inhibit this judge because we said he was biased, and he was just that's just how he was. He was just he says, okay, well, your lawyer didn't show up, so I'm going to give you the public attorney. Public defender goes, hey, well, I don't know anything about this case right now. I need to review. Hello, hello. Hello. Hold on, man. It's acting funny. My internet's acting funny. Can you guys hear me? My oh, there it is. All of a sudden, it started. I thought my internet was cut off. It was acting funny. Can you guys hear me in the live stream? Can I get a confirmation? It's still working. I can't get a hello test test. I can't hear anything. Digital Underground Gaming. I'm glad that you're still listening. Hold on. Might get feedback here. Test, test, testing.
All of a sudden it started.
Okay, here we go. Oh, yeah, it's working. It's just my headphones not working.
I thought my internet was cut off. It was acting funny. Can you guys hear me in the live stream? Can I get a confirmation?
Okay, just my headphones just weren't working. I got it. Oh, where was I at? Where did I leave off? Where did I leave off before it started acting funny? Okay, well anyway, probably best to wrap this up. Trying to think about some of the points that I wanted to make about it. You guys, Digital Underground Gaming, did you understand everything I was saying? Oh, okay. So prevention. Yeah, if I was Ned, I'd get my family out of there because he sticks out like a sore thumb here in the Philippines, and especially with this pandemic in this environment right now, he should bring his family back to America with him now and just live the life of a simple family life now. I mean, I'm sure he's got plenty of options over there and work and things like that. So he should be able to and leave this nonsense behind. I mean, of course, there's not he runs the risk of his wife putting him in a nursing home because he's so old, but that's still better than an American nursing home with all its advantages. Is still better than a Philippines third world prison. Is probably what I would recommend. I probably ask him, which one would you rather choose? It's like third world prison or American fancy nursing home. So of course, hands down, a fancy nursing home because he's got bingo. He can do puzzles. He can watch Matlock. So that's a no brainer. But if he stays over here, then it's just a matter of time. But I can understand why he wants to stay over here because over here, with his money and his SUV, he can cheat on his wife just like he cheated on Michelle. So I mean, if he'll cheat on Michelle, he'll cheat on his wife also again. So and and the dangerous part about him is because if he gets another girl or starts getting another third party involved, or he was he got in if he gets caught, then he'll get separated again. His marriage will become broken up again by another homewrecker. So once he's famous for these homewreckers, and then he'll get another homewrecker because he's got money. It boils down to money. Like I said, it's money that's going to cause you a lot of problems over here, but it's also money that's going to give you a lot of enjoyment. But I mean, you're a family man now. You got to be thinking about your family first now. You can't be thinking about having young girls also using your money to be with young girls over here in the Philippines. That's something that you should be uh, be over by now. But if it's not, and if you stay over here, then you just kind of run that risk. So if you're gonna stay over here because of the girls and how they're attracted to your money because of it, then just keep in mind that because of your money, you'll be also attracting unwanted attention of the police also. And then we already proven that they can accuse you of anything just to take your money. So that's probably my suggestion to him if he's listening to this, and to because there's nothing you could do to stop it. It's the only way to do is the only way to prevent it is to get out. And I hope I'm wrong that and that it never happens to him. But what if I'm right? Right? So it's better to be wrong. Uh, I'd rather be right and be expecting the worst case scenario than be than or I'd be wrong. Let's just say I'd rather be wrong. Okay. So I hope I'm wrong, but if I'm right, at least we discussed it and we at least know what is going to happen, and at least he knows what to do, and he has a better chance of staying alive than that Korean businessman that then afterward that he was strangled for his golf clubs and his SUV, and his wife paid $100,000 in bets afterwards. So I didn't end up like that. So I hope you don't end that also. Is how we're gonna run this up. Okay, so if anybody has any questions, comments, I could probably bring it up in the next live stream. But I think that's a good time to end it. I talked about the main subject over here. We'll talk about Attorney Mark. If you're there, I hope that you're alive and well, and that I wish you love, peace, and happiness. But if you're not, rest in peace, and that the memories that we have of you you're a good friend, and the girls, I'm sure, were happy to have known you, and that we'll just see you when we get there, I guess, in the afterlife. How does that saying go? What's up? Anyway, so that, and probably now that I'm done with that is I'll probably talk about the girls. I guess I can talk about girls now that we finished that up. We took care of business. Unless you guys have any questions, you guys want to add anything to it? Nothing. Okay, girls, young girls. How do I have success with the young girls that I have been, and then also not so successful? Speaking of young girls, the girls that I was with, like I said, my complainants, they were 16 at the time, 15, 16. So one was 15, one was 16, but that was 3 years ago. So one is 18, one is 19. So, and the problem, and they're still poor, and they're not going to have any education. But the ironic thing is that they have a lot of tattoos, but they don't have any babies yet. So that's if anything, that's kind of like a positive thing. They don't have any babies yet, and now probably a lot of you are saying that, like, oh, karma should have hit them, and they should have had babies also for accusing you and then be suffering. But one of them has a baby. There were 4 girls that signed the affidavit against me to file, so the police and the police can file a case against me. Out of the 4, one of them is actually a single mom. So we already know what she's doing to support her baby, and there's really not much we could do about it. What's done is done. So she's a lost cause. But there's 3 other girls that are not single moms. So they're of right age now. So if you guys are interested, and they're over age, but the problem is they're right at that age that Ned likes them. That's probably a good detail to know. But the problem is that there is no age limit, or there's no age requirement to be accused of rape. Anybody at any age, she could be, hell, she could be 15, she could be 16, she could be 20, she could be 50. Most likely that you're not going to be convicted. You could still be convicted for raping a 50-year-old. I guess rape is still rape, no matter how age it, how old is the person that's involved. So the point that can accuse you, so anybody can accuse you, and like I said, no evidence needed whatsoever. It just needs their signature. But they are suffering right now. I know they're suffering because of the pandemic. They're still poor, and no one is going to continue with their education. And my theory is probably why nobody has gotten them pregnant yet is because they're pretty famous around their area. After what happened, they were all over the news. I mean, this is the Philippines. Nobody keeps a secret, so they kind of have that stigma now, or that label that if you don't talk to these girls if you don't want to be accused of raping them to go to jail, because they're always they're now that they're like going, okay, but if we could do it to him, we could do it, maybe we'll do it to another person, and this time we'll do it the right way, so we can, so this person will go to jail, or will extort more money from them or something like that. But maybe they got the stigma that, can you imagine if you're like, okay, you're neighbors, or you're like the boy at school, and you heard about these girls cried rape, right? Okay, so if they cried rape, why would I want to be involved with somebody like that that's going to accuse me? What's stopping her from accusing me from rape for just talking to her? So they're probably living with that. And I know while they were underage, they had to live in under the custody of the department, the DSWD, the Department of Social Welfare, and this something disability department, this Department of Social Welfare, something DSWD, and this Department of Social Welfare and Disabilities, I think. Anyway, they had to be under their custody, and they were in like a holding prison at the same time. So while I was in prison, they were kind of like in prison also, but they were only in prison for 6 months until their testimonies were finished. So they had to, while they were testified, they were taken to custody by the DSWD. So they had to go to prison also. So it was, I'm sure it was pretty, they were pretty famous that they had to miss school or skip school, or and all the neighbors and everybody around like said, oh my gosh, they falsely accused somebody of rape, and now they have to go to be in this holding by the DSWD department, social welfare department. And so if you were a boy and you're like looking at them like, ooh, I wouldn't want to be involved with them, because like I said, what's stopping them from accusing this person of rape just to extort money out of them at this time? So that's the update with them. What's going to happen in their future? Nothing. What's going to happen in my future? I don't know yet. Like I said, I'm doing these videos to find out what's in store for me. What do you guys want to see? What do you guys want me to do? It's probably what I'm asking. And if not, if I don't hear from anything, then I'll just continue what I'm doing. We're gonna train a lot of football. Hopefully, make the. Oh, you saw the video of Hero scoring the winning goal during their version of like the NCAA championship, the STCAA championship. So Hero scored the winning goal. So he got moved to midfielder. He's always striker, but the coach moved him to midfielder because he always liked to run up and down both on offense and defense. So they moved him to midfielder, and he was able to score. And the sad part about this is, like I said, I missed that. So, but at least he was able to get that experience. I would feel really bad if he missed out or he didn't make it because I was in prison. The fact that I was in prison and he was able to be at the pinnacle of success in his football career, especially in his last year in elementary school before he moved on to high school. I was really proud of him for scoring the winning goal during that championship and winning all those tournaments. You saw a hero, and like I said, just the sad part. I know that all the parents were there was saying that it's too bad that I wasn't there to be there for him, but I was there in spirit. And there's more football games coming up. And this pandemic is not going to last forever. So my estimate is it's going to last another year. And after that year, he's going to get back in football again, and he's going to be, and he's making a really good transition to high school football because he had a lot of teammates that didn't transition from elementary school football. That it's a completely different game, and he was able to adapt or adjust his game or maintain his game with the bigger, faster, stronger players because he's pretty fast and strong himself. So he was able to keep with the high school, and he was doing really well too. He was able to get a not a starting position, but as a backup position in on the team as the lowest member as the incoming freshman member. So he was doing really good, but a lot of his teammates couldn't make the transition, and I think they could only pick 3 people to join the varsity, and he was one of the ones that got picked for actually being good, the best player out of the freshman team. Well, the other 2 just got in because of politics, because they're just brown nosers is probably the best reason why they got picked. But Hero is the only one that definitely got picked because he actually has the skills and hard work. So I'm pretty proud of Hero. So Hero was the actual hero out of all this. He used what happened to him, the losing his dad, and the whole shame and embarrassment to not get him down and continue with his success with football on his own, especially with the boss's help also, and also the boss for standing by my side. Like I said, the first thing Paris said to my wife when they were raiding our house was he was in a hotel room raping 2 girls naked, and she was just like shocked by that when she told me that. He was like, because she visited me in jail the next day. Is it true what she said? What he said, that you were in a hotel room with 2 girls naked? And and I said, don't believe these lies. Of course, they're lies. And but at that time, like I said, it was all just one big blur, and those are some of the things that was going on. And now we know why. So I'll keep giving people information at the same time about more details about all the different cases also, and more details about my experience. But for now, we're going to wrap it up unless somebody else has anything to say. But right now, I'd like to thank Digital Underground Gaming for your comments, which is not much. Thanks to Quincy also. Thanks to Ben. And, oh, by the way, I was able to regain access to my Bitcoin account. I have a Bitcoin account. I contacted the Bitcoin website or the Bitcoin app, and they said that they're in a few days, in like 2 or 3 days, I can have my Bitcoin wallet again. So I'm going to be able to accept Bitcoins in the future. So I think by next week I should have my Bitcoin address. So if anybody wants to make contributions to our Heroes College Fund and just for our overall general fund, because I'm going to be needing a new computer soon, and probably a new cell phone because this one's about to die, and this laptop is about to die. So if you don't hear anything from me or anything like that, it's probably because this laptop already died. The batteries got like 5 minutes of life, and this phone is about to die also because it's so old. And so if you want to make contributions to that through Bitcoin, I'd surely appreciate it. If not, no big deal. I'll just use this phone, and I'll just say, hey, look, I don't have my laptop died, so I can't live stream, or I can't, and we'll just work with this phone. Is probably what I'll say until we get somebody to sponsor or contribute, so we can upgrade our phone and upgrade our laptop or get a replacement. So that's a good news. I'll be regaining control of that again because I just contacted them. I tried to set up another account, but it wouldn't let me. So I called them up, or I messaged them. I messaged the help center, and they were very helpful. And I said, I already had an existing account, but it was hacked. My account information was stolen. My phone was stolen. They asked, is what was my existing? They asked for my the former email, so I gave it to them, and then my phone number, and I said, I'm sorry, it was stolen. My phone was stolen, and my email was hacked. So, but I gave them the email, and they were able to track down the account, and all I had to do was prove I was that person. So here's how I proved it. So they sent me this form. And one of the things the form asked was to send them a video to verify. So I had to number one, send them a picture of a current driver's license. Number two, I had to hold that driver's license. I had to make a video, hold that driver's license, say my name and today's date, and send it to them. And then after they got that, once I completed that form, they emailed me back and said thank you for confirming your old account. They said sorry about what happened, and we should be getting your account up and ready with a new email address and with a new phone number. And this time, nobody knows what this email account is to access it, right? So all you're going to see is the wallet address, okay? And you can't access the account with the wallet address. And the number that I'm using is hidden also. It's not the number. I'm going to have like 2 or 3 separate numbers. I have like one doomsday number that I'm going to keep hidden from the police. So for God forbid, if it ever happens again, that they're not going to be able to get any money unless they let me go. Because I know they kidnap innocent people all the time, and I'm going to be able to make arrangements to release me if they want to get any money from me, is what's going to happen, and keep me alive. Okay, so Bitcoin wallet going to be up and running probably by next week. I'll let everybody know when that happens, so people can make anonymous contributions through Bitcoin if they want, so I can continue vlogging. If not, then I'll just make do with what I have. I mean, continue making lemonade. So thank you very much for the people that stayed the whole time. You're talking about what, 5 or 6 hours of this nonsense. So we even had some, not much, not a lot of discussion, but I'd be more than happy to do it again. So if StreamYard will allow me to stream again next Saturday, I'll probably do that. I think I could probably move it during the day once the kids are back at school, but that could be a year from now. Right now, I like the schedule where I could at night, where everybody's asleep. I don't have any disturbance, because during the day it's just too much things going on during the day. But it's okay if people are not awake to watch this, or they're too busy at this time, because you could always catch it once it becomes on demand, when it's always available on demand. So thanks again for watching, and thanks again for listening, and thanks for the people that actually came to listen to it live, and thank you for the people that are going to be listening to the recorded 6-hour session. So if everything works out okay, I should be able to stream again if StreamYard will let me next time, and hopefully I'll have somebody to talk to in my next live stream. If not, then I'll just kind of continue the conversation as usual. It's been 7 hours. It's according to this, it's been seven. I've been streaming for 7 hours and 20 minutes. So it's almost 3:30. So I'll probably sleep for like about 4 or 5 hours. Wake up, sleep in, and start my Sunday with Hero, and probably knock out some of these school projects that we have to do. These school assignments that is going to be due next week. All right. So if anybody else has anything else to say, if not, so good night, everybody. So thank you again, and I hope that was a interesting and entertaining and learning experience. Anyway, this is Bell's Only ending the broadcast now.